Another year later, year 87 when I woke up, another year had passed. I had no idea what was happening, other than my mana was still pushing back against the corruption, but it was easier for me to maintain it. Easier, and yet the pain was here. Constant even, and I struggled. I could feel the demonic power was having a dip, a temporary one. That was why I could be conscious. Why did I sleep from the pain? Did this pain restrict me so, or was it the curse? I could feel the demon's fire swirl and turn around me, and I could now vaguely, just very vaguely, sense that there was something outside, no around me, something beyond the flame. Was this the valley? It should be. Why were my senses so confused? There was solid rock around us, held back by my roots. Funny, it was like molten lava that had now solidified, and the demonic mana was slightly less intense. Still very strong, but slowly it was subsiding. This demonic mana would take some time to decay. Maybe 10 years, maybe 20. Clearly it was dissipating very slowly. Unable to do much, and all my energy was still concentrated on maintaining my barrier and dispersing the absorbed demonic energy, I fell back to sleep. I was in a dark place. It was massive. It resembled my soul realm, and that was when I saw a young boy. He sat on a chair, and he looked like he was part demon. Was I in the soul realm? I didn't have this ability back when I went into long periods of sleep, so was this new? "Where am I?" he asked, noticing that I appeared. "Who are you? Why do you look like a tree? What are you? Have I gone crazy that I'm talking to a tree?" Another girl appeared. She too looked like she was corrupted. Her lower half was part demon. The two kids looked at themselves, and then they looked at each other. "What have you done?" "Me," the other asked. "Couldn't be." "Then who?" Both of them turned to face me. "Oh my God, a talking tree monster. We're doomed." They tried to fight and move but couldn't. "I don't even know who you are." The two kids looked at each other. They kept flailing, but then they stopped. We are the heroes." "Well, looks like both of you died. What are your names?" "Simone," the girl said. "Victor," the boy said. It was then both of them suddenly shouted as if they'd gone crazy, and then an eerie voice emerged. It was a ragged, twisted voice. "Who?" it asked. It came from both of them as if they were mind-controlled. I didn't reply. If I could have guessed, I'd have said it was the Demon King, or maybe some kind of demon. "Are you?" I thought for a moment, wondering whether I should reply. "Are you the Demon King Sabnok?" I asked. "It died, right? But let's ask. Maybe Demon Kings had souls too." "Yes," it said, but then a while later, number Sabnok, dead. Then both of them suddenly shouted again for a period of time, and then all at once they both stopped. They were both back to their human selves. Ouch. "It looks like both of you are sharing a body with some kind of demon." "We know." Simone looked at Victor, and they stared at each other. "It's reading our minds. It's going through our memories." "Well, now we know why the demons are getting smarter each round." "I mean, if it was reading their minds, it was reading it for a reason, right?" Simone and Victor's faces paled. "Well, if it could read your minds, surely you could do the reverse," I wondered. How did these two even get here? Was it because their souls were still embedded in the demonic corruption somewhere? The heroes didn't do a complete job and left this part hanging. Was that why the demonic corruption was still strong and was able to keep up its pressure? Victor nodded. "We must try then. What are we and what are you?" "I am a tree, and I believe the two of you are some kind of trapped, corrupted souls. Your appearance as part demon is probably the Demon King's attempt to corrupt you. I say it's probably successful. And where are we? If my understanding is correct, you two died and somehow your soul drifted here. Either that or you two are somehow trapped in the demonic flesh, and because I'm linked to the demonic mana, you are able to see me and vice versa." The two started wailing and crying and screaming. They seemed to be unable to accept that they'd died. But that was strange. They seemed perfectly able to accept it earlier. "Nuhuhu. UHDO, you vaguely recall anything?" I asked. They were still screaming. "Like how?" Victor was sobbing, and it was Simone who somehow calmed down a bit and responded. We were fighting the Demon King, and there was this bright flash of light, and that's all I remember before I was stuck in this dark, disgusting place where I don't feel things and where I want to sleep, but I can't freaking sleep. But I don't get it. Why are we able to be here if we are dead? Weren't you two listening? You are both dead. This is probably some kind of shared spiritual realm. I wasn't going to be blunt and say it was my soul realm because it wasn't, but then again, even if I knew the answer, I wasn't going to tell them anything. They shared a mind with the demon. Only the two of us, everyone else survived. I paused. I don't know. Well, they were partly possessed by the Demon King. How secure was any information that was shared with them anyway? Can you help us? Simone asked. I would very much like to get out of this place. I didn't think so. I didn't have any access to the outside world. The demonic fire pretty much meant I was trapped in a prison of flame, even if that didn't make much sense. But I thought I had access to my own soul realm. I got a sense that this space was a pocket dimension of its own, and I could sense the other pockets of space. The soul realm. Funny I hadn't spent much time exploring this space, but now I had all the time to do so. I vaguely recalled my soul forge was down, and for what it was worth, my consciousness was stuck inside myself, an asleep state. In a way, this was kind of like a reverse of my dream-related abilities, where I was the one in a dream state. Was I dreaming, or because I was unconscious did my psyche retreat to this place? I couldn't tell the difference, honestly. Anyway, what was I even thinking? There were little blobs of light floating on many little places. A wisp waited. Matt. Hi. I too took the shape of a little blob of light. Wisp. Yes. So what's happening here? You're unconscious and you're stuck in this mind-dream-soul realm limbo. Time moves differently here, as you surely already know. I see. So until your body somehow snaps itself out of the pain and suffering it's going through, I'm stuck here. Well, I kinda knew that. How could the soul interact outside the body anyway? Unless my soul forge was somehow operating, but it wasn't. I recalled one of the notifications said it was offline. Dead, floating souls, little blobs of light. They floated past me and they just wandered. These were those who died recently, waiting for the time to reincarnate. It's going to take a while, the wisp said. Too many people died so quickly that it's backlogged. It's backlogged for real? I thought that was a joke. Of course. And you're probably the only somewhat surviving soul tree in this half of the continent. Tell me something. How do you know? At this point, how did the wisp even know what's happening outside of me? Didn't the wisp stay inside me? The soul harvesters and dream harvesters can travel vast distances and pass through most objects and barriers. Occasionally, they also bring back fragments of memories, and you, too, can view those memories. And well, if souls from far away are coming here, that can only mean there's no other soul tree left. And the wisp shook, and smaller blobs of light appeared. They resembled tiny televisions, and they showed what the dead saw in their last days. Strange demons, monsters, fires from all places, burning, destruction. It was common for all of it. It was like watching little birds and ducks get lathered in a layer of oil and then burned to death. It's like a magical version of the Deepwater Horizon and Exxon Valdez oil spills only. Well, if you didn't die in the first wave, the monsters that spawned from the sludge would eventually get to you. But I honestly didn't feel much for their deaths. Instead, I felt a twang of sorrow when I saw vast empty spaces and burning trees. Ah, what sorrow that trees burned so easily. If I could, I should find ways to introduce fire-resistant trees to the entire world. Why should trees be relegated to background features anyway? Why were we just features of the environment, things used to describe places? We were trees, the precursors of civilization. Without plants, without trees, there would be no food, no agriculture, and without agriculture, there would be no large civilization. It was because humanity discovered farming that there was civilization. Why were trees treated with such disrespect? Ah, I was getting carried away. Okay, let's do some thinking. I could still think in this soul realm, so that wasn't a bad thing. I was trapped in my own body because there was a massive infernal pyre outside that burned and scorched everything. It was only thanks to my levels and my high amounts of hero fragments that I could endure it. That meant if I had higher levels or more hero fragments, I would eventually escape this demonic prison, or at least pierce a hole through it. And this demonic flame should decay over time, like it did with my first experience. What else could I do? Were there any skills I could use on myself in this subconscious state? My body was obviously on autopilot and, like before, actively managing the demonic mana such that I could survive it. Could I do it myself? Could I force myself to wake instead of being stuck in this soul realm? 2-year 88T, the answer was mixed. I could somewhat remain awake, like a dreaming man forcing himself awake, but the pain was so overwhelming that I ended up losing consciousness just as quickly. It was only during ebbs of the demonic energy that I could maintain some semblance of consciousness. If I forced myself to be awake when the demonic energy was at its peak, I felt like I was being operated on while lucid. It was insanely painful, so much so that autopilot quickly kicked in and knocked me back into the soul realm. But I kept trying. I didn't believe that I needed to rely on autopilot to manage the pain. So I drifted back and forth, either experiencing intense pain or in my soul realm. If this system worked the way I thought it did, only through constantly enduring and managing this pain would I gain a skill. And when I gained a skill, I'd be able to break through this demonic fire. You guys are still here. It had been a year since I last went back to this space. I had thought the demons would have eaten the entirety of their souls already. Simone and Victor didn't look pleased. Well, what brings you back? Their bodies looked about the same, but I noticed a small part of their hands exhibiting more demonic features. Honestly, I was just checking whether anything changed. What do you think? How much time has passed? They asked. A year. Oh, sure doesn't feel like it. It feels way longer with how much pain we're in. They didn't look too good. The demonic corruption for other parts of their bodies looked to be growing. Then the demon took over again. Gruwa. The two of them couldn't move, though, so I wasn't afraid. Yeah, grow. The demon made a scary sound, but I knew very well this was a spiritual plane of some kind, so I wasn't afraid of it. Come on, it was like watching a scary monster behind a secure panel. Scary, sure, but it couldn't hurt me, not here. Conquer. Okay. Adapt, sure. We learn. No shit, demon. And then it stopped and back to Simone and Victor again. They rubbed their heads. Oh man, it's been repeating the same thing so many times. Conquer, adapt, learn. Do you feel like you've been captured by some kind of alien monster species who's out to assimilate you? I mean, I wondered what it was like to be possessed. Was it like me, who's trapped in a pyre? If you happen to either be referred to the Borg or the Zerg, yes, it does feel like that. Victor shrugged, one of his demonic arms rubbing his chin. There were small, demonic spots appearing on his face which he couldn't do shit about. I see, but that's not helpful. What does it feel like? Like, you lose control over your limbs every now and then, like having a seizure. I don't really know how to describe it. 3-year 89, another fucking year passed. It had been 4 years already since I'd entered this low-activity mode. 4 years. This was a whole lot longer than my previous time. But then again, this corruption was probably active and had a set command, as if it was like a computer virus that had some kind of execution hierarchy. Was it the mind that possessed the heroes that allowed it so? This year, I'd been partially able to maintain and resist the pain for longer. I stayed awake for close to 2 whole days, and on average, I'd been able to force myself to regain consciousness about once every 2 months. I kept poking at the flames, and I gradually was able to comprehend what it felt like. Ever touched a switch when wet? Well, it felt like a super intense version of being electrocuted. perhaps comparable to what someone who just got struck by lightning felt like. And it was constant. Well, not constant, but constant, wave-like, with peaks and lows. That was why I could be awake longer during the lows. I hoped to be able to gain a skill to withstand the peaks. But it had been so long, and still without the skill it was hard. Or maybe I was just doing it wrong. Maybe there's a trick to this whole demonic corruption thing. I mean, I thought it was a disease, but at the same time it also behaved like a liquid or a sludge. How was my autopilot handling it? Maybe it was not doing it as well as it should. Autopilot is configured to absorb demonic mana and attempt to filter it, failing which, it is then expelled via all bodily extremities. Bodily extremities therefore experience damage. So wait, it was trying to absorb the demonic mana and then it was expelling it via my barks, branches, and leaves. Was that why all of it was burning? Was that the right thing to do? Autopilot is configured to protect the soul from damage. Okay. That was logical. It was like saving the heart and letting everything else burn. Or where a seed was encased with a disposable shell, or trees that had thick barks that insulated the core from the fires outside. I supposed that was what my body had been naturally doing since the very first fires. What else? Maybe I needed to spin it, like some mangas had stories where the chi needed to be made to move in a certain manner such that it gained strength. So perhaps there were ways to spin the demonic mana in a way that caused it to weaken. Or maybe there was a way to cause it to move slower, such that my body didn't burn. All things I needed to explore, once I was awake. 4 Interlude, Heroes and their New World. 6 months after the death of the Demon King, around year 85, month 7 or 8, he terrain was wrecked. Almost everywhere the Demon King's corruption touched turned into this twisted terrain, where firestorms were a regular affair and the earth itself constantly shifted. Strange monsters also appeared, not quite like the usual demons, but not quite like monsters either, as if it was an odd mix of the two. The terrain's unstable energies also meant all communication spells were still jammed, despite the rest of the world no longer requiring the towers. It was an odd thing about this location, but not uncommon. There were other spots in the world where gravity and magic were inconsistent, volatile. The only difference was the size of the instability was, well, half a continent. Still, it was not a total loss. Some cities had ancient, heroic defenses that never triggered until that very day, and it was those cities that survived. But it would be a reasonable thing to say that 90% of all living beings died within the Demon King's corruption, and of the surviving 10%, another 8% died within 6 months due to lack of food, monsters, and supplies. 2% left. Harris, Becky, and Myri stood at the edge of one such surviving city. The heroes didn't stay together after the Demon King had fallen. Gerard, relieved of the task to slay the Demon King, wanted to just find a few barrels of booze and drown himself in it. Maybe find a lady or two to accompany him as well. Astra, well, he seemed like he had other things to do, so he left for another continent. This part of the terrain used to be more demonic, but the 3 of them worked with some surviving druids and mages, and they were able to channel and amplify a mix of the Earth's energy and also their own star mana to push the corruption back. It would have been easier if they were druids themselves, but their skills were for war, not healing. Too bad none of us are druids. Maybe we could have fixed this easily. It's kinda like an infection. The body must fight it. All we're doing is augmenting it, making it stronger with our star mana. Kind of like in Roman 4 injection. Do you even know what in Roman 4 injection means? I don't know, but it's what all the medical shows like to talk about. Becky shrugged. All they knew about medicine was what they learned in their years of schooling, and then all the sitcoms and dramas they followed. But they could see for themselves that their star mana wasn't ideal either. There was always something that seemed to push back against the star mana. Maybe it was just the demon's energies. Since the star mana was super effective, naturally the demonic resisted something that was effective from them. It was slow, hard, tiring work. It took a lot of their massive star mana to undo the Demon King's corruption. It was so massive, the extent of the devastation. Still, it made the three of them feel a bit better. Unlike Astra and Gerard, they came to this continent, and most of what was destroyed, they've seen and visited them. Becky even had attachments for certain places she visited, and it made her sad to watch them destroyed or turned into this corrupted place. The druid that aided them was a middle-aged man who truly enjoyed restoring the terrain back to some semblance of normalcy. The journey was hard on the druids. The heroes were young, and they had skills that made them strong. "Let's rest," he said, exhausted from using his druidic powers. "I've used up my Mend Earth, land restoration, and I don't think I can take more of that hero mana." The heroes nodded. Using star mana on the druids strained their bodies. Star mana was strong, kind of like an extremely powerful chemical, and the body suffered from it. Overdose knocked them out. But it was way more effective than using Mend Earth and land restoration, so the druids did it. There were a few other druids too, but they were far younger and less skilled than the middle-aged man. It was hard, and the odd monsters were tough for the druids. "This corruption is unreal," one young druid said, but then he had said it so many times. The other druids just shrugged. "When are we going to reach the border?" "A few more days, I hope." The druids talked. The heroes could just sigh. Harris wondered whether they would have been able to stop the demonic rod if they were faster. Still, the corruption was so thick, trade and communications with the outside world were almost totally cut off. The druids hoped to cut a road through the corrupted lands, as that could restore some of that trade and communication. There were some cities that survived, though they were all in a perilous state when the heroes found them. The three heroes looked at each other and sighed. All was not well. One of the main things they discovered was their blessings changed. Their blessings were weaker, now just regular blessings of gods, not whatever it initially was, and their star mana pool was no longer growing, and it took far longer to regenerate. And their skills, especially those classified as divine, changed. Instead, all of them were replaced as a heroic skill. So that meant Astra's global chat ability changed into limited uses. What's the point of such a change? They sometimes wondered. Harris recalled the conversation on the day all their skills changed, exactly 3 months after the Demon King died. "The gods never truly intended to give us this power forever," Myri sighed. "It must cost them something to summon us and maintain this power. Now that we've completed what we were needed for, they've tossed us out like trash." Becky had a sip of tea and just mused. What was freely given can be freely taken away. We've always been pawns. Myri looked at Becky. "I feel cheated." "All of us do. The gods never intended for us to survive till the next Demon King, or will they return the divine power to us when the next Demon King comes?" That was a few months ago, and in the 3 months since then, they'd managed to purify quite a large area. There was a whole lot more to go. 2 years after the Demon King had fallen, around year 87, Eris was alone. Becky and Myri got tired, and they all wanted to do something else. Both of them had left for another continent. Myri said she wanted a holiday, and she said she would be back, but until now, she was still away. Harris didn't feel it was necessary to call her back. The process of detoxifying the terrain was hard, laborious work. He had to constantly infuse his star mana into the druids, such that the druids could then mix that star mana into their natural healing abilities. He could see why they weren't keen on constantly doing it, especially when the gods just took away their divine powers. They felt cheated, and both the girls wanted to just enjoy themselves. All of them did, so the progress of detoxifying slowed. Only Harris was working on it. Even he slowed down significantly, only the prospect of claiming additional territory spurring him on. Last time he would have been worried if they'd separated, but now, after the levels they gained slaying the Demon King, some 20-odd levels, he wasn't worried. They kept their levels and they were still leagues above any regular human. He didn't even know if there were other people in the high hundreds of levels. And he had the shards of the fallen, 7 of them, heroic fragments, blessings of the fallen heroes. Archduke Harris, the new group of druids has arrived. A druid knelt on the grass. Harris frowned and wished he had some tea. A king saw it fit to award Harris with the Archduke title and concurrently granted him dominion over the territory he reclaimed from the demonic corruption. Rise. There were about 100 druids behind the first druid. They were on their knees before high nobility, too. Many of them came from far away from the other continents to do the laborious task of healing the world. All of you are here for the quest. Yes, Archduke. This was a game of some kind. After the heroes were done, the druids had their quest. Good, accepted. I'll grant all of you a bit of my hero mana maybe in the next few days. My attendants will call for you. The gods gave druids the quest to heal the world. Healers, restorers, druids, shamans, and spiritualists of all sorts. Many had received a quest from their own systems to aid in the fixing of the world. All of them had rewards. Fix the world and gain a blessing of some kind, or a special skill. If heroes were the white blood cells, the super T cells of the world, these druids were the platelets. The corrupted terrain, vast and unforgiving, still remained incredibly hostile, comparable to a hex wasteland. The demonic hybrids still roamed the vast expanse, some larger and more fearsome. It seemed that when enough of them spawned, they agglomerated into a larger beast, and it kept on, until the corrupted wasteland even had walker-tier creatures. So it was his personal reputation as a hero that the druids came here for instead. He could guarantee their safety. Serve Archduke Harris I, reclaimer of the accursed lands. Yet, at the same time, he had to admit it made him happy. He felt like he was someone, after the Demon King fighting and all. He was finally a person that people respected and feared. Women came for him, many gorgeous ladies that Harris could only fantasize about as a young teenager back home. Money, good food, all seemed to just flow in, and many of the surviving kingdoms now wanted his protection. The things they were willing to do, the harem that he now personally had, he tried at first to not let it go to his head. But how could he? His heart wasn't as strong as he thought it was. When women were willing to throw themselves at him, he discovered he was human after all. Now that his friends had left, no one was around to check on his own personal moral compass. And to some extent, he got lazy and exhausted, just like his friends. Harris noticed he had given himself excuses. He would still go and reclaim the lands, but he was increasingly less keen on it, and he took breaks every now and then to spend time with his growing harem and to enjoy the luxuries from reclaiming a land. He even had a new class on top of his original class, the Defender Hero. Noble. And if he wanted, the system allowed him to exchange some levels in Hero for Ruler. 1 level for 5 levels at least for the first 30 noble levels. So he did. He gave up 10 levels of hero and instead he got 50 levels of noble. This was fine, Harris told himself. The gods had abandoned him, so had his friends. What was wrong with him indulging a bit? This was the reward after the victory, no. This was what the gods promised. Gerard had always been drinking. His heroic body meant he could enjoy the benefits of being drunk without ever suffering from the medical and health issues that overconsuming alcohol usually brought. In fact, if he ever felt too tipsy, all he needed to do was activate Rejuvenate, and he would be as good as new again. But he enjoyed the state of being drunk. It gave him, if anything, a clarity similar to what he used to have before, when he was still just a normal person. Which was insane, because here was a debauched man whose favorite hangout was sleazy brothels where the scent of aphrodisiacs, alcohol, and drugs was the only thing one could smell. In between rounds of drinking, he would often laugh at how insane it was, that here he, once a good student, a law-abiding young teenager who loved playing with toy trains even when he was already in his early teens, turned into this. He cursed the gods. It was when he had a damned good wine that was imported from far away that he realized this whole thing was fucked up. Or maybe he was granted a blessing by the gods of wine and alcohol, if there was such a thing as a Bacchus of Dionysus equivalent in the world. Today he found that wine again, that special ginger-mixed herbal liqueur. The merchant was grinning, and he tossed a small pouch of gold and gems over. The merchant gladly passed it to one of the two ladies next to him. "Should I open it?" a voluptuous lady next to him asked. She was half undressed anyway. She held the bottle up, wondering what was so great about the herbal liqueur. "Or should I order something more expensive?" "No, this is mine, only mine. You two drink something else." He inspected it. It was a very old liqueur, made around 300 years ago, mixed with the leaves and fruits of an ancient grove. That grove was destroyed during one of the Demon King's battles 100 or so years ago, so the legend went. He opened it gently and poured himself a small sip, and when he drank it, he felt it again. Clarity. That annoying haze suddenly pushed aside, and he could hear the voice in the drink again. A gentle one, as if his grandmother was talking to him. He was quite sure it was the Earth Mother itself that was talking to him. 6-year 90 UGH. My attempts to manipulate demonic mana and energy had been mostly ineffective. I'd been too used to just flooding any demonic creatures I met without actually being focused and specific about it. I tried all sort of manga-inspired moves. I attempted to spin the demonic mana, and instead all it did was cause the fires around me to spin into a tornado, kind of like a whirlpool made of fire. I tried to concentrate the demonic energy, but all that did was cause one particular branch where it was concentrated to just explode violently once it passed a certain breaking point, and I experienced a pain so intense I instantly lost consciousness. I also tried to push and pull it back, Tai Kai style, into the outer valley. That just made the demonic mana move faster through the designated channels and did nothing else. I then also tried to force it underground into the depth of the ground below. Nothing happened other than some shaking and tremors. All in, not very successful. So I spent time in my soul realm. The soul realm had always been this flexible space, a pocket dimension for the departed to rest and recuperate for their onward reincarnation. The cycle must continue, and the pieces would be replenished for the next bout. The number of souls had dwindled quite a bit, the backlog starting to clear out. Many had left to go into this unknown other world, this plane where they would go to be further reincarnated. Maybe they had to roll the wheel like I did, or maybe they'd get lucky and wouldn't have to. I thought it was quite boring in the soul realm, and if I was trying to fall asleep, it was quite easy. All I needed to do was count all the little souls that popped up. Pop, pop, kind of like counting sheep, but only wisp-like souls instead. I mean, if souls were still appearing, logically that meant there were people still dying, which also meant there were survivors. Else everyone would have died instantly, and no souls would pop up after that. Since I had nothing else to do, I theorized that the presence of survivors was due to a few reasons. One was that there were people who had skills to protect themselves and others in such situations. Perhaps the heroes, since it seemed like 5 of them survived. Or there may be crouching tigers and hidden dragons, hidden experts who had laid low but now, in such situations, used their powers to protect themselves. 2 was the existence of ancient artifacts and formations. Similar to the heroes' magical protections, past heroes could have set up ancient formations or made powerful artifacts that triggered under such serious events. Surely, there were some who were paranoid about demon kings and had made ancient preparations for such things. especially heroes who survived their first demon king. 3 was perhaps divine interference. Given that the heroes were summoned by gods, and these gods did have some leeway in interfering with the world, maybe they would step in for such exceptional circumstances. 4 was luck and terrain. Perhaps the terrain's curvature or the presence of other natural energy sources repelled the Demon King's corruption. What else? High-leveled individuals, ancient magical formations, divine intervention, luck and terrain, or, perhaps, most unlikely was demonic selection. Maybe some kinds of people had skills that allowed them to resist demons. Unlikely. Anyway, I went back to looking at the little bobbing, floating souls. I poked some of them. I was bored. They flickered a bit. Like little fairy lights being disturbed, or like little fireflies. I should have fireflies on my actual tree. They looked pretty cool. I remembered this photo of a swamp where there was a bunch of fireflies. It was both beautiful and creepy. I thought that was a look I should aspire to. I could even use fireflies to talk, kinda like a massive lead board if I could control the fireflies and control which firefly lit up. Of course, that also depended on them understanding the language. But yeah, fireflies as a board of leads was entirely workable. I should do that once I woke up. I wanted fireflies now. I should find some in a swamp or a bog somewhere, once I got out of this rotten demonic bog thing. Seriously. 7-year 91 Teehee fires were still pretty bad, and I was still thinking what the hell to do to get myself out of this situation. But because I didn't seem to be making much progress, I decided to disturb the souls in my soul realm more. But then I had an epiphany one random day. Why did I even need fireflies? I was able to somewhat manipulate the fires by moving the demonic energy within the body, guiding it in a certain manner. So, could I move the demonic flames to make letters and signs, to tell those outside that I was okay? But was anyone watching? Would anyone know what I was saying? I didn't understand the languages of the world. So if I were to use the demon flames as a screen, I could probably show shapes. Would shapes work? I wished I'd taught the elves some basic Morse code or binary language signaling. Maybe I should still try it. The deaths in the continent had slowed to a trickle. There were still deaths, of course, but I was starting to wonder where they'd come from, so I'd been poking them more. Maybe some of them could talk, like how Mila was able to talk. Most of them couldn't. Most. Actually close to all. I thought Mila being an ex-hero and Ares being a contracted soul were different. I kept trying to interact with most of them, and I would say 1 in 100,000 did not respond. Maybe higher, I wasn't really keeping track, but eventually one did say something. Die. Oh, you can talk. I die. Yes, you died. It sounded like Mila when she first came. When her soul was damaged, she too spoke in short words and sentences. Maybe most regular souls just suffered far more extensive damage, except those that somehow died close to me. Wasn't it? But darn. That meant I missed the boat on all the souls that died immediately after the demonic corruption. Maybe those could talk, but oh well, I was asleep anyway. Where did you die? Morkin. Where in the fuck was that? Morkin? How? Monster. What level were you when you died? 54. Oh, pretty high. What kind of monster? Demon thing. Helpful. Yes, very helpful. Maybe I could fix them. But I had no access to my soul forge. Darn it. What else? What else? Anyway, a couple of months later, another soul could talk. Yay, death. Hi, little soul, who might you be? Adam. Hi, Adam, where are you from and where did you die? Perkai. No idea where that is. Cause of death. Monster, demon thing. Okay, another one for the checklist. What does this monster look like? Demon, horn, animal. All right. It was a demon, it had horns, and it probably looks like an animal. A demonic unicorn, a black unicorn perhaps, or a bicorn. Or maybe it was just a demonic cow. All right, how many horns? 2. Okay, bicorn or cow. I went on and asked a bunch of questions about the monster. It was sort of a horned monster with 2 horns, spiky body, and resembled a cow more than a horse. So it was stocky. Things I did to entertain myself in the incredible idleness of being in a coma. It was pretty much a tree coma if such a thing were to exist. A state where the mind and the body were disconnected because the body was in incredible pain. Why didn't it rain? Could rain put out the fire? I mean, if it rained, maybe the fire wouldn't be that strong, then maybe I'd be able to regenerate faster. It wasn't going to rain, was it? I didn't recall it raining for a few years now. I wondered how the elves were doing, at least those surviving. 8-year 92 WL, it was still pretty quiet. Nothing much was happening other than me constantly attempting to endure the pain and practice with the demonic flames. I sort of thought I was getting the hang of it. I thought, anyway. 9-year 93T Ame just felt like a rubber band. At the rate this was going, I thought the next Demon King was going to appear soon. I wondered whether the world could take something like this again. Ivy was destroyed. Treveler was destroyed. You gained one level. Level 146. You gained Ivy's skills Surveillance State. Surveillance State allows monitoring of multiple individuals simultaneously and allows playback of all recorded interactions. Also automatically flags individuals in accordance to a perceived threat level. Note, this ability may not identify all threats. Oh, that sucked. Ivy had been so helpful in keeping track of all the bad people that came to New Freaka, but I did recall the skills were not perfect, in the sense that they could be bypassed. Like that druid from Houghton that managed to elude our detection until it was in New Freaka, or that assassin fellow. I supposed a key thing I needed to remember was that skills were all fallible. They were offset and beaten by skills of other people, so I must always consider the possibility that there were always people who had the right skill set that happened to counter what skills we had. Like this stupid Demon King. I had tremendous anti-demon resistances, and yet I was still in this immense pain. Pain, some days I felt the pain and woke up to see fire. I attempted to move the fire aside and attempted to look past the fire, and all I saw was just more fire. What was happening out there? Ivy was dead. I wondered what destroyed her after so long. Monsters, or just other things. Had the monsters or the survivors turned on each other? How were they going to cope with the next Demon King? I kinda missed my fellow minds. It was nice having their gorgeous overlays. I thought my Supermind project was still around. I didn't recall seeing a notification it was destroyed. I wondered whether all my orchards were still around, too. I couldn't sense any of them. It didn't make sense. Why did the demonic fire burn all my contact points to the outside world? There must be something I could do. I didn't like being trapped. It was annoying. Like I was a tree. I was meant to feel the earth, taste the air, absorb the water. Fire was part of the renewal cycle of trees, no, like some countries and places had regular fires that helped refresh the landscape. A tree could survive fire. No, it could thrive and coexist with fire. I already had fire resistance. What more did I need to reach the point where I could endure this fire? Or was it not actually fire? I mean, what if, let's see. What if this corruption was just pure mana and the fire was something of a reaction, kind of like a lightning strike? The lightning created the fire, and it was not as if the fire itself was what burned me. Was that possible? Perhaps the demonic corruption had a low burning point, so it always tended to flare up, but it wasn't actually fire. Maybe it was like oil. Coming back to my whole Exxon Valdez and Deepwater Horizon comparison, if this entire demonic corruption was just a massive magical oil sludge, and because magical oil and tree equaled a recipe for easily combustible fire, therefore it became this way. Wait, were demons actually just cars? Like some kind of steampunk, magical demon oil-powered creatures, and the people of this world were powered by water. Was that why their demonic bodies were so dry? I should see whether I could test that concept, whether it had any actual basis. I went and checked on the two heroic shadows, and they were almost entirely demon now, 80%, I'd say. Help. I can't even free myself. Help us, Simone said, her body entirely demon. What was left was her head and her neck and, strangely, one of her arms. I can't, not in this state. What state? They both asked together, and I knew it was the demon now. Its presence was unmistakable. You sound smart. You should figure it out. The two flailed like madmen, but like two angry people on an internet video call. They couldn't reach me. There was no saving them, not in this state, and maybe not me. 10-year 94 and nothing much happened, but the Demon King should emerge soon. 11-year 95, the Demon King Iblis has descended. About 3 months later, I felt it. An incredibly intense surge of mana and energy from a hex bomb, but way, way stronger. I wondered how many people were sacrificed this time. 100,000, 1 million, and then the Demon King Iblis has been destroyed. The hero Astra has been excommunicated. Astra is now a fallen hero. Killing of a fallen hero grants special blessings and gifts. Killing Astra will not create a hero fragment. What the fuck was happening out there? 12-year 96, another year passed, and finally I got something. Damn it. I'd been fighting the pain for so long. Skill, pain, endurance upgraded. And that was when I realized I could stay awake a little bit longer. But the fire still remained. My body could endure the pain, but it still remained that my senses were still gone. Fire, I thought. If this was oil, maybe I could be like a refinery and have a designated flare-off location instead of it burning my entire body. So I tried that. I tried to push all the demonic energy to the very top of my tree in a way such that it only burned the top off. I had no senses, but my body was still mine, so my branches now burned a lot more. Along my trunk, there were still a few large lines of demonic flames. The tunnels used to carry the demonic corruption sucked in from the surroundings, and that tunnel was charred. I kept it up, and gradually, over a period of 6 months, I'd gradually concentrated the demonic corruption such that the fires were just on the very top of my head. I imagined myself to look a little like Hades from Hercules with fiery hair. Only, well, I was a tree and he was a god. The two heroes were still somehow holding on. Their face was half human, half demon. I somehow expected both of them to give in already. I would have, I thought, or maybe not. I did last in this world until now. Maybe I'd also stay around. How are you guys doing? Could be better, Simone responded. We're getting the hang of it. Maybe we can fight back soon. Really? Well, that was unexpected, but I supposed heroes were special. Lies, they both said simultaneously, and then they were back to their human selves again. Why are you doing this, actually? I've never had a conversation with a demon before. Tell me more about yourself. I mean, it was true. No one ever had a conversation with a demon to find out what their motives were, what they were trying to achieve, or whether it was something more fundamental. I think it's just an animal. Victor was the one who responded. We just feel strong emotions, like a need to grow, to find, to conquer, to have things, to seize things, to multiply. Really? I thought that was quite strange. Its recent behavior clearly suggested it was somewhat intelligent. I meant the Demon King especially, so it was really strange to be told that it was actually, well, just a beast. Feral. Is it local? I think it's from another planet, another world. We see visions of this vast wasteland quite like our current decimated terrain. Areas filled with spires and crags that seem to spawn more of those monsters. It's so big, yet so broken, Victor said. Why? I don't know. It just craves. It has something it wants. But its recent behavior has been intelligent. The humanoid demons, what's the deal with that? I suspected whatever possessed these two heroes may not be truly intelligent, and that was why they just felt its craving. If I may, maybe this was just a program or software the demons had. Maybe demons had artificial souls too, and the Demon King was the only truly sentient one that it sent over. Victor didn't reply. Neither did Simone. A while later, the demon came again. What are you? Tree, I responded. I was going to be factual about it. Who are you? They both muttered something incomprehensible. Well, I didn't get that, so I'll call you demon for now. Consume. Okay, I understood that word. Where are you from? I had the golden opportunity to have a conversation with a lesser demon alien. Why not take it? Home. Why did you come here? Order, they both muttered, and then a long pause later, Mother. Earth Mother. I paused. Mother. Earth Mother. I didn't think the demon was referring to Earth itself. It was merely copying and reading the two's memories to find a comparable word. The demon responded to some kind of order, so they were compelled to invade our world. Why? What does Mother want? I felt a bit corny saying that. It almost felt like I was talking about how Sephiroth kept talking about Genova. It was so corny. Mother here, mother there, especially Advent children. I hoped it didn't even repeat the same kind of corny motivations. Conquer. I mentally sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Why do you want to conquer our world? What's here that Mother wants? The two paused. Conquer. Ah, for conquest. I guess this was all I could squeeze out of a demonic artificial intelligence. Maybe a demon king would offer a proper conversation. 13-year 97, you gained a level. You are now level 147. You gained a passive skill, demonic energy transmission. W hat in the fuck is that? Well, I got the answer soon enough. The demonic corruption that was being sucked in through my roots, well, there was now a dedicated pipe-like root that now covered it, essentially reducing the damage from the rest of my body. It still hurt like hell, like being electrocuted, but less, and more specific. I was starting to stay conscious longer. I could stay awake for 2 to 3 days straight for a month. The demonic energy was still strong, even with my new skills, but every small step counted. Every level counted. Demonic energy interferes with all telepathic and magical abilities. Most non-core functions are disabled. Shit. I had so many heroic fragments. Why couldn't my heroic fragments offset the demonic energy? I mean, could I use my heroic fragments as some kind of cleaning device? But maybe I could just wait this out. If more heroes died, I would get heroic shards, and that would make my anti-demonic powers stronger, and that would eventually break me through. So wait. A tree could wait. 14-year 98D, despite the demonic interference, I still sensed huge magical energies flying around. I couldn't pin their location, other than a vague general direction. It was one of the few things I could still sense. Was it something about blood magic that made it so detectable? 15-year 99 WL, not exactly how I was expecting to spend the year before I turned 100 in this world. Quiet and in the silence of my own world. I wondered why I'd not gone crazy, honestly. It was like a cabin fever. But I supposed it was quite silly for a tree to have cabin fever, right? Since I was part of nature itself, and my nature was to stay still. I could totally imagine the heroes felt claustrophobic, restless because, well, they were trapped. But to be still and to be here was exactly where I wanted to be. The two heroes were still somehow hanging on. Not much deterioration to their state. Is the demon keeping you around intentionally? I think so. It wants you, not us. Oh, so the demon intelligence was intelligent enough to keep the two heroes around because that was the only way it could interact with someone it didn't have some sort of mind control over. Well, suddenly I felt like I walked into a trap visiting them. It sees you as some kind of ally. Ally? Why so? Now that was even more unexpected. I don't know. We don't know. Well, let me know if you find out. Happy to see the two of you holding up, Victor shrugged. Now that it isn't actively trying to take over us, we're getting quite bored trapped in this stinking little place. It was even feeding us things to tell you. So it's listening. Of course it is. I thought you figured it out already. Just wanted a confirmation. Heh. So, what does it want to tell me that it doesn't want to tell me itself? Well, if the demon wanted to talk to me and wanted to show me something, then, well, let's see it. It was actually quite strange. It was just showing us scenes of some kind of animals that resemble goats, dogs, apes, and elephants. So many different kinds of animals. Well, they should have your memories of animals. I mean, the demon read their minds. Surely the topic of animals must have been covered somewhere. This world has cows, dogs, goats. I'm not sure if some of my terms will make sense, but it was a time-lapse-like thing, if you understand me. The demon let us see scenes of creatures changing over time, slowly, and then some kind of red lightning struck, and then the earth around it cracked, changed, and then those creatures warped into the demons. It was like watching evolution happen, and then something disastrous happened and they turned into these demons. And then the demons were sent into this portal here to fight. It was giving you the history of demons. Why would it do that? I don't know, Victor shrugged. At that moment I felt like I'd been given a monumental task. The heroes didn't know why, but me, a tree, why would I get a history lesson? There must be something about that history, wasn't it? That red lightning reeked of divine intervention. Between Lily's history and the demons, I thought I sort of had enough to piece together what was actually happening. The gods were behind everything. Maybe there were two factions of gods, or they were just the same faction toying with us or something, but the gods were behind this. What did they want? No, what did the demons want? Were they pawns of the gods as well? Sacrificial lambs forced to play the role of an NPC in this world. Even if that was true, what could I do about it? 16-year 100 HI finally made it to 100 years. Title, Centurion obtained. Oh, okay. I made it to a century old. The title did mostly nothing anyway, quite a letdown. Maybe I should throw a party of some kind to celebrate that I'd survived 100 years in this new world. Seriously. But then I would reveal my otherworldly origins and attract all sorts of people. And I was trapped. If there was a time for a sad smiley, this would be it. I guessed I should reflect a bit on my first 100 years, even if I was in such a terrible state. The first 60 or so years was just me, well, doing nothing. I couldn't do much. Then I moved to that Gaia Temple's compound, and after that the move to Frika, that little elf village, where I was till this very day. Come to think of it, it was probably the second time Frika was destroyed since I came. The people of this world were quite hardy, able to rebuild after so many disasters. The next town should probably be called Neo-Frika. I mean, once I was out of this quagmire, I should propose the next town to be called Neo-Frika, but then that would also probably reveal my otherworldly origins. Ah, naming matters for later. The people of the world were hardy. So many species still survived despite constant world-ending level disasters. I suppose they must have patrons that watched over them in difficult times. Gods. But difficult times also created high-level characters. I believe that to be a law. So, where were all these high-level characters hiding? Was there some elevated world where all these high-level people ascended to, like some cultivation fix with different tiered worlds? 17-year 101 IFI had dogs every year. This year I would have Dalmatians. Maybe 101 decorated hellhounds. Woodhounds. I was pretty sure it died. There was no way it survived this. I would have all 101 of them, all with flowers. 101 years, I mean. If there was a time for a tutorial, well, 101 was a good time to start. Like, come on, basics of ice skiing to another magical world as a tree 101. Probably given by a lecturer or some sort, explaining things that were too freaking boring to understand but ultimately useful someday later on. But nope. Nothing. Like, come on, give me a hand here, system. I want to get out. Like, give me some regeneration skills. Or some skill that bypassed the pain. No, bored out of my mind, I went into that part of my soul realm that was linked to the two trapped part demon heroes again. I'm back. I'm bored out of my mind. How are you two holding up? The two look the same as last time. We're part demons. All things considered, we're doing all right. So, now that it knows you are from another world with your otherworldly heroic origins, what are the demons going to do with it? I asked. Nothing much. It's still processing, and I think it's having difficulty transmitting the information back to its homeworld. So in a way, the information is stuck with us, or whatever that's possessing us. It's not a hive mind. I had the impression the demons are a hive mind of some kind. Oh, it's complicated from what we've seen. It's like a tiered intellectual system. All levels are capable of intellectual thought, but less so at the lesser levels. And despite that, there is an overarching command that it obeys without objection. And it's telling all of this because, look, Mr. Weird Person who looks like a tree, I don't know anymore. It doesn't want to tell us, and yet it's still showing us all these about them. It's random, and it's making us confused. The look of confusion on the faces of the heroes seemed to suggest it was true. The demons didn't seem able to manipulate emotions just yet. Look, I wish it could just show it to you directly instead of using the both of us as connectors. We don't understand why it's telling us about itself, and we honestly don't really care. We were just ordinary kids on a bus that somehow got into the wrong place at the wrong time, and now we're going through this fucked up nightmare of fighting demons, watching the world burn, and now being consumed by a demonic mind of some kind. Okay. They were snapping. Not only that, we're only here because this damned demon wants us to somehow relay messages to you, and so it's keeping us barely alive in this pathetic, miserable state. And then, you, of all people, only drop by once every few years. So we just spent days, the two of us, just in this miserable state, being bombarded with demonic imagery and scenes. True. So I'm sorry if I can't freaking answer your questions, because I don't fucking remember what it showed me for the past few years, other than what it repeats all the damn time. Have you ever been watching television, the same damned series perhaps a few hundred times, no, make that a few thousand times? Well, we both have, and it sucks. It fucking sucks. Even if it's awesome on the first watch, by the 1000th time, it all sucks. I am sick of it, and if there was dialogue, I'd be able to repeat the words word by word. I was confused. He said he didn't remember, but he also said he was watching something so many times. Fuck you, tree creature. But I'll tell you everything just to get this damn demon to show me something else for a fucking change. The Victor guy went on for an hour about demonic society. There was a kind of hierarchy, and there was this mother at the top. The mother made a decision, and they followed. They were sent into this portal, and then they were here. And he talked about their world. Dry, filled with smoke and fog, spires, crags, creatures that emerged out of weird spawning pools, all kinds of spawning pools and stars, scenes of multiple massive spires shooting some kind of beam and creating the rift. Well, demon origin story. Now what should I do about it? Leak out some kind of speculative story of its origins? What if I ended up empowering the demonic cults? Would that make things worse? What if this was what the demon was trying to do? It wanted me to spread this knowledge. And what good did that do to me? Would the world start suspecting and looking for a demon sympathizer? 18-year 102 and nothing of significance happened. I met the two heroes, they seemed bored, and well, the demon didn't show them anything new, either. I was still trying to fix my shit and improve my pain endurance even more. 19-year 103 would the next Demon King pop out around now? I mean, no. I sensed some magic flying here and there, but I had no clue what else. 20-year 104 I had a dream. Usually dreams were divine or oracular in nature, since they often foretold or spoke of divine intervention, so this one was strange. There were like 5 asteroids, bright red. They crashed on the world. And that was it. But it felt different. I wasn't quite sure why. Still nothing. Nope, the two bored heroes responded. Same imagery. Based on when the previous Demon King battle happened, the Demon King should appear again in another year, so the world should be facing demonic attacks already. But there were 5 heroes remaining. I suppose they should be doing all right, even if one of those heroes was somehow expelled. I was sure they were doing fine. 21 year 105T his year was the year the Demon King was supposed to descend. After all, it'd been 10 years, so in the second half of the year it did. Demon King Phoenix has descended. I wondered what happened this time. 22 year 106 FR months after the Demon King descended, I felt it again. A huge surge of magic, so overwhelming that it was disgusting. Even when my limbs were torched and burned, I could feel it. It even resonated with my very soul. I was sure it was blood magic. There was something really sickening about this magic that made me feel like puking if I could. A tree couldn't puke, sadly. I felt whatever it was headed toward its intended target. Like how you could feel the sun even with your eyes closed, I could feel it move, the change in its angle. But the Demon King lived. The excommunicated hero, Astra, has died. That was not expected. Indeed, not expected at all. About 1 to 2 days later, the demonic corruption around me started behaving erratically. As if supercharged, I felt the demonic corruption surge through my body, my roots. I felt it push strongly against the root walls of my valley. I felt cracks in my root walls, more cracks, here, there. The demonic sludge that stabilized over the past 20 years suddenly started moving, flowing, and it pushed against my root walls. More cracks. I felt like I was trying to use sandbags to hold back a tsunami, and there were pockets where the levee broke. The demonic corruption rushed in together with the sludge, and then all at once it stopped. The sludge stopped. Mattias has died. Ivan has died. 34 other familiar users have died. You gain 2 levels. You are now level 149. Skill, Pain Endurance upgraded. Obtain new skill, Root Fortress. Obtained Ivan's Soul. Obtained 7 experience seeds. And on top of that, I received a long string of notifications about class seeds and skill seeds. From the many that died, there was Wizard, Sword Mage, Brawler, Druid, Knight, and a whole list of many other classes. I felt sad. What happened out there? Monsters. A voice. I recognized that voice. Ivan? I turned to face a glowing blob. It was, in fact, Ivan. Hi, I said. I kind of missed talking to someone that wasn't a demon. Happy to see you, Ian. We really could have used your help. I'm not sure if you can see, but I'm stuck in this state holding back the demonic energy. That's what we thought too. You look like a tree. This is the soul realm that Jura told me about. He said that you have this space where the dead linger. I am a tree. Why wouldn't I look like a tree? Mistress Ivan. Araz's soul detected her previous mistress's soul. Oh no, you died. Well, it was inevitable. Things were looking really bleak for us. We have barely enough food and water, and every time we lose someone with familiars, a bit of our food supply goes along with it. I was very curious what'd been happening outside. Stop. You two can catch up later. Tell me about what happened outside. Oh well, we're in this valley where your roots are holding up the hardened sludge. But every now and then, cracks in the sludge appeared, and those cracks would spit out demonic hybrid monsters. They attacked us almost every other day. Ivan paused a bit. And well, what happened was a huge crack happened and sludge flowed in. On top of that, larger monsters came in and attacked us. So well, I died killing a few. Many of us did. Any idea what happened to the outside world? We have no contact. The demonic sludge causes magic to decay, so all our attempts to communicate with the outside world have been unsuccessful. Our attempts to use other means of communication, like climbing up that hole on top of you, have been unsuccessful as well. I have no idea. Darn, I sighed. Well, the Demon King appeared again, and it somehow amplified the effects of the corruption temporarily. Fuck, Ivan cursed. That explains it. How many of you are left? I'm blind at the moment. The demonic corruption robbed me of all my senses. About 3,000, maybe less after today. Perhaps about 200 died today. That's not bad. We're at a higher level now. Many of us leveled tremendously over the past 20 years to survive this. But things are still bleak, with food in short supply and our equipment limited. At least none of us were dying to the demons for a while until today. I see. I felt kind of sad. What about the forest, the trees? UHOH. Quite a bit of the giant trees are still there. Some of the weird trees are still there. We managed to locate a few surviving flower bushes and herbal spots, so that's our spices. We also found quite a bit of potato buried, so we're also eating that. What about water? A few of our druids are able to use their mana to create water, so that's our water supply. I see. Let me think. I let Ivan and Ares catch up a bit. They spoke about Roma and generally about life in their new environment. It had been a long time since they last met, almost 20 years, so they had much to talk about. But I had a new skill, Root Fortress. So when I was awake again, I quickly activated Root Fortress and felt, for a brief moment, all the roots strengthen. It was like a sonar pulse, and at that moment I knew exactly how many trees survived as I felt the effects of my skill spread throughout the valley. And I stayed awake longer. I thought it was my 2 new levels. Now if only I could get more levels. I can see why you can't help us now. Ivan's blob of light sighed. I briefly explained my situation of being trapped in this demon fire. You're not even awake most of the time. Not exactly ideal, but I hope I'll be able to break free of it soon. Tell me about who's left. Lausanne, Laufen, Roma, and Jura lived. 2 of the Valtrian Order's captains survived, too. One of the herbalists and quite a big chunk of the druid-in-training Valthorns also survived, by sheer coincidence that they were foraging in the forest during that time. It was a day they remembered, the day when the valley sank. At the later part of the year, the Demon King was slain. Demon King Phoenix was defeated. Becky has died. You received 1 fragment. Oh wow, only 1 hero died. You gained 3 levels. You are now level 152. Skill upgraded. Demonic energy transmission skill upgraded. Subsidiary trees 100,000. Giant attendant trees 1,000 level 150 crossed. You may select a domain. Domain is your focus on the path of divinity and will impact future domain choices. The first choice is your primary domain. Choice of domain greatly influences type of future skills learned. Choices are domain of nature, domain of spirit, domain of astral holy. This was probably the first time I recalled ever being offered a choice in what I wanted for a skill. Like domain. It sounded very much like what kind of god or deity I wanted to be. Was this like Age of Mythology where I got to choose which patron god I got to pray to and so had different kinds of perks? How did I decide? Nature, spirit, and astral. Nature sounded like I was headed to more tree-like powers. Spirit sounded like I'd get even more soul and spirit-related perks. Astral. What did astral mean again? Ah, stars. So more star mana powers. From what I knew of star mana, it was super effective against the demons, which was why the heroes got it. So going into the astral path may be the most effective way of getting myself out of this mess. But then, I was not keen on that at all. I thought it conflicted with my sense of self. I was a tree. I would like that being a tree was my identity. Well, I was a human, but by now I'd lived so long that my life as a tree had far exceeded that of my human life. Even if it felt brief because I spend so much of it sleeping. How about spirit then? Should I go into the entire path of spirits, ghosts, souls, and all? Well, I hadn't actually found much joy in it. There was nothing like watching a barren field being brought back to life. An empty plain transformed into a verdant forest. A volcano calmed into an oasis of giant life. I thought I liked trees, flowers, bushes, and all of that. So nature was more in tune with me. I thought I'd be a fool if I chose astral because it was going to get me out of this shit. I'd get out of this eventually with levels and with more hero fragments. So I should play the long game, choose something that I would like. So I thought about it for a day or two, then selected. Domain of nature selected. In an instant I felt a spark and felt something rush to every tip of me. Every burned branch, every charred root. Domain ability, roots of life. So long as you are rooted to the ground will nourish you, heal you, and debuff negative statuses and effects. Strength of domain ability proportionate to amount of roots connected to the ground. One domain ability is unlocked every 10 levels. Next domain ability at level 160. Next subdomain focus at level 200. Demonic curse is suppressed by your domain ability. Effect of demonic curse is reduced. My roots started to heal, even as the demon fire burned. It healed faster than it could burn, and within minutes the demonic corruption was confined into the dedicated tunnels used to expel the absorbed demonic energy. So even though the top of my body and the very tips of the branches were now emitting demonic flames, the branches themselves were no longer burning. I'd become an oil refinery that flared up. Okay, that was lame. Maybe Hades then. About one day after the healing, I saw my valley once more. Then I felt the reconnection of everything in the valley. All my fellow surviving trees, flowers, bushes, herbal plants, and roots, my brethren. It filled me with joy to hear them all again, their ambient voices in the background. I felt my energy flowing back to them and theirs back to me. I surveyed my valley. Oh, how terrible it looked. My roots were holding back the demonic sludge from the back, the roots hardened. There were still a few large tunnels of demonic energies, but now, with my new domain, I could forcefully suppress those flames into smaller, much smaller ones. It was like a gas stove, and with my new powers I turned the knob and the fires shrunk. Reconnecting to Trevor, Master, a familiar voice. Yes, Trevor. I felt what amounted to joy and relief, and immediately after that the overlay returned to me. Things were dire. About 20,000 or so trees were left in the area protected by my wall of roots. There were also about 1,000 or so natural giant trees and about 50 or 60 subsidiary trees that survived. The Grand Mine tree was damaged and would need some materials to repair. Most other structures were gone. New Freaka was gone, too. I knew that, but seeing it again really hammered that reality in. What was once New Freaka was replaced with blocks of demonic sludge, by now mostly hardened, but there were gaps in the sludge and the demonic hybrids would emerge from them. Welcome back, Master. Trevor quickly found back his composure. You've been away for 21 years. I know. What happened? The valley has been attacked by demonic creatures. Without access to you, Master, we were unable to use your delegated abilities and could only activate our own abilities. As such, our attempts at defending the valley have met with mixed results. We attempted to aid the survivors where we could, but with our limited skill sets, we couldn't do much. And after 10 or so years, our functions and awareness began to decay. Until today. I see. That was when I finally zoomed back on the survivors. I hardly recognized them now. It had been so long, but then Trevor's overlay started to populate my vision with whatever data that he collected so far. And I saw Jura, Laufen, and Lausanne. It had been so long. Glad to see the three of you alive. They were clearly observing the changes in the valley, and when my telepathic voice reached them, all of them froze. Jura immediately knelt on the floor, Laufen just froze, and Lausanne made a fist pump. Oh yeah, I knew it was Tree, she said. I knew it. Laufen and Jura both seemed unable to say a word. Lausanne, well, she wasn't young anymore, she looked like an adult. She was 37, oh my. She wasn't a young teenager anymore, even if she spent 20 years holed up in this valley. They all looked really skinny, like they'd not been eating well. In fact, they all looked malnourished. At that moment, I suddenly remembered that Jura had some villager skills that were useful for such situations. Skills he didn't let me remove because they were nostalgic. Looked like he was right. He would have died without those skills, with how this environment seemed to lack sufficient meat sources. All they had been eating were fruits, vegetables, leaves. All of you look like shit. They didn't answer. Well, except Lausanne. Of course we do. We're not exactly having a feast here. Now get us out of this valley. Easier said than done, Lausanne. I attempted to look further beyond the valley and couldn't do so because all my subsidiary trees outside this cocoon were all destroyed. Maybe those further away survived, because I didn't get a notification for Dimitri, or those that guarded the volcano, or those near Lily's too, but that was for another day. I would need to reclaim the terrain from the demons in order to see further, but for now, let's get the house in order. I focused back on the valley. 3,000 or so survivors. Quite a bit of tree folks, some centaurs, some lizard people, some dwarves too, and the rest elves. Trevor was already busy at work, quickly reconnecting me to all the surviving trees in the valley. I felt their voices return and at the same time their power. The valley's root walls hardened, and in an instant a bit more life returned to the land. The sickly-looking trees, deprived of sunlight, started to sprout more green leaves. I used my roots to force the hole on top of our valley to open up, and bit by bit, a little more sunlight came in. Well, not exactly sunlight. It was a stormy firestorm out there. Oh wow! The survivors admired the sunhole expanding overhead. It wasn't sunlight, but finally a bigger view of the sky. They'd been missing the skies. Bad news is whatever happened to probably most of this continent, I said to Jura, Lausanne, and Laufen. The survivors had gathered up and heard their announcement. Tree, it's so weird to hear your voice after so long, Lausanne said. I've grown up now. I'm also level 80 now. Yes. And I hadn't quite come to terms with that. She still felt like a young 16-year-old girl last I saw her. This wasn't quite right. I felt like I'd woken up from a 20-year coma to discover the world had changed, and I was still that same old fart. I would need some time to adjust to this new reality. They all looked really skinny. Jura looked haggard. Famine in this environment had been exceptionally hard, sucked even more that the demons were not edible. Unlike monsters, some of which were edible. Wait, level 80. That meant she'd capped out like Jura. Is that your cap? Yes, she said. How many of you hit your level caps? Me, Uncle Jura there on Nero's close like level 70-ish. And Roma's level 70-ish too. Well, in fact about 50 of them were at level 70 to 80, which was exceptionally high level for a band of survivors. But in terms of class, I think me, Uncle Jura, and the captains have the best skills since we have the familiars for extra power. That explained how they managed to stop the deaths after a while. With 50 level 70 to 80, they could take on most high-level creatures. Even with just ordinary knight or soldier class, that was a very good place to be. 20 years. I kinda felt like I just had a manga power-up time skip. Only, well, it was these elves that had a big power-up. If all of you are so strong, why don't you break out of this place? The demons are strong and there's a lot of them. Like every wave is a few hundred of them, Lausanne said. And that hole was our only exit. None of us wanted to break through the roots because we don't want more monsters coming in if we fail. She pointed at the hole. Wave. And then I felt it too. There was a crack in my wall of roots and monsters emerged from it. 500. I was more than happy to unleash fury after being asleep for so long. A huge wave of root strikes and all of the monsters crumbled. Where's Horns? Horns is in stasis, master, Trevor advised. What? And I saw him in one of the surviving subsidiary trees in the valley, his body severed in half and left with his head. The subsidiary tree's energies kept him alive and maintained him, but there wasn't enough to heal him. I couldn't communicate with the survivors to get their druids to help, Trevor apologized. I see. I took a mental deep breath. It was time to rebuild. 23 year 106 latter half R Ebelding. There was much to do. I had a mission and I wanted to return the forest to the continent. This devastation was foreign, alien, and it was my task to restore it, Or at least, that was what the trees were telling me. A tree spirit's role, along with many other similar creatures, was as the world's fixers and balancers, the guys that cleaned up the court after a game, the cleaners and repairmen. I could feel the call of duty, a duty to the world to fix it, to restore it to nature. I wondered whether that was an effect of the domain. I mean, just as I gained power over a domain, did it mean I also inherited some responsibilities to that domain? It was strange, but I believed that the power imposed this sense of duty. I reckon the heroes and the other tree spirits of this level felt it too, that they had a calling. Why else would they go about their ways so single-mindedly? I wondered what kind of duty I would have had I chosen spirit or astral. A duty to ensure the proper transmission of the dead, a duty to the stars. Or did astral imply a more anti-demonic role, that I would have to play a bigger role in fighting demons? Questions, of course. Stupid world. There needed to be a guidebook somewhere, and the Wisp was gone. Wisp. I couldn't find him anywhere. No answer from him either. I wanted to start using Ares and Yvonne too, but that was stuck because the Soul Forge was out of commission. Soul Forge requires a power source. Due to the effects of the weakened curse and reduced sunlight, the minimum normal tree required to power the Soul Forge is calculated to be 100,000. So what's going to happen? Lausanne asked a few days after my awakening. I was still coming to terms with my new power and the realization that, well, there was this duty thing nagging me at the back of my head. With power came responsibility. Just as the energy of the earth nourished me and broke me free of this, it also imposed its desires on me. I wondered if I went down the spirit path, maybe I didn't even need other trees to power a soul forge. Oh well. I don't know, Lausanne. I've been asleep. I needed to rebuild my knowledge of the world. 20 years may mean a lot had changed. At least that was how it was in my world. In 20 years we went from clunky landlines to smartphones. I wondered what the surviving heroes brought to this world. That's true, but we've been trapped in this place for 20 years too, so we're not much help. Well, I suppose first things first, we need to get ourselves out of this hole. This isn't a good place to be, and we need contact with the outside world. How'd you plan to do that? I don't know. I mean, I really didn't. I needed to see what worked and what didn't. I had some idea of what already worked, in the sense that my roots did manage to block out demonic corruption, so I wondered whether it was possible to push back at the corruption with more roots, kind of like using my roots as the blade of the bulldozer and pushing the corruption back. I also needed to examine my own state. My curse was suppressed by my roots of life, but what did suppressed actually mean? Was I going to experience some kind of degradation, or would the curse flare up? But the survivors, they felt a sense of calmness that'd been away for a long time. It seemed the entire beetle army had vanished after Horns was in stasis, so they didn't have help from the beetles either. Now, the horde of beetles returned, no longer in hibernation. Horns still needed a lot of healing. It'd take a few months to rebuild his damaged body, but it wouldn't be a problem. The demons came again, more of them. The demons now felt the full brunt of my stronger demonic suppression aura, no longer hindered by the curse, and they crumbled quickly. These strange, hybrid things. Some were less susceptible to the aura's effects, but with the beetles back in large numbers, it wasn't much. We only had to focus on the larger creatures that had the strength of a demon general or so. I could now house the survivors in the secret hideout and the various subsidiary trees, external rooms, and tree lodges, a much welcome change from their basic homes, and also I had beds. Beds that were stored in my secret hideout, and various other supplies previously stockpiled in there were now available again. Still, among the survivors, some of them resisted. We can take care of ourselves. We did so for 20 years. It was understandable. For me, these 20 years feel like a dream. It passed by so quickly. It felt like 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month of solitude and confinement for me. But for these guys, they lived 20 years out here, fighting the demons all the time. Life had been miserable for the past 20 years, but they'd made it through without me. Why did they need me? Most were more than happy to return to the comfort of proper beds and a safe environment. Tell me all you know about the monsters you've been fighting over the past 20 years. What abilities do they have? What are they like? When do they appear? Any weaknesses? I asked. Those who frequently led the fights, Lozan, Jura, the captains, and many others all gathered around and talked about what they experienced. The demonic creatures were like half demon, half monster, and the larger monsters had two hearts, one demonic, one monster, and they had to take both of them down to kill it, else they would regenerate. These demons also retain the ability to agglomerate themselves and form a larger creature, something less powerful than a walker, but it was probably due to size limitations within the valley itself. They had many projectile energy blasts, also similar to walkers, and the more humanoid forms tended to have crude weapons. They had no tactics, other than a strange ability to sense and track them. Stealth abilities were not effective. They had heads, but their heads were actually just decorations. Chopping their heads off did nothing, because the heart was the engine of the monster. The part that resembled a head was nothing more than an arm. The eyes on the monster were also similarly useless, and blinding those eyes merely disabled the beam abilities. In short, the parts that resembled a regular monster were there because the template required those sorts of appendages and parts, but they were not critical to the monster's life, if it had one. Other than that, they'd mostly taken life day by day, living in the moment. Monsters. Unlike demons, their corpses lingered around a bit longer but were entirely inedible because their innards were contaminated with demonic juices. Demonic bodies decayed significantly faster than monsters, so it was quite difficult to harvest any of their body parts for materials or equipment. The monsters had large spikes, horns, and tentacle-like features. Had they not decayed and could be preserved, maybe they could be made into strong weapons. But like wood, these organic materials needed treatment to last or they decayed quickly, and no one had enough time or survived demons to even research it. Well, except these guys. One of the surviving war leaders, out of sheer boredom while trapped in a valley, soaked the small remains of a demon in olive oil and noticed it didn't decay. Preserved demonic appendages in olive oil. Fascinating thing. I observed the specimens shown by that 70-year-old elf. They did have a surplus of olive oil since some of the olive shrubs survived. They cooked with it, seasoned their vegetables with it, preserved chunks of fruits with it, and this one elf had the inspiration to preserve demonic remains. My inner biolab got to work quickly. Preserved demonic parts, olive oil used to significantly slow and stop the decay of demonic matter. Yeah, I thought it was interesting, but I only worked with small parts of the demon. Did you gain a class for it? I reckoned there should be fermenter or preserver or something like that. I didn't, 'cause I'm already capped out at level 60 soldier and level 20 villager. Ah, a shame. I would have liked a bigger sample, to observe demons in their native state without decay. I did recall having captured hellhounds, and those were very interesting. But here I had other demonic specimens, and these were even half-demonic hybrids, so they had a lot of value to be understood. Even the survivors were very interesting. It seemed 20 years of solitary confinement had also changed their physical appearance. Their ordinarily fair, pinkish skin had now turned almost gray. I wondered whether it was vitamin D deficiency. Perhaps elves, creatures of the forest, needed more sunlight than others, so lacking sunlight, their skin lost much of their color. The tree folk seemed to suffer the effects of being trapped in the valley a little harder than the rest. The tree folk at first glance seemed the same, but they remarked their bodies felt weaker, more sickly, and the effects of little to no sunlight were especially pronounced on the quality of their inner structures. They were more prone to fall sick, and a few had died from sickness. Some of the centaurs suffered from muscular degradation. They were used to having large areas to roam, like horses, so confinement into a valley meant their lower body parts became weak. Those with certain unique skills like tip-top condition or peak performance were able to remain physically fit, but for the rest of them, they had to resort to all kinds of exercises to maintain their health. The dwarves, well, they seemed perfectly fine. Apparently, being in a valley trapped underground wasn't something uncommon for dwarves, who remarked it sounded quite like being trapped in a mining accident. A few of them even had skills that made surviving in such an environment comfortable. I thought one dwarf probably had some kind of ale-making ability that he wasn't sharing with others, but oh well. It was something to examine for sure, but I wanted to get out. My duty called to me, and I had to work with some of the survivors that were still a bit skeptical of me. Some of them wondered whether the flames on my head were signs of demonic influence, and they didn't buy my curse explanation all that easily. Still, they were obeying my requests, but they were guarded. I could hear their conversations. They must have forgotten I could do so since, for them, the memories of 20 years ago were probably hazy. So after a bit of information gathering, I decided to try pushing back at the sludge. It was a strange thing, this sludge. It had all hardened now, and yet monsters could spawn in it. How? The sludge itself created them. Anyway, I pushed. At one corner, furthest away from where the survivors made their home, I pushed. The corruption from outside was strong, but now that I was awake, I liked to think I was stronger. At least in this area, the pushing worked. I pushed back at hardened sludge and it buckled, it bent, and I kept pushing. Each time I pushed, my roots moved in to form a protective barrier. The protective barrier didn't work every time, though. The roots sometimes would run into an aquifer or something, and it would squeeze out a bit of water, and those leaked through the gaps in the roots. Oh, water. The survivors were watching with great interest from the safety of their treehouses. Well, it made sense that there were pockets of water in the ground. I mean, I was sure rain or precipitation or condensation continued even if the Demon King corrupted the land. I pushed, and my ability root tunnels triggered to form a wall, but they were unfortunately porous and water could leak through. "Ian, please stop," one of the survivors said. "The water is still coming in." Ah. The water was still leaking through the root walls. Why? Maybe I should push upward instead. So I started to push my roots upward and outward in a way like a stadium with movable roofs. It was already partly open from my earlier efforts, but I stopped midway as I realized more of the firestorm was getting into the valley. "Maybe just one side, Ian," Lozon remarked. "Would it be possible for a tunnel or path that leads up to the surface?" Indeed. That was what I tried over the next few days. Strategically, a tunnel would be better. It would be far easier to defend if anything massive came around rather than an open path. The sludge became a natural wall that hid this valley. I should keep that strategic advantage. So a tunnel. A second attempt. Hopefully I didn't bump into pools of water trapped underground. I pushed upward this time again from where the previous tunnel started. Unlucky. There was more water. The tunnel ran into a pool of water, and the water rushed down the tunnel like rainwater in a storm drain, spilling into that segment of the valley. Well, at least we're not there. Some of the elves, well, if the makeshift houses were there, they'd be in trouble. Eventually, the flow of water from whatever pool I bumped into slowed down significantly. There were small trickles of water that seeped through the tunnel walls, and those trickles turned into a small stream of water down the tunnel and into the valley. Unlike the first surge, it was just a small trickle, so no big waves there. I pushed on. We were quite deep, and so I had to keep pushing. The angle couldn't be too steep or it would be useless as a path. It took a few weeks of constantly pushing, dealing with the monsters that appeared from the sludge, and eventually the tunnel was done. A reinforced path to the surface. 24-year 107T he surface was hellish. More monsters roamed on this strange, apocalyptic land. Jura and the group that went out and explored it the first time remarked it resembled nothing. It was just as strange as a place that'd been thoroughly corrupted by Hex. The surface was not empty. There were many different demonic monsters that roamed the terrain, some of which they'd met in their 20 years of battle, and there were stationary monsters. That was what they assumed at first, stationary monsters that looked every bit like a monster and they didn't move. But they attacked things that approached them or emitted poison. This was entirely new to the elves because, well, these monsters couldn't move and they were stuck underground. There wasn't a way for the two groups to ever meet, until now. But on closer observation, they noticed some of these monsters had branches, like trees. They thought they were horns at first, like how antler horns resembled some branches. It was reddish leaves on one subtype of demonic hybrids that finally made some of them go, aha, hybrid demon plants. If there were hybrid animals and monsters, surely there were hybrid plants. This fact was extremely interesting to me, and I had 1,000,001 questions. Like, why did they exist? Magic. Divine powers. If divine creation was the answer, why were they created as hybrids and not pure monsters or trees? Or did it mean the influence of the terrain was able to interfere with the process of divine creation? Or were these creatures products of the demonic corruption, that the demonic corruption borrowed from the land and thus created these hybrids? Then there was the question of whether they were trees in the sense that could I, with my powers as a tree spirit, hold any influence, communicate with, and control them. Were these tree-like demonic things actually trees? I thought they might be part tree, just like how the demonic creatures that attacked the valley were part monster. And how did they exist? How were they powered? Did they produce seeds or fruits? Any chance those were edible or poisonous and thus could be weaponized? Did they have abilities or powers like certain species of trees? Could they be made into items like how certain trees were harvested for timber? Was this their ideal environment? Did they respond well to different environments? What did they consume? Did they need sunlight? Did they need water? Was that why there were puddles and pools of water underground? Did they have roots? I didn't recall encountering any, but was that because their roots were shallow? Master, Trevor's voice broke through my deep contemplation. A decision. The survivors have been waiting. I didn't realize it, but I spent a month just studying the few demonic samples brought back by the scouts. It was just that fascinating to me. Waiting for what? They are asking whether you can start creating trees on the surface. Why? Oh, they wanted somewhere to stay outside the valley, somewhere safe. When did I agree to this? You didn't. I recall Master ignored them the first time when you were studying the demonic specimens. I did. I didn't even realize that they were talking to me. When did it happen? That was strange. Did I somehow ignore everything when I focused on the demonic tree samples? Yes, Trevor said quite matter-of-factly. The hybrid tree samples were too fascinating. Or did I somehow tune them out? I don't recall even having the conversation, never mind. The terrain and the demonic corruption took the form of a sludge. The demonic energy passed through the sludge, kind of like a current of electricity traveling through a conductive liquid. It also radiated it like a radioactive material. According to the elves, some of them with the gift of darksight could see a faint glow in the sludge. So the process of clearing the land meant either removing and pushing away the sludge or neutralizing it. What I had been doing so far was a mix. By pushing it away with my roots like a natural bulldozer, my main body acted as a filter and cleaner, using my roots to absorb the demonic sludge and the volatile, combustible mana that came with it. It was slow, because I was the bottleneck. Back to the oil pollution analogy, there was a limit of how much oil I could process per day, and against the constantly expanding oil, I felt like I was in a game of Candy Crush fighting against a field of ever-expanding chocolate, or like Alpha Centauri where the native vegetation was encroaching on my forests. Come to think of it, this was very much like Alpha Centauri. Alien creatures attacking what it perceived as enemies. The only difference was, well, we're the natives, and they were the aliens. We're the demons' colonists. I'd gotten sidetracked again. Oil analogy. I had a processing rate, and the terrain itself imposed a minimum on me to process, else the root walls wouldn't hold. Every time the strength of the root walls increased, I needed to process less, because the walls could hold back more of the corrupting demon mana and sludge. The walls were like an oil silo then, and it had a capacity. So could I increase my processing capacity now that I was back to consciousness? Could my giant attendant trees play that role to a lesser capacity? I would have to design the giant attendant trees available customizable rooms, specifically for the function to have much higher self-healing ability and demonic absorbent abilities. The two heroes were still there. Hi. Oh, you're back. You must be bored to come and find us again. Well, yes, I'm free now. After I said that, I instantly regretted it. Oh, nice. Can you help us? Not sure. I don't even know where you are. I think I do, Simone said. There's a red, crystal-like thing somewhere near the Demon King's site. I think we're there, or at least our souls are imprisoned there. Free us. Huh, fuck, did I just get myself into a quest? No, I felt a massive headache, I didn't have a head, but yeah, then like something trying to force me to say yes. I resisted. Fuck this. It was probably divine in nature because the calling of duty generally radiated from my roots. Why not? They asked. That pain was getting stronger, but I pulled the energy from within me to resist it. I even pulled the energy from the nearby trees and the earth. Domain has resisted divine influence. I'm no hero. And fuck, did the gods just try to mind control me? Since when did the gods directly attempt to influence things? I thought they weren't supposed to do that. 25 year 108T, the important equation was how much demonic sludge we could process versus how much demonic sludge was expanding in the area. As long as my processing rate was higher than the sludge, we were taking back territory from the hybrid demons. We were doing so very, very carefully. Because, well, we lost a few people when some of the demonic monsters exploded. The forest of demon trees had a few types, and these demon trees actually fed and helped sustain the firestorm, because we discovered some of them spit out some kind of flammable gas that got ignited super easily. Another kind of tree was just perpetually smoking, and it constantly released dark smoke like an ancient super-polluting smokestack. The smoke trees created so much smoke that it made a perpetual layer of dark smog that hung over the entire area and caused the lack of sunlight. The exploding gas trees added to the mess and created areas where the gas might just suddenly ignite and blow up, and yet those trees were quite resistant to the effects of the explosion. Not a pleasant environment to be in. So, slow and steady. Thanks to the microclimate generated by these kinds of demonic trees, the weather was perpetually hot and stormy. The effects of the seasons were subdued. We reclaimed the area immediately around our valley and the hole, mostly by me pushing back at the sludge. It was a long process. In 1 week, I could clear and clean the area the size of a football field, but the speed slowed the further away it was, because a larger area meant an increase in the overall root surface area with the demonic sludge, so it took up more of my demonic sludge processing ability. In order for the expansion to continue, it was paramount crucial that the giant attendant trees were able to add to the demonic sludge processing capacity. Else, the rate of expansion would stop the moment I hit the sludge processing limit. Unless my roots got stronger, it was just the math of the matter. During this time, the survivors also brought a lot more of the demon tree specimens back to me. It was a slow process, and my ability to assist was limited because the demonic sludge essentially blocked my roots from interfering. I had to reclaim the territory from the demons for my abilities to work in that area. It was quite difficult to bring the specimens back, of course. They were, after all, spawned of demonic matter, and the survivors abhorred the idea initially. But I just convinced a few of them to play a part, and that was all I needed. The survivors were not all uniform. Some were more cooperative than the others. I studied them like an obsessed scientist. I wanted to know everything about them, and I wished I had a soul forged to look at them in far greater detail. For now, I would have to make do with analyzing them with my biolab and hope to understand these demonic plants. Like the demonic hound, its inner structure was dry, and instead of a spring, there was a barren one. When I looked at the structure of the plant specimens, they had odd flames throughout the entire space. Every now and then there would be flares. How did it get the skill? Was that like some kind of basic racial or species ability, if it didn't have a soul spring and the stones that signify the skills around it? Clearly, this exposed one flaw of my understanding of the soul system. Sure, if you gain levels, the skills you gained were around the soul spring. But for these demons, they didn't seem to be gaining levels, and they also didn't seem to have a soul. They resembled automatons, machines, and yet they were not. So where were the skills, or was it something elsewhere? Or if they were some extraterrestrials like the Earth heroes, then they must have had a mind somewhere that helped them to do things. Or was it biological, in the sense that their abilities were not born out of skill but out of their physical design? Again, the flaw of my understanding was quite obvious. My biolab allowed me to look at their inner structures if they had one. This worked well with the natives of this world since they had souls. But with demons, they didn't seem to have one, and using this biolab to examine them in hindsight was clearly an incomplete picture of the whole story. But I did know that when I flooded their bodies with my mana, like with the demon walker, and prior to that with the hellhounds and Alexis, I was able to take control of them. So it was either this soul thing existed as a higher-order control system, and the demon's base structure was on a lower tier or something. I didn't know what. I needed a living specimen. These dead demonic trees were not good enough, but the survivors were not able to capture a demon while alive. They did not have the strength to do so, and it was too high risk for them. You could dig and reclaim the area around a demon tree and then, capture it that way, Lausanne suggested. In short, encircle and siege, which was exactly what I did. Over 20 years, these demon trees had massively proliferated and they occupied huge chunks of the terrain. And it wasn't hard to find many of these demon trees near our valley. It took a bit of time, but essentially I would go around the target, and then once I trapped it, I would spawn a giant attendant tree next to it and pull the targeted demon tree into the biolab inside my tree. And soon I had live specimens in my labs. The survivors had been trying to message any nearby civilizations, but they had no idea who survived, so all their messages so far bounced. They wanted to try cities that were farther away too, but those weren't getting anywhere thanks to the interference from the demonic sludge. The survivors were in a meeting. "We know which direction the Demon King came from," one survivor presented, and he pointed. "So, logically, if we head in the other direction, we will eventually find lands untouched by the corruption. I don't believe the Demon King destroyed the entire world." "Why not? We don't know whether anything survived." Of course I did. 5 heroes survived that Demon King and went on to beat the next 2 Demon Kings too. Surely there were survivors. Still, I propose a squad of us go on an expedition. We can't even get far without losing people, and you want an expedition. Yes, I'm pretty sure we're not at the center of things, so we must be closer to the edge. And beyond the edge must be normalcy. Don't you all want that? That's true, Lausanne nodded. I agree with it. Jura shook his head. I prefer we play it safe. Ask Ian to clear a path for us toward that direction. It'll take too long, Lausanne said, and some of the other survivors agreed. We need to get in touch with civilization as fast as we can. If it's up to Ian, it'll be years before we get there. You know it's true, Uncle. But it is safe. Think about it, you want to face all the monsters out there. We've seen so many. We've faced them before, a survivor said. He too was one of the capped-out fighters. Level 75. And we're high level, we can survive this. Have you guys actually thought this through? Where are you going to live? What are you going to eat? The terrain is not what it was. Better than being trapped in here for the past 20 years, Jura. Some of us have decided we want to see civilization again. It's worth a shot. Jura frowned. Lausanne agreed with that group. Uncle, he's right. We can't stay here forever, and the fact is we need to rebuild the lines of communication. Get help. Find some people who'd be able to get us out of this mess. The town is no more, and the people deserve better. At what risk? You can't protect all of them. But staying here as it is isn't a way to live. We've been here for decades. Ian's getting there. Ian's going to take forever, a survivor said. No disrespect, but Ian works on different timescales. We'd be having kids before we are out of this place. It's been more than 2 years since Ian woke up, and we're still just clearing up the surrounding area. We're making slow, defensible progress. We can protect this place. It's too slow. 2 years, Jura. For some of the centaurs and dwarves, it's a big chunk of their lives. I know it means less to the elves, but they've already spent 20 years here and another 2 years since. Let us go. Jura frowned. This was a common issue, in the fact that people of different life expectancies had different perceptions of the value of time. Like, 2 years for an elf that could live to 500 to 800 years was different from a centaur or dwarf that usually lived up to 150 to 200. Jura wasn't too happy, but the survivors were split into those two afraid to take the risk and were willing to stay here, and those who believed it was worth a shot to get back their normal lives by making a trek across the hostile terrain with their warriors protecting them. So Jura walked away. A small group is easier to protect. We have enough preserved food and our familiars can continue to produce fruits, one of the survivors said. Lausanne nodded. She asked for some beetles to accompany them, but the demonic sludge's interference meant their operating range was limited. Go farther and they just shut down. A day after they had that discussion, Lausanne came and talked to me. Ian. Yes. I was still studying the demonic trees at that time. I'm going to leave the valley. I know. I was still processing the matter. I didn't know how to react. I mean, I just woke up. Okay, just was relative because to me it felt like I just woke up, but the survivors had a point. It was 2 years for them. 2 wasted years in a way. For 2 years the world zoomed past them and I could see why they wanted to rejoin society again. Are you mad, Ian? She asked. You used to call me Tree. I wasn't sure what made me say that. I'm already 39, Ian. She looked a bit embarrassed. It's been a long time. For me, I felt awkward. In my mind, she was still a child. I felt like it was yesterday that I saw her as a teenager, and now, at 39, she was pretty much an elven adult. I couldn't accept that. No, I must accept that. People changed. Everyone changed. It was foolish of me to expect anyone to stay the same for years or what's more, decades. We're always here, Master, Trevor added. We have gained levels, but we are the same. Well, except them. And my fellow trees who were as eternal as I was. Well, this was something I've been hoping to do, and I've waited years for it, she said. Remember when I used to say I wanted to visit the other spirits? Ah, yes, it was just yesterday for me, really. Well, I don't want it anymore. Huh, I had so many years to think about stuff, Lausanne went on. This was nostalgic. I recalled my earlier days in Frika when it was a small village, when the elves used to always sit down next to me and talk about their affairs. About how they felt about life in general. How Castian used to make comments about the younger elves, or even Laufen then about her worries of childbirth. Lausanne paused a moment. She was in my secret hideout, the place that was once her old room. Nothing had changed in the room, but she had. She touched the things that she once used. 22 years, Ian. In that long period of time, I felt broken. I felt robbed of my opportunity to travel the world. I was angry, Ian. Angry. So mad that the world did this, that our world, this stupid, stupid world, would be so self-destructive. That demons constantly came for us, and for what? We don't even know why we are here, serving as fodders and decorations for the heroes and demons' eternal conflict. It didn't make sense. It doesn't. But there wasn't much I could do about the demons and heroes, not with my powers. So after my anger, I grieved for my lost time. I felt sad. I felt lost. I wondered what the purpose of living was. Ian, have you ever felt like that? Wondering, why do you even exist in the world? Like, why was I born into this world? I wanted reason. I wanted to know. I wanted to see a bigger picture. Well, honestly, for me, it was an accident. One that I accepted quite willingly, which was extremely strange in hindsight. How did I accept it so easily? Maybe it's different for you, because you're this great tree spirit that's always been here. But for me, I felt lost. I have this power, your gift, but why? Why did the fates conspire for me to receive such gifts and power? And yet it's insufficient in the face of such great evils. So I wallowed in that misery for a few years, every day just fighting the damn demonic monsters that came for our lives. Okay, but I eventually moved past that grief and into acceptance. I've accepted that I've lost 22 years being here in the valley. So I spent time just honing my skills. Even if our levels are capped out, it's still possible to upgrade our skills to be stronger versions. And now my goal is different. I just want to see the world and appreciate what's out there. I mean, I've accepted that I'm not a hero. What? Okay, how was that related? Surviving this disaster, then hitting my level cap. I realized that I wasn't meant to be a hero and that, well, life's not that great. You know, before this whole thing, I used to think I was special. I mean, Mom told me I was special, and everyone treated me like I was special because I had your special powers, and I even believed I was special. But I've come to accept that I am not that special, special but not much. Well, that's not a bad place to be. Yeah, it isn't. I wanted more at a point, but I believe it's not really what I actually want. So, Eon, Tree, I will leave with the group that wants to make the journey. I had to have this conversation with you because I recalled how well you treated me and all these special powers and blessings you've given me. I'm leaving and I want to thank you. Thank you, Ian, for all you've done for me so far. But it is time I go out there and find my own place in the world. It may not be much, but I'd like to think I'm like a bird. Finally freed of this cage, I should try to fly away. Maybe I might return, or maybe I may just drop by, but I have to take this chance. I felt betrayed, and yet I felt that feeling of betrayal was wrong. I was a tree, and it was normal that animals occasionally stopped by, and maybe in the larger scheme of things, everyone was just a transient contact for the tree. She waited. I didn't know how to feel. Was this reality for a tree? It didn't feel that long ago that I thought she was going to be loyal to me. This was betrayal, or was it? I mean, why did I feel like I owned her? I didn't. Even if I helped her and watched her grow up, did that mean I owned her? Was I like a parent that watched a child grow up, and now that the child had grown up, the parent refused to let go? But if I lost even her, then who could I trust? I felt frustrated, and it was then some quotes from my human days came. If you love someone, set them free. So corny, and yet something told me this was the truth. Strange. I had trust issues, clearly. Was that why my relationships as Matt failed? How did I trust her? Ian, she asked. I thought she waited for half an hour already. I inwardly sighed. I shouldn't be like this. Was this me being upset and possessive? I was a freaking tree, damn it. Shouldn't I be more magnanimous? What would Treebeard do? What would Grandmother Willow do? Go Lozon, it is fine. Even though I said those words, it felt difficult. I didn't quite accept that time moved so slowly for the rest of them and so quickly for me. It was strange and uncomfortable to think others had far different expectations of the world and their life, and that I couldn't expect loyalty from them. At least, not on a longer term. Was this why Lily's was a lot more big picture about things? They weren't attached to individuals, and maybe because it was like that whole elf thing in The Lord of the Rings. We were doomed to watch those we loved grow old and die before us. Was this our fate for living so long? Are you sure, Ian? Lozan asked. No, I wasn't sure. Why couldn't I let go? I didn't own her. I wasn't even her parent, but then I had showered her with powers and care. Was it because my investment, my sunk cost, that I cared that now she was pulling away? If so, I should have seen it coming. So I decided to speak to Lawfin, her mom. 20 years had passed, but she'd aged only slightly. Lozan is finally leaving. Yes, Ian, it's something I've always expected to happen. I remember they used to say that young adult elves have a calling to see the world, to see more of it. It's something they must do to get it out of their system. I remember I used to do it, then I met Ricola and settled down. Oh, an elven thing. Was it like humans back home, where parents kicked their children out once they turned 21? I hear human adults have that too, though like us, it is stronger in some than the rest. And you are not sad or worried or, well, disappointed. Children must grow up, and Lozan has been talking of this day for many years. Trapped in this valley for so long, it is quite a waste for her. Besides, how would she find a mate if she doesn't visit the other elven cities? I'm sure I'll still be worried sick though. Trapped, but they were here with me. Okay, that was a fairly selfish and ignorant statement. I was a tree. I was a freaking 100-year-old tree. I should act like one. Lozan was still in her room. I decided to just calm myself down and, well, do some breathing exercise. For a tree, that meant actually taking in the air and making oxygen, I supposed. I had to let her go, or should I force her to stay? Would you ever consider staying? Lozan paused very briefly. Maybe after I'm done. 26 year 109 J us like that, she was gone. A group of 400 of them went on a quest to find the nearest surviving civilization. They packed up after months of preparing and finally set out when the weather was slightly less hostile. I didn't know when I'd see her again or ever. I recalled those who left me usually died. But oh well. A choice had been made, and she had to live with it. I didn't know what lay out there, but maybe she would reach the edge way faster than I would. I was constrained by the terrain. I couldn't move forward without clearing the demonic corruption that contaminated my path. I tried slowly and worked to upgrade my giant attendant trees so that they could help absorb and process the demonic corruption. It was a very long process and not very successful, so I went back to researching the demonic trees. I had two main ideas of getting myself out of this place, and they overlapped in a way. One was what I was doing presently, dispersing and processing the demonic mana using my super high demonic resistance. Problem was this hinged on me having a high-level natural healing and demonic resistance from my hero shards, which was unique to my main body, and the benefits were only partly shared by my other trees. I wanted to upgrade the various healing and endurance abilities of my subordinate trees such that they had higher demonic resistance, better base healing, and toughness such that they could play my current role to a lesser extent. To use an analogy, it was as if I and my other trees were made of water and the demonic corruption was fire. Right now, my other trees couldn't withstand the fire, so they just burned down before putting out any of the water. I had a finite amount of water I could produce, and the water I produced was used to fight the fires, kind of like what a fireman did facing a wildfire. If I had more water than fire at the boundary, I could expand that boundary. If not, my boundary would shrink. It was quite like fighting a perpetually growing wildfire, come to think of it. So I must have stronger, tougher trees that could also produce that water to help fight the fire. This restored the land to what it was, too. The other area of focus was something a little more inspired by my recent fascination with these demonic hybrid plants. If I could not expand the safe areas and recover the corrupted lands, could I coexist with it such that my trees and roots all gained an ability to grow on these corrupted lands, instead of being blocked by it? It was a difficult endeavor, and my initial attempts at studying the live demon trees were quite good. I would need to figure out how to either be able to control the demonic trees or assimilate some of their natural attributes and qualities, which could then allow me to enhance my existing trees to better operate in the demonic terrain. Going back to that earlier analogy, instead of looking at fire as the problem, I was attempting to create plants that could operate in fire or absorb fire instead of fighting it. Far harder than it sounded, since I was essentially attempting to graft demonic biology onto my trees, but I thought it was possible. The fact that hybrids could exist meant I could create hybrids, certainly possible in theory. This idea, of course, was hugely opposed by the trees in the valley. They abhorred it. I could sense their rejection of the idea and that earlier duty to just restore the land to what it was before. Duty. Responsibility. The more it was imposed on me, the more I resisted it. Or was this just me after I woke up? I recalled being sucked in by the powers and influences of my fellow trees. Did the domain make me more aware of all these influences, and yet at the same time attempt to influence me? So strange. It was a duty, restore and clear the world of demonic corruption, which I did. I mean, I resisted the thought of being told to do things, but I understood the principles of it, and so I did it anyway. I supposed I was like a petulant child that hated to be told to do something, but knew that it needed to be done, so I did it. How immature. I was a 100-year-old tree. Now wasn't the time to mentally regress and act like a child. There was now a sizable area that had been cleared of demonic influence around my valley, so much so that some of the survivors were now moving outside to live there. Once the corruption was cleared, the weather too quickly returned to normal. It seemed the corruption and the demonic vegetation did generate a microclimate, as predicted. It was about as large as the former territory of New Frika, so a semblance of normalcy had returned to the area. Yet the corruption stretched far and wide, and there were more demonic monsters to attend to. Every day we would be attacked, and our beetles would be at the forefront of the battle. Luckily, Horns was back in business after a few months of recovery, and he'd been incredibly chirpy. "It's totally awesome," Horns said. "All I do all day is fight all these demons. I can't level up anymore, but still, it's awesome. I love fighting." I didn't realize I'd created a combat maniac in Horns. "Master, perhaps more artificial souls will help with the reclamation of the corrupted lands. We do produce some mana, or if some of us are dedicated mana-producing trees." I had been drawing mana from all the normal trees anyway, but they were not as effective against the demonic corruption as my own. I was guessing that was because my mana had anti-demonic properties. What I did need was a massive mana cauldron. I pulled the mana to my main body and attempted to mix it. Maybe I could infuse the anti-demon qualities into the mana generated by normal trees. It was sufficient previously, because I had the advantage. With the demon walkers with Alexis, I could constantly draw on more trees to overwhelm whatever creature. But the changed terrain limited the number of trees and cut off my connection to the volcano and the ley line, two of my bigger sources of mana. Now, I needed to squeeze a bit more efficiency and performance out of every drop of mana, to do more with less. Thankfully, I'd also been able to get my soul forge back online now that the surrounding area had been cleared of demonic corruption and replaced with a thick forest. And so I experimented with mana in my main body, just like how I used to do it with my soul forge. I added star mana to the mix, too. I still only had 300 star mana, but mixing star mana, my own mana, and the mana produced by the normal trees, the effectiveness of pushing back the demonic energy increased by a few multiples. Good enough to keep the expansion going. We had not heard anything from the group that left, but it was fine. I thought it'd be years before we got news from them. Food-wise, as the forest started to reclaim the land, the gods started to work their magic and regular monsters and animals started appearing again. I mean, it was really just divine spawning ability. And with regular monsters and animals, meat started to return to the survivors' diets. A welcome relief, really, and the remaining survivors now looked a lot better. Although I felt sad that so many decided that they had enough of being here for over 20 years, I supposed I should then focus on those who remained instead. After all, although 400 had left, 3,000 still remained. That was a big amount of people who decided to stick with me rather than go away. With meat, proper lodging, and a bit more space and time for activities, the survivors were, of course, much happier. Well, why didn't you leave, Lawfin? Go with your daughter. I asked Lawfin one day. Nah, I'm too old for that. As an elf, you still look really young. Elven agelessness is amazing, you should be able to go. I'll just hold Lozanne back from her adventure, it's her coming-of-age moment. Me as her mom, I should just stay out of her way. She'd hate me if I tagged along. Besides, I am really quite content being protected and safe. Really. It's better for her that I stay here, where I am safe. It'll put her at ease that her mom is under your protection. She wouldn't have made the decision to go if you weren't around. True. I supposed I'd become the safe harbor for her to come back to. There were few children among the survivors. The young that grew up didn't think of having kids, not in this hostile environment. Some did, of course. Perhaps an accident, or perhaps they didn't care, but the more rational of them chose not to. It was a tough choice. I imagined it was like, well, how would you even know if you and your family would even have food or proper shelter? But I guess that was also partly due to elves, centaurs being more rational than humans, who would just fuck and get pregnant regardless of the situation. It was more draining on their body, perhaps. Many were now finally considering it, convinced by the recent 3 years of safety, comfort, and stability, and many approached me for advice on whether they should have kids. I had yet to study the effects of pregnancy between different types of species. Would I then be the first pregnancy doctor? I mean, surely the effects of childbirth of different species were worth studying, and there was probably no worldwide compilation of various herbal and traditional remedies and therapies. I digressed, but I said sure. I would support and feed their young should they fail to. It was not much anyway. Are you here to gloat? The two heroes asked. Not really. I came to talk, as usual, with the demon if possible. What do you want? They instantly turned to the demonic voice. Tell me something, what would make you stop coming to our world? God, mother, planet, stop them. Stop the gods, kill the gods sounds impossible to me. I shrugged. I was a tree, killing the gods didn't sound like something I could do. Then why do you come every 10 years? Ancient magic rules. Oh, okay. There was a magical rule behind it. Well, I didn't even know whether the words of this demon could be trusted. It could have lied to me. I mean, we must assume a demon or evil creature had no incentive to tell the truth. But let's consider that if it spoke the truths, there were some key points. There was an ancient magical rule that clearly whatever god or thing that controlled these demons had to follow. I could therefore surmise that this ancient magic existed above the gods, and so the gods of this world were not entirely omnipotent or omniscient, and it may actually be possible to stop them. Next was that they conflated the god with mother and planet. Their homeworld's god was probably some kind of earth god then. Something like a nativist conscience, like the will of a group mind like Alpha Centauri again. Or perhaps it was a tree mind taken to the extreme. A global network of trees that functioned as a planetary scale neural network and brain. Or were those spires some kind of artificial intelligence and they were collectively a super AI and the demon kings sent to us were their version of Terminators? Or more fantasy-aligned, just an evil sleeping god and the demons were its worshippers? What rules? Ancient. Why, who? Ancient. Who is God? God, mother, planet. If I had the power, I really should catch a demon king and try to talk to it. I felt like I was talking to some rudimentary chatbot from the earlier years of my life. I was stuck in some kind of conversation loop despite trying to ask more. This was probably the lowest level answer they could give. With that, the demonic voice faded and the two trapped heroes returned. Well, did you learn anything? The two heroes looked quite annoyed. We didn't, and honestly, it really does sound like some kind of computer program. It's really simplistic in its logic once you get it. So you understand the demon now? I asked the hero. To some extent, it just wants to grow and build and do whatever its mother asked of it. Mother, not God. It feels like a mother rather than a god, it nagged. I smiled and probably would have chuckled if I could. You're not going to help free us? Simone asked. Maybe. I thought long and hard about this, even though I rejected the divine mission. I didn't want the gods to start having influence over me. But should I still help them then? I probably can't free you. Oh, I probably could guide the few surviving heroes to them to help free them, but I chose not to reveal this to them. The demon was always listening, and I wondered what it would do with such knowledge. Yeah, I probably could get the other heroes to free them rather than me doing it personally. They were mobile and would have the right skills for it. The heroes had every reason to help their fellow friends, didn't they? As the year approached its end, I had a small breakthrough with my demonic tree research. Skill, hybrid botany, able to communicate and cultivate hybrid trees. Hell yeah, I tried it out. Even though it was supposed to be winter, the localized effects caused by the demonic trees meant it was an exceptionally warm winter. So warm that it was probably like spring. Well, all I got was spam. It was nostalgic. Like when I had Rootnet for the first time, and all the grass and trees started giving me weird shit. It'd take some time before I understood these demonic trees. Is our combat ability significantly impacted by Lausanne's departure? With you back, no, Jura said. Lausanne is strong, but there are a lot of us who are level 80. Me Nero, one of the captains, there are easily 15 people left who are now level 75 to level 80 who can play her role to a lesser degree. Her key advantage is that her special familiar has a lesser version of your power, so without you, her aura was key in reducing our casualties. Everyone's replaceable, I suppose. Jura laughed out of nowhere. I mean, that's how it always has been, right? That's why so many kings raise so many different children. You never know which one turns out a little crazy. It was risk management not to put all your eggs in one basket, but even for people. I suppose if you could give your special familiar to more of us, that would really help us. I guess the Valthorns were a step in that direction until that day came. You know, maybe the kings had the right idea. I focused too much on developing Lausanne, and I lost track that Lausanne was also partly meant to be my first try at doing this at a larger scale. I was a tree, and my domain was nature. Grow, strengthen, cultivate. I should now use what I'd learned from all these years to massively expand that program. If I was to rebuild, I should do some things differently, and some things bigger and better. I had Jura, Lausanne, and a few others as my elite, then. In hindsight, I should have thought on a larger scale. Like any nation or even a large company, talent scouting, hiring, development, and retention were an ongoing affair, constantly expanding to meet future needs. I somehow got sucked into the minutiae and messed up on the bigger picture. I needed a proper process for this, and on a larger scale, some dropouts and loss like Lausanne's departure were just part of the natural attrition of any large body of people. Scale. What else should I do on a larger scale? 27 year 110 another year. Time passed really quickly these days. I thought it was the effect of the curse. Even if I was awake, I felt as if it wasn't totally gone. It was somewhat like nursing a mild headache, and I never quite felt like I was at my 100% state. I suppose this was what a curse felt like, and that was why Jura never quite performed at his best when he had the curse. I wondered whether that princess I saved last time, the one that still had a bit of the curse left, was still alive. Maybe she died since Baruch was destroyed. She too had a curse, and so did Mila, at least until that hero removed it. Curses could be removed and they could also heal naturally. So my curse was one of overexposure to demonic mana. It was honestly very similar to the princess who had overexposure to void mana. Therefore, treating the curse was likely to be similar to the princess. In the case of the princess, her soul spring was wrecked, destroyed by the exposure to void mana, and so she was dying. In my case, my soul spring was not destroyed, so I was able to survive those 20+ years. But perhaps it was damaged, and if damaged, I would have to find out how to mend my own soul spring. All this was conjecture. I didn't even know if my soul spring was damaged yet. After a while, my musings led me nowhere, and I attempted to find out. I mean, I'd never seen my own soul spring. It was kind of like asking a doctor to self-diagnose. Not exactly possible to be objective about it, and I may have certain bias too. But oh well, I needed to know whether something's wrong with me and how to fix this curse. I thought at lengths about whether it was possible to build a soul forge that was aimed at me while being powered by me. If the soul was the engine of the individual, then like a car engine, I must be able to add sensors, readings, thermometers, and all, and from that gain a sense of what's happening. That analogy may not be the most suitable one, Master, Trevor commented. It's more of the driver trying to figure out what's wrong with the driver. If I may, it is similar to trying to figure out whether the driver is sick from the way he is driving. How'd he do that? Was he using my memories? Yes, Master, we have access to your memories. Still, I tried. I did something similar to a meditative state, trying to feel my own body and be one with myself. It was like Buddha meditating under a bodhi tree, only, well, I was the tree. And my senses were once again assaulted by the demonic mana. After all, the edges of my network of roots and trees were a constant battlefield, where the mixed mana produced by me and my fellow trees faced off against the demonic mana. Not working, I mused to myself after about 1 month of constant meditation. In hindsight, it was obvious. I wasn't able to meditate myself out of the curse, so why would it work now? Any suggestions, Trevor? Before you go there, Master, I would like to remind you of the things you wanted to do last year and the years before, which was to work on expanding your mana pool, improve the efficiency and effectiveness of your mana, work on your experiments on the hybrid demon trees, and also develop even more Lausanne-class individuals. Once again, my scatterbrain reared its head. May I add, Master, you have yet to decide on a vocation for your 2 contracted souls, Ivan and Ares. You backed away from turning them into mana farms. That wasn't the most effective use of their skills. I had a lot of thinking to do. I mean, this soul contract should be extremely overpowered since the person retained their memories. Even if they died, I could reuse their souls constantly. An individual who gained a ton of experience and therefore could retry different things at each life would be super powerful. That was, after all, what made reincarnators like myself, or even heroes, super powerful, because their existing body of knowledge was brought over to their next life. So, as I wondered what happened as my soul contractors died, it appeared. The dreaded notification. No penalty for first death. For subsequent deaths, 1-year time penalty will be imposed and doubled with each subsequent death. 1/3 of all memories are wiped with each death after this first. No penalty on reassignment, as not considered as death. Ah, the system wasn't stupid after all. So in a way, it was best to use their living knowledge and match it to somewhere where they could be most useful. So I assigned Ares, the maid that was responsible for caring for Roma all this while, to a subsidiary tree that was focused as a childcare area, and she took the form of a nursery tree. I wanted someone dedicated to look after the new children that the survivors would have, and feed them supplements to make strong, high-potential individuals to support my future Lausanne class project. Yes, Lausanne class was a name for an individual at that grade. I imagined the Lausanne class to be something like the Corvette class, and I would like to eventually reach battleships and aircraft carriers. As for Yvonne, I fused her into one of the training trees, creating a different version of Treener. This was because she did have a long stint serving in the Valthorns as their guide and trainer, and she had good combat skills that I wanted her to pass on to the next generation. Though we didn't agree with each other, she had some wisdom and knowledge of the world that would definitely contribute to a more holistic education and training for the next batch. I won't have to care for people for a long time, they both said, noting that the population of young children was extremely small. The survivors were almost all adults now. It had been 20 years, and there was no immigration from abroad to fix the lopsided population pyramid. That's fine. I would think they needed some time to get used to their new bodies and their newfound abilities. I wanted to monitor what they could do. I had initially just let Mila and Alexis somewhat free rein, and I must admit my awareness of what Mila did was close to none. You can provide training to the existing people. Consider it a gym. How about me? It'll be some time before any of them have kids, Ares mentally responded. She found her new body awkward. All of them did, since they were far too used to humanoid forms. Create supplements for the new moms. I'm sure they need to boost their body to take on the load of having children. These two trees are Yvonne and Ares. Jura seemed extremely perplexed when I informed him of what I'd done. Yes, I didn't know you could do that. Jura seemed to think about it at length. Lady Mika was one. Oh, after a while he asked, so if I were to have a soul contract with you and I died, you could, in practice, make me into a tree? Yes. He paused, and then of course he quickly told Laufen about this, and soon the entire group of survivors knew about it. And then some interesting comments emerged. Well, I know the elves used to say that when we die, we return to the trees, but I didn't expect it to be a literal statement. I always imagined it was more of a figure of speech. What did they give for that? Jura asked later that day. For Ares, it was a punishment for luring an army here. For Yvonne, she traded her soul for a patch of grapes and blessings on the land for her winery project. Really, was I there when that happened? Yes. I recalled Jura was in the same room. He was quiet for a moment. Lausanne got one. No, Jura breathed a sigh of relief. I trust her. That's good to hear. I don't think we want to be turned into trees, like literally. Was it? It wasn't that bad. Yvonne's training tree had a humanoid-shaped tutor that was able to verbally communicate once she gained a few levels. For now, as a level 1 training tree, she was just like a combat dummy that was unable to talk. Ares, I was not sure whether she would eventually gain the ability to talk, but I wouldn't be surprised if she could. What was so bad about trees? Trees didn't really need to eat. We could generally regenerate almost all our body parts, and well, we could keep growing. What was not to like? Did you offer it to Lausanne? No, why? Am I right to say this is more of a punishment than a reward? You could say that. I have rarely offered the soul contract. Jura looked relieved, and then he changed the topic. Good, good. So, children, that's the plan for them. Yes, we will have more children, and they need to grow up strong. I hope to make them as strong as Lausanne, if not more. Ah, planning for the long term. Yes. Then Jura spoke about some other priorities, such as weapons for the survivors. Over the past few years, as the responsibilities for defense shifted to my army of beetles, the survivors were able to take a break from combat. Still, it didn't escape anyone's notice that they all needed anti-demon weapons, and that was something Lausanne had requested from me before she left. All her spears were damaged or broken over the decades. I dedicated some time to equip the remaining survivors with anti-demon weapons. Over the past few years, the repairs to the general environment had been ongoing. This meant things like farms, houses, outhouses, gardens, things that generally contributed to happiness. Some even asked for the Tree of Prayers. I gladly made one again. I went back to the next topic on Trevor's list. Hybrid demon trees. I had a dilemma with them. If it was to be seen and known that I had some limited ability to control these demonic trees, would the outsiders suddenly suspect that I, too, might be a demon? After all, I already had demon fire on the top of my branches like Hades. It wouldn't be a stretch for these narrow-minded natives to suspect that I was perhaps a demon, and that would make me a target of the world's temples and kingdoms. Yet understanding and controlling them were key to my attempts of breaking out of this place. If I could break them free of the demon's controls, I would be able to accelerate my expansion. And I didn't trust any of the survivors to not leak this fact to the outside world, and that was not because I doubted them. This world clearly had mind-controlling and mind-reading magic. The fact that the demons were able to access the hero's memories was obvious enough. So, some things must be kept absolutely secret, just like the fact that I was also an earther. My newfound abilities over the hybrid botany meant I could vaguely, very vaguely influence them. It was not yet outright controlled like with the regular trees. We spoke different languages and I was just a beginner in their language. I would need more time with them, secretly. Mana, Trevor read out the list. Mana processing, mana efficiency, mana allocation. Yes, mana. That juice that powered all the living beings of this world. That involved working on the giant attendant trees to create super mana farms. List of repairs. Grand Mind Tree. Trevor went on to the next item. We'll need resources for this, Master, which we do not have. I wondered whether I could configure the Grand Mind Tree into a diagnostic program to check me, since it did have the ability to reduce the effects of any mind control on me, so it should have some kind of scanning ability to identify what the curse did to me. Inventory items. Forest Rod. I wanted to keep the forest rod for any magical ley line I found, in order to get access to other kinds of soul forge colors. Though I believe they would have been extremely useful in converting this general area back to normal, I still thought the forest rod's unique ability to capture special magical locations should not be wasted on just any regular sludge and corruption. Well, unless I found the main source or node of this corruption, then I would want to use the rod. I mean, I'd risk it for the chance to convert the entire corrupted continent into my domain. That would just be awesome. Preparations for the next Demon King, Trevor asked. Would that be something of concern? Yes, we have to be prepared. Though if something like this happened again, what could I have done differently? Well, I honestly had no answer to this. If this corruption happened again, what could I have done? As the year drifted ever closer to its end, a group of survivors returned, about 30 of them. Their return was met with a massive celebration. Ian, the leader of the returned survivors, spoke. There is civilization out there. After 4 months of traveling, we finally got out of the corrupted area and made contact with a kingdom. Only our continent suffered significant damage from the corruption, and many are amazed that a pocket of us survived in the middle of the rotted lands. Rotted lands? Jura and the rest of the survivors asked. They were very interested in the outside world. Yes, the outsiders refer to the entirety of the corruption as the rotted lands. Well, it differs by region, but most call it the rotted lands or the blight lands. Many that we've met are interested in forming diplomatic relationships with us, but the terrain is too hostile unless the group is at least level 50 and above, and has the ability to create their own food and filter water, since there's nothing to harvest for a whole 2 months, and there's no clean water anywhere in the entirety of the rotted lands. How many did we lose? A Remainer asked. Of the 400, we lost 100 on the journey out. We lost 20 on our way back, even after we came with better equipment and supplies. How's Lausanne? Laufen asked. Lausanne is fine. She and a small group of the younger ones are on a journey to the other cities and kingdoms, but more importantly, we have a map. The returned men unfurled a massive map that indicated the edges of the rotted lands, and as Jura described it to me, it seemed Lily's was so far away that she wasn't harmed. But my other forest and the verdant volcano were both in the range of the rotted lands. Were they destroyed? I only lost connection, but I didn't get a message that Dimitri was destroyed. What about the verdant volcano? The map was important for a few reasons. One, it showed the shortest path to civilization, where the edges of the rotted lands and where Frika once were. Next, well, who we wanted to form any sort of diplomatic relationship with. As it was a large distance, and I may be able to open one path out of the rotted lands. Maybe a few more once I got stronger. On the flip side, I may also not open a path, such that the rotted lands formed a natural moat or barrier. After all, the prospect of marching an army through these rotted lands would greatly discourage any attempts to invade us. So who and how we exposed and declared our presence was important, and I needed to balance this with other aspects of my long-term plans. The Demon King incident was my first, but certainly wouldn't be the last one I faced. If I lived for hundreds of thousands of years, as great old trees often did, then I must consider the plans to prevent such events over the longer period. Sure, the first time wasn't really my fault, but if I let it happen to me more than a few times, that was entirely on me. The heroes and the Demon King were part of a continuous cycle, and therefore were a predictable, preventable crisis. What could I do? Find ways to let them fight it out elsewhere far from civilization and nature. How could I prevent them from destroying all the gains made by the jungles and forests, all the destroyed natural habitats? That involved influencing where the Demon King and heroes appeared. That was unlikely. Or should I aid the heroes such that they killed the Demon King as soon as possible? I had hesitated in participating in this conflict, but as I predicted previously, it came for me whether I liked it or not. Or could I kill the Demon King myself? How did the Demon Kings die so quickly? Was there some trick? I clearly needed to investigate this hex power and see whether I could make a safer version for myself. Like clean nuclear. So, how should we approach the future? It came for us. Hex. And I would need to gather power to slay the Demon King myself. Only with power could we preserve nature. Without power, nature would just remain a setting for their conflict. 28-year 111, I didn't think that the great protector of New Frika lived, Harris said as he arrived at the edges of my restored valley. He came with a group 100 strong. The rumors of the survivors are true after all. Good decision, Commander. A commander bowed next to him. They saw the field of normal green trees. Indeed. I wonder where they have hidden the past 20 years. Perhaps they were biding their time. All right, let's stop. We're in their territory now, Harris said. Yes, Your Highness. They nodded, and the group of 100 moved nimbly. They were clearly well trained and of a decent level. They didn't look like guards, and they were armed with magical star mana, enchanted weapons. Jura went to meet them along with 100 other survivors. Stop! Who goes there? Jura and all were well armed, but their equipment paled in comparison. In a straight fight, they would have lost easily. Still, they were alerted to these visitors and they moved quickly. This is the entourage of His Holiness, the Emperor Harris I, slayer of the Demon King, supreme ruler of the Harrison Empire, and you stand before the Emperor himself. It would be wise to kneel, peasant, one of the men said. He leaped ahead with his armor gleaming, showing off his enchanted gear. Jura shrugged. He hadn't lost his distaste for royals. Greetings, Emperor Harris. You walk on the blessed lands of Ian the Ageless, the great tree spirit and defender of the valley. We, the believers of the true spirit of the land, kneel before no king or royal. The man was quickly offended and wanted to attack, but then Harris stepped in. Greetings, pardon my entourage. Their zeal to glorify my name is but a minor crime. Truly, does Ian still live? Jura shrugged. We've never doubted him. But it seemed that the outsiders have. Harris laughed. He was no longer a child now, a man in his late 30s, yet the glow of his heroic presence was unmistakable. He was equipped from head to toe for war, every item he wielded radiating enormous amounts of star mana. It would not be out of place if anyone assumed he was preparing to face the Demon King. What brings you here, Emperor? Watch your words, one of Harris's lackeys interrupted. Jura ignored it. Harris took a step forward. I stayed very briefly in New Freaka before my fateful battle with the Demon King. I still remember the great tree spirit's massive wooden shields that blocked out the demon's attack. In hindsight, I should have predicted that the tree spirit lived. I still have his familiar after all. Some of the lackeys expressed surprise. Goodness, the hero surrounded himself with sycophants. Anyway, may I speak to the tree spirit? I have much to discuss with a being of such great power. Jura paused, but I thought he wanted me to tell him what to do. I mentally agreed, and Jura looked at Harris. Certainly, but the tree spirit would not have all of you armed and only you alone. The lackeys were about to say something ridiculous again. If there are any accommodations or rest stops for my group to rest, that will be sufficient. Perhaps a hotel if such institutions survived. It's fine for me to meet the tree spirit myself. Unfortunately, 20 years without customers has been extremely hard on our hotels, so none of them remain, Jura joked. Let's go this way. Jura led them into one of the tunnels, and from there they arrived in the submerged valley. They looked quite surprised to see a massive tree with a burning top that was hidden underneath. How did we miss this? Harris said quietly. But before the sycophants could answer, he cut them off. Rhetorical question. Jura and the survivors watched the group carefully, and soon they saw the beetles. But right before one of the sycophants wanted to attack the beetle, Harris stopped it. Idiot, can you use your brain and think, why is there a beetle here? It must be the tree's servant. I see they haven't changed much. Oh, Jura asked. You've seen them? Yes, I have. Over 20 years ago, he said. So, where can I meet the tree? Ah, right this way. Could you request your men to wait over at that area? Jura pointed to a resting area that had been made last year. There was a lot of wooden furniture, a small blossoming collection of fruit juice stalls, and some barbecue stalls that roasted the local meats, kind of like an alfresco food court. Harris nodded, and the men obeyed. Only Jura and Harris walked to one of the larger giant attendant trees that had been converted to a meeting room. He sat alone inside. Ian will speak to you here. Jura nodded, and he shut the door. Inside the giant attendant tree there was only him. He looked around as if he was waiting for something. Hello, Harris, I said. Makes sense that a tree spirit is telepathic. The last time we met, all I got was a notification about the familiar when Lady Mika spoke. Greetings, Ian, much has changed. I was told you sought us out once you learned of our existence. Indeed, Harris sat. Let me cut to the chase, Ian. We are 4 years away from the next Demon King, maybe 5 years if we are lucky. I'm trying to gather a force to defeat the next Demon King as soon as it spawns, and your defensive abilities are something that's quite firmly etched in my mind. Would you help me? Interesting offer, but I suppose you did not forget that I'm an immobile tree. That's true, but we could make artifacts that could temporarily store some of your abilities as a single-use skill. With a bit of star mana and some special crystals, we could create a spell matrix that could store some of your shields. In fact, I'd also like to store that demonic suppression aura of yours. It would prove incredibly helpful in a battle against the Demon King. At least it would help to weaken the lackeys for the rest of us. Well, it seemed all the survivors were making plans for the Demon King, so that was an encouraging sign. Certainly it was aligned to my own goals, so in this case I should cooperate. Agreed. But I will demand some of those spell matrices for my own use. Harris laughed. That was quick. I expected a tree to take a longer time to deliberate such things. There's also another matter. Oh, over 20 years ago, New Freaka played host to many refugees, royalty of many families, and you might remember many kingdoms were destroyed, essentially beheaded, because the demons possessed powerful ranged weapons. And, well, may I ask you to offer the same protection to my offspring? I find that hard to believe, hero. You have star mana and the ability to create powerful magical defenses. Certainly your capital has been enchanted many times to prepare for such an event. Yes, it has. But the children are fools. They squabble with each other over petty goals and trigger their star mana artifacts too easily, exhausting them. Artifacts meant for greater dangers, he said, sighing. A cup of tea appeared next to him. He sipped. And damn, I miss this tea so much. He drank another sip. Seriously, this damned world is trying to kill us. Who? They got Becky. It's the tea that makes me feel upset, Harris sighed. The demons, they killed her a few years ago, even though we fought together. Well, maybe except Jared, who's too busy getting drunk and hiding in strange places throughout the world. The human hero looked sad, confused, and tired all at the same time. I wondered whether the tea was alcoholic, because I was damn sure it wasn't. It was just a bit of hospitality. Fuck the gods, you know. This fucking game is just engineered to kill us. We're leader heroes. We have armies of magical summons, and the gods just fucking turn it around and spawn super demons where our army of magical summons are just fodder, and wide swathes of my army-boosting abilities are just absolutely useless. They made this game and tied one of our hands right behind our backs. Why was he ranting? It's just so nostalgic to come back to the first place where we were saved. Damn it, I suddenly feel like I'm a young teen again. I checked whether any of my tree of prayers or psychedelics were active. Nope. I thought he was just having all these things pent up. Fuck it, he took a deep breath. Yeah. Stupid kids, would you protect them? They're still my children, but damn if they are not idiots. I don't remember being so idiotic as a young teenager. When you look back, every generation has always thought the younger generation was idiots. Harris paused. Well, yeah, but still, they are my idiots, and that annoys me. This fucking world is out to kill us. Me, Myri, Jared, just 3 of us left. I just hope my stupid kids don't get involved. How many kids do you have? I thought. He blushed. I think about 26. The youngest one is 1. 2 of my wives are pregnant. I didn't know what to say about that. Wait. He was only in his 30s. Maybe he was going to turn 40 soon. Didn't that mean he had at least 1 baby a year? Well, he finished the tea. Can I have more? A small vine produced hot water and another added crumpled, dried powder into the cup. You've been productive. Yes, so, you're asking me to offer protection to a very, very large number of people. Harris frowned. Yes. I still don't get it. You don't trust your own magic and you prefer to trust me. I was skeptical. Extremely. This sounded like a royal asking for protection again. I thought long and hard about it. So long as I live, I am certain my family will survive. My star mana and my heroic powers mean I will still be able to protect them with my powers. I've tried my best to store my powers in spell matrices and all that, but artifacts able to store hero-grade powers are few and far between and very often usable only once, sometimes twice. Unlike other generations of heroes, our powers are mostly summons and creatures, and that doesn't extend to grand magical formations. We could still do them to a far lesser degree, but it's not the same as what a ritual-focused hero or what a pure enchanter hero could achieve. When we level, our hero-grade skills are given, and it's not like we can force those skills into something they are not. For example, Mayuri has extremely powerful lightning abilities, but none of those are a usable shield of any kind. Strange to say this, we are constrained by the scope of our gifts. Our talents for skills outside our designated hero class is ordinary, and if we want more, we have to trade our hero levels for them. He paused. And so, if something falls outside our rather specialized scope, we have to then turn to native experts for aid. My life is unfortunately fragile, weak, and I am a marked man hunted by future demon kings. I will fail eventually. Before that, tell me, how did you survive 2 demon kings? Oh, the first one, Astra. Harris took a deep breath. He did a cursed ritual melding blood magic, star mana, and the magic of the land. And whatever he did, well, it blew up the demon king. When the second demon king came along, he tried the same thing, but something happened and he died. That meant me, Becky, Mayuri, and Jared gathered together to face the demon king when we found out it was headed toward the Northern Isles. And although Astra died, whatever it used weakened that second demon king significantly. Yet we still lost Becky. So whatever that hero did worked. Only the price was too high to pay for it to be done more than once. The next demon king, we won't be so lucky. Harris seemed to be waiting for a response from me, but I didn't reply. So, my family. My luck will run out eventually. I intend to still protect them, and existences like yourselves is an insurance I hope I never have to use. Decades ago, though to me it feels just days ago, I told the royals then that they are free to seek refuge in my lands. I intend to maintain that principle, and so your offspring is free to seek refuge in my land. But like then, no special privileges. Was this the fate of people like me, repeating the same sentences over and over again? I felt like a broken record, and it should fucking annoy me. I should outsource it to an artificial soul or train a bunch of people to repeat my principles. Kinda like a call center or a visitor center that repeated the rules to a bunch of unruly tourists. It'd be even better if they got to do it with the same lack of enthusiasm and boredom. Yeah, I should outsource and automate it. It'd be the first treachery service and call center. Or maybe an artificial mind, tasked to repeat the same responses many, many times. Not what I hoped it'll be, but that will do. Harris frowned. So where have you been hiding for the past 2 decades? Me. I was asleep, he laughed. And the survivors, they somehow made do in this sunken valley. Yes. Never mind. Back to what I initially came for. Once I return, I will begin commissioning the construction of the spell storage gems, and I will have them delivered. Let me know once you've finished infusing your skills in them. How? I mean, I'd never seen such an item. I doubted they came with easily understood manuals, and even if they did, they were usually made for humanoids, not trees. Good point. I'll come over with it. At this point, I remembered the 2 heroes that were trapped. I pondered whether to let Harris know about them, and I considered the consequences, whether he would doubt or suspect that I had anything to do with it. Then I decided it was probably best if I told him anyway. Maybe heroes got special rewards for freeing their friends' souls. Harris, when I was asleep, I saw your friends. My friends, Simone and Victor. Their souls were captured by the Demon King and they are being corrupted. Harris's face paled instantly. What, where, how do you know? I don't know much, and I saw it in a dream, but they are likely to be near where you all fought the Demon King. Look for a red crystal and break it. He paused and he paced the room in circles. I swore we cleared out the field in an attempt to clean up the corruption, but then again, it could be hidden underground. I must let Mayuri and Jared know if this is true. It explains the weird dreams we've been having. They must have been trying to speak to us but couldn't get through. Outside, Harris's entourage was getting restless. It had been almost 2 hours. I'm not able to free them, but maybe you could. Honestly, there really was no way I could reach the Demon King's site, with all the sludge and corruption between us and them. Harris nodded. On this matter, I will handle it. I will be in touch. And with that, Harris and his entourage left. There wasn't much he could do about the message system's failure in this area, because the magical interference came from the vast fields of sludge, and the hero with the communication tower ability died a few years ago. Theoretically, if I cleared out enough of the sludge, magical interference and decay would drop, and the messaging system would restore itself. I supposed on top of behaving like a polluting oil, it also emitted some kind of magical wave that caused magic to break down over time. Very similar to Hex, really. He was here before Tree, Jura asked. Yeah, you don't recognize him. He said he was mostly with Lady Mika, so he didn't really particularly stick in my mind, Jura said. It's hard to recognize people I met 20 years ago. He doesn't even look the same. He looks largely the same to my spirit vision, but his glow is larger than before. I suppose it's the levels. He's not exactly hiding his presence, or maybe he can't. He doesn't have the right skills. Ah, well. Thankfully, his entourage was well behaved once he was out of sight. They're just putting up a show when he is around. Interestingly, they don't like each other all that much. I think they all work for different people. His different wives, perhaps. I mentally chuckled. Was this the logical outcome of a harem? I mean, sure, the harem could get along, but once everyone had their own children with the same father, it was just a source of conflict, wasn't it? Every mother wanted to protect her own offspring, so they competed for attention. Human nature made it so that it was hard to be fair and be seen and perceived as fair. Even if he acted fairly, it may appear as favoritism. Jura laughed too. Well, that's why I'm single. I spend too much time practicing. My efforts to mix normal mana and star mana did help to improve its efficiency, but I still hadn't gotten a skill for it. Thanks to that, we'd managed to expand the forest to cover a long strip of land that led to one of the nearby towns. I decided to still leave a large patch of unconverted sludge between my forest and the town, just as a moat, but this entire process meant they only had to travel about 1 month through the sludge, and they'd arrive at the edges of that long forest. Viewed from above, it was like the forest extended one long-ass vine to reach for the town. Meanwhile, my research on the demonic hybrids also made some progress. I'd gained some more understanding of their nature, such as their bodies actually absorbed ambient energies and converted it to their demonic mana. In a way, it was air-powered. They didn't need sunlight, but they did need some water, and they absorbed it from the air, which was why they could exist in multiple forms and colors. They also had some kind of water vision, which meant they would often target non-native animals, like elves or humans, or even ordinary wildlife that had far higher water content than the demonic hybrids. Were these demons like some kind of reimagination of animals in a post-water scarcity world? Mars in its dying days. I'd yet to connect to the wider network of these hybrid trees, fearing that they may overwhelm me. So far, all my attempted connections had been with standalone hybrid trees that had been isolated. They responded well to demonic mana, but when flooded with my normal mana, they just froze and entered hibernation. Still, I persisted, and I carved a segment where I experimented more on them. Maybe these hybrid trees could act as a first line of filter, such that they weakened the demonic energy's pressure at the edges. Something like an absorbent or suspension, having a transitory species of trees that could act as a medium between the two varying ecologies. Maybe I could engineer something, a new plant species that straddled the two worlds. At that very thought, I felt a huge repulsion from the rest of my network of trees. These feelings, they came from the native trees, and they despised that thought. Ha, natives. I was a foreigner, outworlder too. Why did you not reject me then? Besides, plants certainly evolved in my world. These hybrids were clearly an adaptation, an evolution in this world. Why exclude these newcomers? 29 year 112, a T first. I left a gap of rotted lands between the wider, uncorrupted world and my recovered areas as I expanded. Beneath all the once corrupted lands were normal lands, and some of them had minerals or had geological features that were once hidden by the sludge. Clearing the land meant all these were revealed, and the new trees used to clear these spaces discovered the higher concentration of certain minerals when their roots extended into the ground. Some of these were common minerals, like regular iron or copper. Some areas were just certain types of soil that were suitable for making pottery or clay. I'd imagine these resources would be suitable for construction or allow the creation of certain industries. Though our population was still only about 3,000 if the refugees came along, I would see this amount increase over time. There would be refugees. How would they get past the rotted lands? Jura asked. Good point. That was when I realized my idea of creating a moat was quite stupid. Sure, the moat made it harder for enemies to come in, and it also helped to thin any army's numbers by having to fight the demons, but it almost completely denied the refugees or anyone who wanted to live in my domain. And that meant I would forever have a far smaller army to work with. Refugees in this world were mostly escapees of war. Though they were desperate and may have levels, they were mostly unarmed and would not survive a whole month through the rotted lands. Since any army that wanted a piece of me would march through the rotted lands anyway, with all the necessary logistics to survive the journey, I decided to make smaller paths to the outside world, which would then be fortified with walls, various tree defenses, and a huge bunch of beetles. That way, prospective refugees could still get a safe path in. I couldn't do the same things and still expect a better result. An expansionary approach was something I didn't try, though I was fond of the turtling concept. In fact, maybe that was why I was even a tree. A tree by nature was immobile, but perhaps I should embrace rapid expansion of weeds. We're already drawing attention, a few of the survivors said. Ian's expansion has made our lands very attractive. There are so few of us, we can't hold off those lands. Jura shook his head. Ian has decided to hold on to those lands. Anyone who wants it will have to go through his army. In fact, a nearby kingdom officially launched an invasion force of 30,000. They would cut across the small strip of rotted lands and then start to settle in reclaimed areas closest to their kingdom. It wasn't much of a battle. By the time that army did cross the rotted lands, they lost about 2,000 people. They gained levels, though. When they emerged from the rotted lands, Jura helped make an announcement that they were invading my lands. Of course, they ignored it. Then they were attacked by hidden beetles scattered across the newly made forests. There were some high-leveled individuals in there, perhaps around level 50 to 80, and I dealt with them personally, mostly by just harassing them with serpentine root strike and a volley of poisonous fruits from everywhere. Didn't take long for the 30,000 to become only 20,000, and then deciding that it was better to just run away, since they soon realized the army of beetles was a lot bigger than they were prepared for. I had 100,000 subsidiary trees, and that meant if I ever maxed out on beetles, that was a total of 500,000 beetles. 500,000 beetles that regenerated to 100,000 beetles per month. It was just, I could Zergrush the nearest kingdoms. How many kingdoms could fight off 100,000 beetles each month anyway? Of course, I couldn't practically max out beetles, since I had some dedicated for other roles, like housing, like training areas, or some as defenses. There was also the issue of levels. I mean, if someone killed 100,000 beetles, I was damn sure the system was going to give him some super beetle immunity or beetle resistance or beetle slayer abilities. In fact, this very issue was why it was better to have a diversified army, because if at any time your opponent ever gained a skill advantage, it applied over the entirety of the army. Imagine if a general had Beetle Slayer General or something like that. That would mean my beetles were effectively useless, or maybe some mage got bug spray or something. After that defeat, there was no more invasion for the rest of the year. I counted that as a yay, because obviously now the other kingdoms realized it wasn't easy trying to take land away from a tree. Trade and commerce were gradually returning, so the survivors reorganized themselves as a new administrative body for the entire land, once again with me as the spiritual leader. There was no large-scale refugee movement yet, not with the land being relatively peaceful. The demonic rifts had yet to reopen, and the hybrids of the Rotedlands didn't seem to stray far from their native environment. Any opinions? Jura went and met Yvonne in her training tree. Yvonne gained a wooden form that could talk and communicate with people, but unlike Mela or Alexis, her wooden body remained stuck in her tree. Quite strange, and I reckon the heroes just had special treatment. Strategically, Ian should communicate with all the nearby kingdoms for alliances, and since the land is unoccupied, perhaps he could arrange some kind of lease or vassalage system. Maybe work with some unhappy nobles in the kingdoms who'd be happy to defect over to Ian's side, since Ian would probably allow for a wider range of flexibility than some insecure king. In short, an arrangement similar to New Frika, but open to the rest of them. There's going to be conflict. Jura shook his head. You've seen how sensitive Ian is with certain matters. It can be managed. I personally have begun to realize it's a question of distance. Ian cares a lot less about what the kingdoms do when they are far away. I suggest declaring this entire valley some kind of holy land, then all the cities that spring out around the valley to be the Holy Land's defender nations. Jura just paused and stared at Yvonne's wooden face. Seriously, it's what the human kingdoms did a long time ago. The lesser human vassal nations around the main human country were referred to as the Paladin Kingdoms, and the capital was the sacred city of the hero king. History's interesting. It tells us what has been done before and what we can do again. Yvonne nodded. I would definitely recommend this strategy to Ian. Lesser nations under one spiritual protector. Ian's already worshipped back in the days of New Frika. A returning deity surely can sway the minds of many. He should very much take advantage of his past reputation and his now public relationship with the hero. The hero, Harris? Ah, yes. Harris's visit was widely publicized. The affairs of Harris, the harem hero emperor, were tabloid fodder. They speculated whether there was a woman waiting for him at my place, or perhaps an illegitimate child. Harris had quite a special position according to the merchants, as he built his empire by reclaiming vast amounts of Rotedlands. In fact, his entire territory sat on reclaimed Rotedlands, with his army of summoned knights to patrol and fight off any monsters. Each time one of his many women had a child, he would reclaim more land, which would be awarded to that newly born child, though still managed by the crown. I couldn't help but mentally laugh at the idea. I mean, he was living the life of many Isekai main characters, and the consequences of that sort of lifestyle, such that he had to reclaim land to secure the future of each of his many children. As it turned out, Hero's children actually did not inherit any of their father's or mother's special blessings, so their children were absolutely ordinary, except for their special station in life. Of course, their special station in life meant they got the best trainers, teachers, equipment, and gear, which, if they used it properly, that'd be good. But his oldest child, a teenager at 17 years old, was rumored to be arrogant, abused his status as the prince, and like his father was a womanizer. I mean, he had fun during the years having so many women, so now he had to deal with the consequences of having so many women, right? Once he passed away someday in the future, maybe his kids would squabble, and a war would break out among their children over the land. Since all the children all received special star mana weapons, extra enchantments and stuff, surely there would be perceived inequality and there would be war. I'd seen it in telenovela or even business empires. In a way, maybe Ivan was right. I was in the unique position of being a nigh-immortal tree. Surely any empire I built would last longer than one of human heroes. It was a norm that few empires survived their founders. I spent some time thinking about it, and I thought it was a good idea and totally worth trying. Let's try an expansionary strategy. I did like the idea that this entire valley was sacred land. The survivors grouped together and split the territories around us into 10 parcels. For now, with more to come as I expanded further, and a declaration was made. 10 parcels of land awaiting for settlement. A constitution drafted, with terms closely resembling that of the old New Frika, but with some modifications. A map was made, areas marked as protected territories, where no large-scale settlement or logging could be made, and areas where the settlers could build their own homes. Each of the 10 parcels were to determine their own rulers or governors, but they would have to operate under my umbrella, provide a contribution to the overall military and magic defense, and accept instructions that I may periodically bestow. In short, I'd become the tooltip or foreign monarch that was now going to hand out duties to my new vassals. Kind of like Tropico. Then, with the aid of some merchants, an invitation was made to everyone on the entire continent. Though I suppose the message first got to the rich and powerful, eventually it had spread to the common folk. Come, join the Rotterdam's restoration effort, open up new lands, rebuild the lost cities of the past, be part of Ian's domain, Ian's frontier, be a pioneer, 10 largely self-governing parcels for the taking. Come. And I waited. Of course, this decision rather surprised Ivan and Jura. Neither thought I would do something like that. I knew I probably wouldn't. But my old strategy was not working. I wanted to grow. If it didn't work, I could just crush them with my army of 500,000 beetles. With that settled, I moved on to other matters. Harris was supposed to return with a bunch of artifacts that could store my skills, but he didn't come this year. A messenger came and notified us that procurement of the necessary materials took far longer than expected. And Araz's transformation into a nursery tree was quite interesting and fascinating. She was essentially a large tree that was like a childcare center, and like Ivan, she too could take the form of a tree person. Interestingly, she could make multiple copies of herself within the childcare center, and her mind somehow allowed her to do all the things together. A part of her tree was able to produce all sorts of milk and saps to feed the young children, some even directly via vines that were shaped like milk bottles, or for the centaurs, udders, or for the treefolk, thick sap-like drops. It was really cool and she gained levels quite quickly. "It's quite surreal to still see you, Mom," Roma said to Ivan. He sat inside her tree, practicing. "I mourn your death, and yet here you are." She tapped Roma on the head. "Well, looks like fate has other plans for me." "More like Ian had other plans for you, and I'm not quite sure if I like it," she shrugged. As the year slowly reached its end, after all that fighting and expanding, I got something I wanted. You have gained a level. You are now level 153. Your skill, Natural Mana Overwhelming, has been upgraded. I hoped for a new skill, but it seemed the system was more keen on just upgrading my skills. Still, it made it easier for my mana to push back and put out the demonic mana. Next year, I would be closing in on the volcano and the southwest forest. I'd hoped to see how the rod and Dimitri's artificial mind was holding up. I had the notification that I lost my connection to Dimitri, but not one that indicated that he died. Perhaps, with the use of the magical ley line, he was able to use its mana to push back against the demonic corruption. That would be great, since I wouldn't have to rebuild that entire southwest forest. I would like to start reconnecting with lilies again. I had a lot of questions, and I thought only great old beings like them could answer it. Oh, naming. So we need to brainstorm a name for our new city. The survivors reconvened. Apparently it was an important matter because they didn't know how to describe themselves and they didn't want to use the name of New Frika, which was destroyed. The conversation went somewhat like this: Neo Frika, too similar to the old name. Frikabaru. Yuwa Freela, no, Ian Frika. Sounds too much like a bad nickname. Eonland, no. After days and maybe even weeks of numerous meetings, no one could settle on a name because everyone wanted something else, and in the end they voted as a whole to force me to name the area. I didn't have a good name either. Nunu Frika, nope. Even better Frika, Frika 3, nope. In the end, because we were deep in the rotted lens, I decided something that opposed the meaning of rotted, Freshka. Yes. The city of Freshka. I felt numerous facepalms in the entirety of the valley, as if a million dreams were silenced and crushed all at once. I thought I was quite clever, but everyone else didn't. But they reluctantly accepted my proposed name, because Freshka was fresher, fresh, like new but fresh. It was like a bad, cringy commercial. If Mila was here, she'd say my naming sense was atrocious. Freshka. The good thing was it was just going to be the name of the new city that was going to be built at a new location, quite a distance from the valley. I mean, now that large areas were back to their normal, forested ways, not everyone wanted to live near a giant flaming tree anymore. So they found a place where there was a river, a nice, slightly sloped flatland to start their new city. 3,000 people made the move there to the second new capital of the other restored lands. The other was Harris's empire, of course, which was on the other side of the continent. If the entire rotted lands was an apple, his empire would be shaped like a bite into the apple. Should I call the general area Freshlands then? Freshens, Frieshkens. Frieshens didn't sound that bad either. 30-year 113 TME was running out, and Harris's panic reflected that. Only 10, I asked. I looked at the 10 crystalline objects. It's a lot harder to obtain spell crystals at the necessary quality and purity. These 10 spell matrices are able to store one skill or ability, which can be reused up to 3 times each. That's only 30 uses. It's a lot better than nothing. Harris nodded. If I manage to get more, I certainly will bring them over, but rather than wait, I thought of just testing these 10 out now. True, never know if they might fail. Harris was alone in the valley. His army of entourage was not allowed in, so they made themselves comfortable in the new city of Freshka. I looked at the 10 items and asked, "So you'll give me some of them?" He paused and he rubbed his head. "I know I agreed to give it to you, but it'll affect my survival chances. Can I just give you one first? And if I live, I'll give you 5 of these spell matrices. Will they break after they are used?" I sort of thought they wouldn't because they looked incredibly well made and the material was gorgeous. I'd imagine these things to fetch an incredibly high price if one were to even try doing it. They shouldn't. They need to have the skills reinserted again. They just become empty. You can try it out, though. There's a recharge time before they can start receiving skills again. It wasn't hard to input a skill into the crystal. All I had to do was think of the skill I wanted to use and then sort of will it into the gem. I got it after like 20 tries. So all 10 gems now had steelwood barrier, and he kept 9 of them. They had a faint greenish glow. Partly why it took me so long is because I wanted a gem that essentially replicates all the effects of a skill, not just stores the skill. There are plenty of spell matrices out there that store just the skill, but those lose the passive effects and other caster-specific qualities that make the spell or skill strong. After all, I'm quite certain your strength comes from a lot more than just the skill alone. I didn't have to reply. Harris probably noticed my reluctance as he quickly changed the topic to something else. Oh, I didn't tell you, but we found the red crystal that was mentioned. It was indeed hidden under a massive pile of sludge. And we broke it. Oh, I hadn't checked on the two heroes in a while. Indeed, I couldn't access that area anymore. Jared and Myri found some time out of their busy schedules to visit. They should be on their way here. Two more heroes. I wasn't prepared for that. Why are they coming here? Nothing much, just to meet up and discuss some things in your presence. Jared seems to have something that he says will be valuable to you and us. Me. What could a hero say that could be of use to me? Harris took some time to stay in the new buildings in Freshka as the rest of the heroes arrived a few days later. They looked different, and in Myri's case, she'd grown a lot taller. Jared was lean, tanned, and had shoulder-length hair. They both had aged and now looked like actual adults. "So this is where the tree is?" Jared asked. Myri nodded. "Yeah, we got lucky when we started out around here and we got our basic combat training here. At least, well, when it was here." "I see." They soon approached Freshka and regrouped with Harris. After a bit of chit-chat and catch-up, they came to see me. Jared seemed quite interested. "It's really, really big." "I had the impression that all tree spirits are large," Myri said. "Or is this one of your half-drunk statements?" "Not at all. I might be half-drunk most of the time, but tree spirits do go through regular growth periods. I've met small tree spirits before." Jared looked quite relaxed around me. Harris took out the spell matrices and showed it to the other two. Myri oohed. "I'm still working on spell matrices that are able to absorb and temporarily recreate the anti-demon aura. It's a lot harder than I thought." "I could upgrade your familiars to special familiars. It comes with the demonic aura after a few levels," I said, as I recalled Lausanne did have a lesser version of the aura. "It's not as strong as mine." They agreed, so I upgraded them. For Myri and Harris, it seemed the levels that the existing familiars carried over to the new Star Mana-powered familiars, and they unlocked the lesser demonic suppression aura instantly. For Jared, this was the first time he received the familiar, but he didn't seem entirely surprised by it. "Fascinating, isn't it?" Harris said. "Not bad," Jared said. "So, you said there's something you wanted to share." Jared nodded and opened his bag. He took out a strange item. It resembled a really, really dried piece of wood. "Yes. I also have a gift for Ian, actually." He placed the dried piece of wood on the table, and the moment I touched it, I felt a notification in my head. "You've received a fragment of the ancient tree that was destroyed thousands of years ago." That very moment, I felt happy. It was a joy that came from the entirety of my network, like all my trees felt happy to be touched by that fragment. I couldn't respond for a while as I had to manage a rush of emotions that went through my head. Thoughts, too. There were objects that could do this to me in the world. Was it because my grand mind tree still needed repairs? The three heroes waited for a while for my response, and they just talked among themselves. "Ian," Harris asked. Jared looked at Harris and Myri and then just sat down. "It'll take a while." I gave this same thing to a few other spirits, and they all froze or didn't respond to me for at least a day. "Maybe we can go have a drink first." The heroes chatted among themselves again, and then they left. "You've analyzed the ancient tree's fragment. You gained a level. You are now level 154. Skill, subsidiary tree upgraded. 200,000 trees. Skill, wood shaping significantly upgraded." Then I started to see visions. It felt like I was watching television as scene after scene flickered before me. Memories of the ancient tree engraved in its body. Like how a tree recorded what it suffered through in the rings of its trunk, the fragment contained its ancient memories. A vision. Vast expanse of forest, jungles, sea. Monsters, dragons, humans, elves, small towns and some cities. Then a falling red star. Then it was an emotion, not a scene but a feeling of instability, of falling. Like I was pulled out by something and then started falling. Then demons everywhere. I saw visions of dragons, then it ended so very quickly. No, more. I tried to access it again, but it felt like a teaser trailer that was too short. I accessed the shard again, but all it did was play the same scenes in repeat. I need more. I spoke to the three heroes who were relaxing in Freshka. That feeling was like I was robbed of knowledge, of knowing some but not enough. I needed more. I'm afraid that's the last one I have. I've given out every shard I have to other tree spirits. You'll have to get it from them. Jared shook his head. I didn't even know there was a tree spirit here, so I only kept one. How many did you have? How many have you given out? I asked, my entire being trying to hold back a sense of need and desperation that came from the rest of me. Was this a kind of mind control? I needed that grand mind tree repaired as soon as possible. I had 3. I gave one to you, one to Lily's, and another one to the frozen tree in the Northern Isles. Lily's had one. Maybe I could negotiate directly with Lily's for a loan. I didn't really need to keep the fragment, just analyze it to get a more coherent picture of the past. Wait, why was I going down this train of thought again? Harris ribbed Jared. Wait, what were you trying to do? Oh, you know I've been going around making all sorts of herbal liqueur. I found that collecting those from ancient tree spirits or powerful tree spirits can produce a high-quality herbal liqueur with strong suppression qualities. So I set out creating a blended herbal liqueur. I've collected about 7 tree spirit herbs, leaves, and barks. Mayuri just smacked her palm to her face. Oh, so all this just to fulfill your alcohol desires. Look, don't judge me and my hobbies. Harris has his harem, and you have your ballroom and fancy at-home game politics. Leave me as the hermit eccentric brewer of strange drinks. Jared got quite defensive. I even gained levels with it. What? They both paused. I haven't gained a level since we fought the Demon King. The system's busted, we all know that, but it turned out you can actually gain levels from doing non-fighting things. That doesn't match my experience. Harris frowned. I've been clearing up large areas of land and all, not a single level. Mayuri nodded too. Which class did you gain a level in? Your hero class or something else? No, not hero. My master brewer class. Collecting unusual and rare items and brewing with them did gain me levels. Anyway, Jared shouted. Ian, right? I want your herbs, leaves, and a bit of your bark. Fine. He gave me a level. That was fair, I supposed. I'd made herbal drinks and tea all the time anyway. Herbal alcoholic drinks, well, I sort of mentally smacked myself there. Why didn't I think of that? Wait, maybe the wineries did create herbal versions of the wine. But I want the other piece, the one with that frozen tree. Tell them it's a loan and you can return it to them after I'm done analyzing them. Jared seemed even more defensive. A gift given to a tree spirit is never asked back. I won't do that. I'll lose my supply of magical frozen herbal leaves. How did I negotiate this? Maybe I should do so directly. Then bring a small sapling of mine to it. Place it near to it. A small tree of prayer, a messenger from me. I would have to find a way to communicate with my other trees that were outside the network. Could I have roots that crossed the ocean? But the chance to communicate with another tree spirit. That I can do, Jared promised, and he looked at the small bag of leaves, bark, and roots with great interest. He took a small piece of root out and smelled it. He licked it a bit. The other 2 heroes looked at him and their faces were just plain disgusted. You lick your materials. I've got to know how they taste. My tongue has a special skill, brewer's taste buds, which lets me know how well it'll go together with the rest of my brew. Don't worry, I'll clean it up. You guys don't know how hard it is to get an audience with tree spirits. So far, this tree fragment has been my most successful method to get new herbal materials. Where did you even get such a thing? I don't imagine you would end up checking every single fragment of wood you encounter, Harris asked. It was in a random abandoned temple on the Shafar coast of the western continent in my quest to find rare herbal ingredients for my herbal alcohol. I was led there by a druid who spoke of a dead religion of some kind. At this point, I intervened. "Never mind. Are there more?" I took everything. Unless I missed it, which I could have, because honestly I didn't pay those fragments much attention. They look like half-rotten wood, not exactly something my eyes are drawn to. Half-rotten wood. Let's change the topic. Myri shrugged. Harris said Ian has some rather interesting weapons. It was then that Harris brought out some of the wooden spears and swords. Yes. These are the anti-demon weapons, and I'm wondering if we, the three of us, together with Ian's wooden weapons as the chassis, would like to explore that possibility together. Harris didn't mention this the last time we met, but heroic-grade anti-demon weapons made sense. The weapons they created using the rare materials from this world were strong, but not specifically anti-demon. So the three heroes spent days with me. I used wood-forming magic to form wooden weapons infused with my anti-demon powers, and the three heroes added their enchantments. Later on, they formed the wooden weapons together with me as I shaped the wood into its weapon shape. Their star mana joined in and helped. It was a long process, but the heroes clearly feared for their lives. I could sense all three of them had lingering, deep-seated memories of their many battles with different demon kings, and it reflected the sudden focus they had. After 2 weeks, they all had wooden weapons they were satisfied with, yet they still feared whether it was enough. As Myri put it, they were summoner heroes, and yet the world forced them to still play the role of a combat-focused hero, so they had to resort to such preparations. "We can't do this forever." Jared looked at his curved wooden blade infused with a mix of wood and heroic energy. He sounded a bit dejected. They left all the rejected ones behind for me, which were all incredibly powerful items in their own way, but just not to the level they needed. I intended to later spend some time to further analyze them and see whether I could use my own star mana to similar effects. "No, we can't, but we must try. Age catches up to us, even if magic keeps us young for now. Killing the Demon King is just temporary. If there's some way we can just seal the Demon King, I wonder whether that would stop the Demon King from repeating," he said, and then he had a headache immediately. He quickly opened a gourd next to him and drank from it. "We can't even seal a demon walker," Myri laughed. "They left a few days after. Seal the Demon King. Would that actually stop the cycle? My prior year's effort to market myself as fresh land for refugees, unhappy nobles, and all that brought a huge amount of people." There were fights, naturally, among refugees squabbling over the best spots, but the space was large enough that they dispersed over the 10 sectors. Even then, fighting was going to happen, and this time, I was staying out of it. I would work with whoever their chosen ruler was, and so long as they operated under my framework, I would leave them be. That was what a vassal was, right? This promise of unclaimed lands attracted all sorts of people who were unhappy with their existing rulers' tax regimes, or with insecure borders or people on the run. Some just wanted to try out something else, and eventually, a few smaller settlements formed. Over time, many of these smaller villages and settlements would agglomerate and form into towns and cities proper, but that'd be over a few more years. Freshka, too, located in what was considered the core region of the new land, experienced some influx of settlers. The promise of fertile lands and bountiful harvests blessed by a watchful tree spirit was attractive to some farmers. In each sector, after the migrants started coming in, I placed a tree of prayer and a few giant attendant trees, which acted as their segment's focal points. Jura and some of the followers set up a new Valtrian order. And the Valtrian order's task this time was to recruit promising young children from all the 10 segments to form my new Valthorn initiates. Of course, for now, no recruitment had actually started. It was only the first year they were coming in. I'd start next year, but the plan and infrastructure were ready. By the end of the year, 5 of the 10 sectors had been settled and on average, home to about 10,000 each, for a total of 50,000. There were a bit of gang wars and internal fighting, but nothing overt yet. I probably should get someone to watch them like Ivy, to keep watch of any high-risk individuals, so I created a new artificial soul, Jasmine. Not the princess, of course. During this year, I'd also stretched my trees to reconnect with the verdant volcano and the southwest forests. I was relieved to discover they both survived, even if the area they covered had shrunk significantly. It seemed that the energy from the volcano and the ley line was strong enough to push back at the sludge, and it helped that they were quite far from the epicenter of the sludge than I was, so lucky for them, the pressure from the sludge was weaker. Dimitri, which I'd lost connection to, was still alive, if not a bit insane. He went off in gibberish for a good 3 months as I spent time repairing his internal structure. So I was just glad to not have to start from scratch. Dimitri eventually recovered from his insanity caused by being disconnected from me for so long. I didn't allow him to speak for a long time because he was just incoherent. The volcano crater and the forest rod survived, thankfully, but the sludge got as far as halfway up the volcano. So with this, my Soul Forge's other abilities were restored, and my soul collectors were back in business. 31 year 114, a group of 5 mages came, selling some kind of service. For payment, they would help create spell formations around and on city walls for use against monsters and demons. They were all quite high-leveled, around level 50 to 60, and they quickly met the Freshkin leaders. In their mind, every new town or city must have protective enchantments. They all were well-dressed and clearly made good money making these enchantments for many towns, but they came to the wrong place. The new ruling body told them they were not interested, and they soon left to the rest of the smaller towns to ply their wares. That said, I was actually quite interested in defensive spell formations, so when one of the new smaller villages actually coughed up a bit of money for a spell formation, my trees watched it intently. Simply put, I was trying to learn their defensive spell formations by observation. Clearly, if I could augment my defensive formations with magical spells, that'd make me even more tanky. Though from what I could see using my spirit vision, the defensive spell formation was essentially a 5-part process. The first part was the power source. In the case of the small village, this was a set of mana stones they embedded in the village head's home. The second was a set of runes or spells meant to extract power from that mana stone, and also an activation keystone. The third was the actual defensive spell, written into a formation of runes or stored in crystal matrices. Unlike the ones used by Harris, these crystals had the spell written into the crystal itself via physical carving of runes into the crystal, so that the spell memorized didn't get forgotten. The fourth was the projection and casing of the crystals, such that they didn't get accidentally knocked out or triggered unnecessarily. So there was a smaller set of items, usually metallic or wood, with some more runes to protect the crystals from other triggers. There was also an item in the case of the village, a wooden holder that pointed the crystal outward so that it projected the spell in the right direction. The fifth was a coherence and synchronization process, such that all the crystal matrices triggered at the same time and responded to the same activation key. Of course, the mages were more than happy to explain the mumbo-jumbo to the clueless villagers, because they knew the villagers probably wouldn't remember it anyway, nor would they be able to reproduce it. One of the mages was more than happy to show off how smart he was as he explained the process of creating defensive formations to a bunch of young ladies. Maybe he would get laid that night, but I didn't care. Essentially, if I were to think about it for me, it was entirely possible for me to use a magical ley line, or the volcano, or even myself, as the centerpiece of a magical defense formation. Or use a vast field of tuberous storage, which stored mana, as a massive battery array. Then I'd use the mana from the tuberous storage to power a huge set of magical runes, which supercharged my various shield generators, to create far stronger wooden shields. Or if I could create star mana storage arrays, that would greatly work too, but from what I overheard, the extraction method from the storage would need to be compatible with the spell. Runes were sensitive things and needed to be written to the right size and with the right types of mana. I should learn runic enchantments, no, a magical tree with runes. What could go wrong? Later, I spoke of this idea to Ivan and Jura. Strangely, Ivan was quite supportive. Then it hit me. It's a good idea, but I don't recall runes working on living beings. Runic carvings and symbols are usually on inanimate objects. Oh, but why? We did some research. Jura spoke to some surviving mages, and it seemed that runes needed to be fixed, in the sense that the shape and material needed to be fixed. So because living things grew and moved, the runes on living skin or bark would change shape. In short, runes were like a language that somehow mana could understand and interact with, but it had to be fixed. This concept was quite easy to understand. I imagined it as an integrated chipboard, where the shape and layout helped to produce a certain result. There was an energy source, and that energy source passed through a set of logic gates, and then out came a result, as designed. These runes were quite similar to Wi-Fi or wireless emitters, and their specific shape, design, and material allowed them to absorb or release these mana waves. A specific runic shape, therefore, triggered an interaction with mana, which caused it to do certain things. So now that the communication channels had returned, I insisted that we gather all the known runes from the world. If I could understand and use runes to make myself even stronger, I must do so. Aren't you concerned that your mana may interfere with the runes? Ivan asked. True, but mana can be manipulated, and certainly I can shape it in such a way so as to not interfere with each other. Taking the logic circuit concept a step further, surely there must be a way to isolate each rune's input and output such that they did not clash with each other. Jura and the Freshkin Council soon put out a request for rune-related books. A young mage was nominated to read the book to me, in Lausanne's place. Ares leveled up quite quickly, and she was now level 20, and had the ability to create a split body of herself, which I placed in the largest new town outside Freshka. Her service as a full-time babysitter was invaluable for parents who wanted to work the farm and all that. That was the angle we worked with, though she did have to hire some of the older folks to work with her in her nursery subsidiary tree. Unlike me, her limit was very low, and right now at level 20, she could only create one subsidiary. In a way, it made sense, since I did get my subsidiary tree level at maybe around level 80, so mine could make more parts. Now I could make tens of thousands. If she could make that many nursery trees, she could definitely flood the market and put nannies out of business. Still, children were few, but at least people were giving birth to kids. Lofin, now that her daughter was not around, had more time to dedicate herself to the charity arm of the new Valtrian order, again to help support and provide social services, which were so formally lacking in this world. You never give up on that idea of orphan children as weapons of war, do you? Ivan rebuked me one day as I discussed the idea with Lofin. That's why you're always out gathering young children. They have few attachments and nothing to lose. They have everything to prove to the world, and they need protection. Training them to fight is only natural, and giving the path of serving as potential fighters is a benefit. I still think that isn't the best way forward. Fighters and mages are best when they have motivation and drive from deep within them. Some of these kids will get that, but most of them won't. Don't force them to fight if they don't really want to. Ivan disagreed. I can tell from how they swing their weapons that they're here because it's the way to get fed. Then, what system do you propose to replace this? Unless parents are willing to subject their children to extensive training, the odds of creating the Lausanne-class warrior battle group are next to none. A recruitment event. Promise them things. Find those with a passion for what you do. In this world, it is often better to have one level 90 man than 100 level 50s. Everyone loves heroes and they aspire to be like them. So you want me to sell a dream instead of training all these children who can't fend for themselves? Just give them basic training, but whether they want to move on to the next level, that depends on their passion, talent, and whether they really want it or not. They're children. I wouldn't force Roma to learn what he doesn't want to learn. What you are doing, even if these young, impressionable children seem eager and willing, is forcing something on them, but they don't really know what they want. Wouldn't that postpone their growth? Why do you think so, Ian? Leveling is not limited by age. A teenager that goes through hardship in his teens can gain as many levels as a young child under 10. Starting late is in no way a bigger impediment. A big part of leveling is about our own understanding and comprehension, and is in no way slowed by starting late. Wouldn't a person who learned how to sword fight younger than an older man who just started be more skilled? Yes, but the older man's intellect and wisdom would have grown, and if he was the same level, he would catch up in time. Life experience contributes to level growth, not just starting from young. That made no sense. Lausanne clearly gained and reached levels far faster. That was when Jura and one of the migrant scholars came into the training room. Lady Ivan's explanation of the late bloomer leveling effect is fascinating, but it's still unclear which idea is right. Oh, pardon me, Ian. The idea of whether to start leveling young or leveling older is something that's quite contentious, though most still prefer to start leveling from a younger age. In Lady Ivan's defense, her argument can be modified that it is better for a young child to level in a wider variety of levels, or in generic levels, and only specialize in a later age. True. Ivan nodded. That's a good point. It's really about specialization, not whether a child should learn and level. But back to our earlier conversation, Ian. What I'm trying to say is that a child may not know where his passions lie. I agree with training from young, but they should be exposed to a wider set of skills and let them see where their heart takes them. Passion for a cause and a set of skills is important, and people are more likely to find it in their later ages, as their life experiences tell them where they fit best. Passion contributes to leveling speed, not just age. I'm confused, but I take it that I will continue to train children, but only at a base level for a wider skill set, and then let them choose their own focus or specialization. Yes, I was not actually attempting to reinvent the wheel here. This was just a rehash of our common primary school education system, where the kids went shallow on a broad number of subjects and then went deep when they found something they liked. Only, well, the curriculum was more combat and survival focused, like combat training, basic magic assessment, farming, basic businesses. But Ivan, now a training tree, quickly renamed herself with a big signboard outside her tree. Von Academy. Quite full of yourself to name it after yourself, I teased her. Academivan. But at the same time, I was pretty sure my poor naming sense infected her. Or was it just a tree thing that trees weren't good with names? What? I'm now a tree that focuses on training. The big training schools in the world all have big, well-known names, so I should have a name too. Naming aside, her job was to produce the future Lausanne-class warriors, and part of this was to recruit from the growing countryside. Because of that earlier discussion over late and young bloomers, She decided to accept disciples from all ages, though the training was age-segregated for now. Jura, deciding that he didn't want to do much politicking, converted his role to an advisory chairperson role in the Freshkin Council, and he introduced a centaur migrant to me later that day. You stand before Ian, our true guardian of the valley and the refresher of the rotted lens. Introduce yourself, Cavio, Refreshka. That was the next name if Freshka fell again. Wow. The centaur Cavio had never entered the sunken valley before, referred to now as the Valley of the Unrotten. So there really is a giant tree that survived in the valley, Jura shrugged. Why do people even think we invented that story in spite of all the evidence for it? I mean, well, rumors, Cavio nodded. They tend to be massive, and because rumors are so common, the truth, if strange, becomes difficult to believe. Anyway, introduce yourself. Jura pointed to me. I'm supposed to shout. No, I can hear you just fine, I spoke. He instantly stumbled, and for a centaur with 4 legs, well, he wasn't expecting it. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm Cavio, the newly elected leader of the Freshkin Council. I migrated here last year, and I was told that the council is in need of new people to help. I've been told that all incoming leaders of the council should meet you. I just wasn't expecting it to be so massive. Jura smacked his head. I knew he tried, and anyone with a half-decent intelligence network knew I existed. But still, there were a lot of ignorant people in the world. I mean, in a world of demons, you didn't believe a giant tree existed. So, the intent of such a meeting is simple, I said. The valley exists because I do. My powers hold the demonic sludge at bay. It's important that any leader who enters the Freshkin Council is made fully aware of that. My will is law here. Cavio gulped. Jura smiled. I thought he did say I needed to be more aggressive in what I said. Being too tree-like and passive meant everyone's going to try and get their way. The Freshkin Council's ability to govern is a delegation of authority. My authority. Is that clear, Council Leader Cavio? Yes. Good. Your audience was well noted. You may leave. There are more lands I must reclaim. Jura nodded and they both left, but I listened to their conversation as they walked out of the sunken valley's tunnel. I'm not really a leader, am I? Cavio asked Jura. Well, there's a reason why no one wanted the job and you got it. Your new job requires you to regularly meet Ian and advise him on what is happening. Key diplomatic and military decisions must be approved by Ian personally. Cavio smacked himself. No wonder none of the original survivors put themselves up for election. Jura smiled. He had the unfortunate task of being my spokesperson, and it was something few others actually wanted to do. So do you still want the job? He paused and sighed. I must. Good. Ian's not that bad once you get to know him. Really. I need to get myself some fear charms. Meanwhile, the expansion of the lands continued. With my improving control of mana and the increasing effectiveness of natural mana overwhelming, we'd reclaimed more land. I estimated by now I'd reclaimed about 5% of the entire rotted lands, and that made my domain far larger than Harris's country, which was 4% of the rotted lands. Of that land, some 200,000 migrants in total had begun resettling in the 10 segments, and slowly they were forming up into new towns. There was still no city proper yet, but I observed the presence of new guilds, new adventurers. The new villages and towns were given a choice, that if they contributed a certain number of bodies to the Valtrian order, which I would train into a proper military force, war beetles would be stationed near the villages and protect them from monster attacks. But if the citizens were to stray on their own volition into the protected forests, the monsters there would not hesitate to attack them, and there were no beetles to stop them. The protected forests were essentially my national parks, and the beetles only served to mark the barrier. What happened inside was at their own risk. If they lost anyone, or if anyone was lost in the protected forests, they had to mount their own search party. For those villages who did not contribute headcount to the Valtrian Order militia, a levy was instead imposed, a tax on all income or produce, in exchange for protection. For newly set up villages that were still trying to get their industry growing, I gave them a 1-year to 2-year tax-free incentive period. Also, as I expanded, I eventually managed to breach past the southern part of the Rotedlands, and I found that my subsidiary trees that were outside the Rotedlands were all in hibernation mode. They were all sleeping, resembling ordinary trees. Once I reconnected them, I felt the entirety of my southern network return to life, including my Titan walker that was still covered in vines and leaves. "Lilies, are you there?" I asked, using its way of communication. "Ah, fellow tree. We are glad to see you live." "Yes, but before that you have a shard from the hero, a fragment of the old tree." I referred to the item that Jared gave. He said one fragment was with Lilies, and in my mind I imagined to myself that it'd be difficult to get it and wondered what I could give to entice her. "Yes, we have. A memento of the tree that was, a time when we were few and tiny." "Can I have it? I just need to borrow it for a while." Silence. Was Lily's going to reject me? Certainly. "Where should we send it to?" "A memento's value is a memory shared. Let us share them." "Oh, wow, send them to my main body. Do you know where?" At that moment I felt a root make contact with one of my subsidiary trees. In an instant, right in front of my main body, a small flower bulb emerged, and it gradually unfolded itself, revealing a wooden fragment. What kind of magic was that? Wait. It was like that teleporting ability that I had with my star mana. Lilies could do it too. "Thank you." It didn't reply, but my focus turned back on the fragment. Such a small fragment, but I knew its history there. So old. I greedily took it and started analyzing it. There were now 2 pieces. Then I saw the vision again. It was the same. Dragons, monsters, dragon's sword, and they fought demons. They fought, and then a large demon appeared. It was massive. It resembled a demon king. The dragons fought the demons. Then the vision shifted. Giants of other kinds, ice giants, krakens. They fought the demons, and that was it. Fuck. I felt that greedy feeling again. I wanted more. I needed that 3rd piece. The 2 pieces floated in my bio lab. "You have gained a level. You are now level 155. Skill, psychedelic dreams and therapeutic dreams upgraded. Skill, regenerating sleep significantly upgraded. Skill, Dream Academy upgraded." What? Me going on a vision trip upgraded my dreaming and sleeping ability. And wait, was that 4 skill upgrades with 1 level? How did that work? 32-year 115T. He Demon King didn't come that year. The entire year, though, the heroes were out and about attacking and fighting any demon walkers that appeared. This time, they mostly resembled regular demons. No unusual demons. The large demon champion or demon walker class monsters were just giant upright demons with massive wings and claws that resembled something out of typical RPG games. It was a good thing, I thought. Just regular demonic monsters that looked demonic. As the heroes traveled the world to fight demons, they occasionally dropped by. This year, Harris managed to obtain another 15 spell matrices of very good quality. So the heroes now had 25 crystals, of which I kept 4, so each of them had 21 crystals with 3 charges each. 63 charges. These crystals were far superior to the ones used by the mages from last year that created the defensive matrices. They contained more runes and various crystals meant to absorb a different aspect of a spell or ability's effects. It was through a combination of all the components within the spell matrices that they were able to store a wood shield that contained almost 90% of my real wood shield's power. It was impressive crafting, and something Harris paid a lot of good money for. I come here so often I probably should set a teleportation beacon here. If you want to set it up in Freshka, not here. Of course. It's good that the message system is partly online, even if it takes a bit of work. Thanks to extensive clearing of the demonic sludge and the conversion of more hybrid trees into my network, I was able to suppress the effects of the magical interference, and so message could now work, but it must be routed through the southern exits. Kind of like having to build telecommunication towers around an impassable mountain. Without Astra, the heroes no longer had a flexible teleportation system, so they were forced to use the teleportation system of the natives, which meant portal magic, like the one used by Mattias when I healed the princess. Harris was not a mage, so if he wanted to use portal magic he had to use a beacon and a scroll, something normal mages didn't since they could manipulate the portal magic spell directly. Of course, this was a good lesson. Just like me as a tree, there were some things I was naturally better at. Like offensive abilities, mine was very low if not for all the other boosts I got. The class system, while it worked to amplify certain skills, at higher levels was quite limiting. "Why don't you take mage classes?" Curious, I asked Harris. "I already have 5 classes: Shield Hero, Warrior King, Weapon Master, Inquisitor, and Master Trader. Don't some of those overlap? Why not remove it?" I needed their offensive abilities to cover my defensive-focused Shield Hero class, else I would be quite useless in the battle against the Demon King, and magic didn't synchronize well with my base hero class. Then the Trader class. My kingdom was poor when I started. The Master Trader skill gave my kingdom some financial boost. Oh, 5 classes for a human hero. You must be very high-leveled. If I add everything up, I'm almost level 220, but I think that's not how it works, because one hero level converts to about 4 to 5 normal class levels at the higher normal class levels, and if you divide it up using that principle, I'm probably about level 140 or so. So your base hero is about level 120. Yes, about there, with 40 or so levels in King and about 20 levels each in the other 3 classes. You haven't unlocked a domain. What's that? Nothing. In terms of pure hero levels, Jared's the highest because he only traded away 10 hero levels for his 45 levels in Master Brewer. So his hero class level is 135. Embarrassing, isn't it, to think that Jared the drunkard actually managed to keep most of his hero levels, and we too, the sane ones supposedly, traded more of our hero levels away, Harris said. He placed his cup on the table. "Is this supposed to be some kind of classified information?" I asked. Levels didn't seem like something one should state out publicly. On the contrary, as king, it's in my interest to publicly state my levels. My levels help to encourage and convince the citizens of my ability to protect them and the benefits that we have. Assassins are deterred by the fact that I'm so high level that they don't even bother. But my children, well, they have reasons to keep their levels secret. "They're going to fight each other," Harris sighed. "I could use another pot of tea right now. Yes, everyone's jostling to be the next crown prince. I've already told them that the will explicitly states that the country is to be broken up should it fall. Isn't it better for it to be together?" "Honestly, yes," Harris said. "But already I can see that my children are preparing for conflict should I not survive this next Demon King. Disgusting. Why do you not punish them?" "I can't. In the end, they are all my children, and what they are doing is building up their own group of supporters, and they have been clever enough not to actually start a fight. My spies tell me they've been goading and baiting each other to start an incident. The younger ones will suffer. I know the lines are somewhat drawn by my wives. Honestly, I was not interested in his kingly drama. This was the kind of thing that China or Hong Kong's ancient China period dramas were super fond of, courtly dramas. It's going to be like the Warring States era. Oh, so all the children of the same mother band together. That's clever. How many wives do you have again?" Harris frowned. "Us 7, 7 splintered kingdoms. And how many kids?" "I think 29 now. 29 smaller districts split into 7 wives. You're absolutely insane," I mused. "You aren't even being a good dad," Harris sighed. Look, I'm not cut out for it, and my wives, they are so sexy and hot. When they speak and tease me, I just can't help myself, and my wives refuse to take any contraceptives. They say it's a sin to not receive my seeds, and the way they say it is so sexy and hot. At that moment I just can't think. I'm human too, and I need their care, their gentle touch, their pleasant, warm embrace. I'm alone in this world, and they are the closest thing I have to my old family, and they are my new family. I feel their love is genuine, even if I'm aware they are subtly manipulating me and taking full advantage of my status as a hero. I just felt so sorry for Harris then. I used a vine and poured another pot of tea for the poor guy being manipulated by his harem. But it was an equal exchange, no. All human. I took one elf, one they call sandpeople, and yes, the rest humans. I prefer humans, I mean, but elves are sexy too. He was just thinking with his dick, wasn't he? But then the Demon King was defeated, and he was at the age where his libido was bursting. He wasn't even 20, and no wonder he succumbed. Honestly, I'm not even sure if that's all the women I spent time with. I only invited 7 into my harem as my consorts, but I may have had more than that. I mean, before I even started the kingdom, I already was kinda fucking around. He was absolutely thinking with his dick. Well, now that you might die, your mistakes are now starting to act up. I wonder what your kids think about you having that many wives. Harris laughed. That's a strange question from a tree of this world. Most people in this world are very accepting of a harem, and that question has never popped up. It is a medieval world where kings like to have many wives. Oops, did I just out myself? Did I reveal my otherworldly origins? But my kids, well, they accept it. It's just the norm here, maybe because heroes that survived in the past many end up having harems too. Even the women keep an army of pretty boys around them. Harris finished his second cup of tea. Anyway, let's get to work. We made armor and shields. One of the ideas they had, if the crystal matrices were insufficient, was to make actual shields that were strong enough to take a few hits. Gerard and Myrie both were a little weak on defense, so Harris, being the guardian with an army of summoned shield units, wanted to make real versions using my enchanted anti-demon wood as the base. It was a mix of both heroic enchantments, star mana, and a dense, naturally anti-demon wood. Over a course of 2 weeks, we made 5 sets of enchanted wooden armor for each of the 3 heroes and 10 shields for each of them. They would store them in their pocket space for later use. As payment, we also made 5 sets for me, which I may someday award to any of my promising minions. Well, actually one set was already meant for Jura. I called these 5 sets the Woodshield set. I'd learned a lot from making these items with Harris. The heroes essentially got a special system bypass, since they got to use their mana to shape a certain item, just by thought, without needing much effort. They also had a special skill that all heroes got called the Hero's Forge, which was used to make the special hero class weapons. It was kind of like some games where the heroes had the option to unlock upgrades and buy new equipment without actually having to go to a blacksmith or physical shop. The system handled the nitty-gritty stuff on their behalf. The rest of us plebeians just had to do it the old-fashioned way. But observing how one of them used it constantly made me learn more about how the system did it, and I developed a better understanding behind the process of making their heroic weapons. And as a result, I got my skills upgraded. Skill: wood shaping significantly upgraded. Skill: subsidiary tree option expanded. Wood shaping workshop unlocked. I wasn't sure why Harris was quite amicable with me. Why couldn't I have such a relationship with Mila and Alexis? Where did I go wrong? Or was it them that did it wrong? They must be alive. I didn't get a notification. What had they been doing the past 20 years? I shifted my focus back on the hybrids and the growing of freshkins and freshlings. To me, they were segments 1 to 10, but each of them referred to themselves differently, and they had names that I felt too lazy to even remember. Cavio, too, came rather frequently to provide briefings. He was gradually getting used to the role, and to ease his mental state, I made a tree of prayers at the meeting place and told him to present it as if he was talking to the smaller, much more peaceful-looking tree of prayer instead. It was a mental crutch, because apparently his fear, charms broke every other week. The regular updates were mainly for news, diplomatic activities, things that I couldn't see using my trees. Jasmine, Ivy's replacement, had been hard at work securing the border together with Trevor and Dimitri, and I made 3 more artificial souls to help oversee my massive territory. I named them Acacia, Brutus, and Cypress, and their task was to monitor the new refugees and ensure that the protected forests remained protected. "How about some more beetles?" Horns asked. "We represent massive untapped potential, Master. Imagine it, an army of massive, hero-level beetles." And I agreed. It had been too long since I had made more subordinates, and now was the time for massive expansion. Exponential growth. All right, I actually struggled with that concept. So I made 2 more artificial souls to accompany Horns. I named them Bugsy and Thorax and sent them out to gain levels. They needed to fight monsters, demons, to hit their level caps, but Horns was just super eager to show off to his 2 new juniors. I thought Horns was going to be quite useless in actual combat against the Demon King since, well, they were too powerful. I needed to think about activating my Titan Walker, preferably with a hero soul. Maybe it was a good thing that Harris was close to me. If he somehow died of old age, I'd get the soul. Oh, and Lily's. I'd better check in with them. "Do you want the fragment back? Could you lend it to me again once I get the other piece?" "Hold on to it. We do not need it." "Okay." "I have questions. You once said that the demons won before. Do you know the details? Like, how did it happen? What happened next? What do you mean by one? God's champions destroyed, a decade of slaughter. Still, the world recovers and life finds a way. But why? Why do the gods not intervene?" It didn't answer me. Seeing that I wasn't going anywhere with it, I went back to my own affairs. My attention was back on my large territory and the hybrid trees. Within each protected forest, there were patches of demonic hybrid trees. I was beginning to understand them, at least their inner structure. In a way, imagine a natural tree that had to deal with an overabundance of oil, and part of its chemical reaction was to manage the oil surplus in the environment. Naturally, they may try to break down the oil, or burn the oil, or store the oil somewhere. The demonic tree reacted to the natural mana, air and water, so it spent these natural mana the way it knew, which was to blow it up. In a greenhouse environment tailored to them, they were probably just as harmless as a normal tree. Something tried to make trees that were adapted to the environment. I suspected maybe it was the spawning system. Perhaps there was a spawning god whose main job was just to populate the world, quite like playing a strategy game with randomly generated maps and enemies. In its logic, it tried to create something that suited the environment. Now it would be quite lame if this entire thing was just a game. No. Skill. Hybrid botany upgraded. Control over hybrid trees improved. 33-year 116T he Demon King arrived. The heroes were ready. A battle was fought in the southern continent far away. It was the Battle of Legends. The heroes fought valiantly, and after days of constant fighting they won a hard-fought battle. The battlefield was ripped, the ground itself twisted by the magics. Demon King Nurgle was slain, or so the news went. But on the very day the Demon King died, the heroes teleported to me. "Ian." Jared was so frantic he ran. "All of us have been cursed by the Demon King's disease." Jared looked extremely pale, and though he ran, I could see his spirit flickering, not a good sign by any measure. Myri was awake too, but she was flickering as well. Harris lost an arm and a leg, and he had a massive gash across his body, the armor that protected him half charred and burned. Mayuri, too, had lost both her legs, and two massive lightning elementals carried their master. In Harris's case, one of his summons supported him like a crutch. Jared was the only one with his limbs intact, but it looked like big chunks of his skin were covered in pus. They all used their heroic magic to hold themselves together. "A damned plague demon," Jared said, "and we don't have a healer." "And you're a great healer," Harris said, coughing. I paused, and inwardly I took a deep breath. "Fine, but my medical services will cost you." At that very moment, memories of exorbitant medical insurance bills flashed before my very eyes. But then, I was the hospital. I could probably earn a lot of valuable supplies from this endeavor. That was how I had 3 heroes in healing pods in my body. All of them suffered, and somehow, even though they lost their limbs on that very same day, the demon's plague touch meant it couldn't be regenerated. In normal cases where the cut occurred just recently, the soul hadn't forgotten its limbs, so it was possible to regenerate a limb. But this demon king somehow inserted something into the soul that stopped that. I had to quickly intervene so that the limbs of their souls didn't disintegrate. I also had to quickly use all the healing I had to gradually extract the demonic energy out. But this was a plague-focused demon king, and its power here was not to be trifled with. It was almost like the demon king who received the bombardment of hex bombs learned to use the disease-like power of hex. Adaptive demons. That was such a scary, scary thought. The 3 heroes rested in their pods for days as I tried to lessen the effect of the wounds. Jared, comparatively, had it easier than the rest. It was significantly easier to just cut off the sick part and then just regenerate it. "Couldn't you cut off for us too?" Harris and Mayuri both asked. "In both your cases, the Demon King's damage is in the soul. Cutting it won't fix it. The corruption must be purged from the soul, then only the limbs will regenerate." "Shit." Jared, relieved to be the first to be discharged after a week in the pod, didn't leave yet. He stayed in the secret hideout and watched his 2 fellow Earthlings. "We would have died if not for Harris's beacon. There was no way we could get anywhere with a good enough healer in time." "Tough fight, eh?" I entertained him. Harris and Mayuri, since the damage was a soul-level damage, had to go to sleep. I reckoned they needed something like my domain, Roots of Life, to actually fight back the Demon King's corruption. I had to use my soul forge to prevent decay of the soul's blueprint for their limbs. Yeah, it wasn't very physically tough to kill, but its use of gases, poisons, and that gooey stuff meant we were all constantly taking damage. All our armors were destroyed. Jared showed off his specially made anti-demon weapon. It was half rotten, as if somebody poured a fuck ton of acid on it. "At least it didn't detonate," Jared nodded. "That too. I for one am relieved this Demon King didn't have a death bomb ability, just a death plague ability." "Plague. Yeah, this game is rigged." Jared took a deep breath. "Will they die?" "As it is, no. They won't die, but they won't heal either. I can keep them on suspended animation or probably prevent further deterioration. But unless I find a way to overpower the Demon King's corruption, it won't actually heal." I wondered how those demonic cultists removed the Demon King's flames from my trunk so many years back. But then, that was just a physical, ever-burning fire, not soul-level damage. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. At least they live. When will they wake up?" "I've put them to sleep for the next few days. I'll inject them with food via my vines. You can get a drink if you'd like." He opened a magical holding bag and withdrew a really old-looking wine and some cups. "Yeah." He sat there quietly and drank the wine for some time, and once he was done, he left for Freshka and found accommodation in Freshka's many inns. Harris still needed constant medical care as the demonic corruption and sickness were still in his soul. But physically, other than the lost limbs, he was fine. He still had only 1 leg and 1 hand, and I had Jura come in and teach both Mayuri and Harris how to use their familiars to create a wooden leg. I lost my hand until Ian healed it for me, but still, it's a useful ability to have. You need to first let your familiars take up the armor form and, got it, they both said and were able to replicate it. To them, magic was easy and the system aided them, so they quickly understood what Juro wanted to do. Wow, Juro was impressed. It took him some time to learn how to do it. Heroes really are a different breed. But even with the tree familiars functioning as their artificial legs and hands, the two couldn't leave very far. In Mayuri's case, the Demon King's attack penetrated near her chest, so there was a swirling demonic corruption very close to the center of her soul, and it took a lot of my energy to just suppress it. This situation was different from what I expected. The Demon King's very own attacks possessed high-tier soul-damaging abilities, which meant it could potentially hurt me directly, even if I had extremely high anti-demon defenses, though like the demonic curse, it may be possible to suppress with roots of life. Harris, now that he began to feel a bit better, despite his limbs still burning in pain, sent a message to his subordinates and minions back home. I wondered if they were happy or sad that their king lived. Perhaps the kingdom would hold itself together for a bit more, or it may just mean the conflict that happened when all the kids were older would be more deadly and ferocious. We both can't leave this place, Harris said. He sat in the lounge area in the secret hideout. Even with my healing, I was only able to suppress it so that they could still afford some degree of freedom, but left unattended, it would flare up within a week. We could teleport there and back, Mayuri said. I can't run my kingdom like this, Harris complained, and he had a lot of concerns. I would have to delegate my role. Mayuri just laughed at her friend. Good. Finally, you have to bite the bullet and cut the damned cake. Handing over power and ensuring that they don't fight each other before you die is the best thing you can do as a father, Harris. This medical issue is the best thing that has ever happened to your kingdom. Harris seemed reluctant to face the problem. Reminded me of myself, and damn, that hurt. I, too, hesitated far too much when faced with problems. Ian, any chance you can remotely heal me from my capital? UHNO. Truth was there really was not. The kind of mana and energy needed to suppress the Demon King's curse on their bodies was something I had only here, and it needed the presence of my main body's energies. Mayuri was cheerful, even though her condition was the worst of the three, because of the curse close to her soul spring. She took some time to enjoy herself in Freshka and went for long walks. As a hero, her powers meant she could still move around very quickly. Won't you miss your pretty boys? Harris laughed. Mayuri just shrugged. That was my hobby a few decades ago. I've moved on now. How often do we talk about it anyway? To be fair, even though she was now in her mid-40s, she still looked really fit and youthful due to the influence of heroic magic. Heroes, I reckoned, if they survived, would probably live until they were in their 200s, just like the humans that practiced magic. Then what do you spend time on? Like most typical ladies, good food, tea time, good cakes and cookies, and fashion, Mayuri laughed. All I have to do now is move my entire operation here. Oh, you can't move a kingdom, Mayuri ribbed him. So let it go, Harris. It's better to let your many children have their thrones now. At least you can watch and advise them. After days of discussion, eventually Harris succumbed to Mayuri's idea. Anyway, now that I was their healer and essentially their lives were in my hands, I'd started to demand for more things as compensation for my healing services. Like gems. A lot of them. So this finally allowed me to repair my grand mind tree. With that, I felt a return of more statistics and numbers to my mind, and it checked my thoughts for the presence of external influences. Throughout this entire time, I continued with my Rodedland's expansion and claimed more areas. So once a good amount of area was reclaimed, I opened up 5 new segments for new refugees and migrants. There were some areas I'd set aside as hybrid tree parks, where these were the hybrid plants that I'd gained control over. I reckoned some of these new refugees would be surprised by it, but I decided to let it be. You guys seriously didn't find anything that was the source of the corruption? I asked Harris about the crystal that they destroyed a few years back. Harris probably was quite surprised that only now I spoke about it since, well, we had that discussion many years ago. UHNO, we were honestly just looking for our fellow heroes. After we destroyed the crystals and got the notification, we just stopped. Is there a source of all this corruption? I wondered to myself. It may be possible, if my understanding of the hybrid botany improved, to trace its energy source through the roots of these hybrid demon plants. It must come from somewhere. But it was something I feared to do. If it was the abyss I was looking into, it may well look into me as well. Would I end up like Zeratal, accidentally revealing the location of the homeworld to the demons? I immediately set the Grand Mind Tree to act as an antivirus and firewall to block out any attempted intrusions into my mind. Alexis had already revealed plenty to the demons when she was trapped in the fire demon mode, and so did Simone and Victor. I'm home, Lausanne returned after years of traveling. She gave Laufen a hug. It was pretty much the first thing she did. You've been away for very long. Laufen looked at her growing daughter. How was it? They had lunch together. Oh. I've been to all the continents. I fought lots of monsters and creatures. That's good. Did you find anything or anyone? Lausanne nodded shyly. Yes, that's part of why I came back, Mom. Oh, IUH joined an adventure team when I was in the continents, and I traveled with them for a few years. And Laufen had the look of an expectant mom, like, come on, drop the bomb already. I'm thinking of getting married to him, my captain. Ah, Laufen nodded knowingly. So is he here? Did he come? Yes, he's in the inn. I wanted to just tell you about him first before you meet him. Don't be silly. I was expecting this to happen. No young elven girl goes traveling around the world for almost 7 to 8 years and does not find someone to fall in love with. Laufen smiled and gave her daughter a knowing look. So you're here to invite me to the wedding, I suppose. Yeah, Lausanne said shyly. In my mind, well, that escalated quickly. She was just a kid, then a teen. And now she was getting married. If I was human, I'd probably need to take some time off and accept this. Like, wow, time sure moved quickly, and it was even more pronounced when I saw all these other people moving on with their lives. I felt lonely. At that moment, I could feel a sense of warmth and belonging from all my fellow trees, like they were trying to comfort me. Grand Mind Tree has intercepted attempted influence from trees. The following message was deleted. We are one. We trees are all one. Yeah, a tree's forever alone. All these other trees in the forest, but I was still just me. 34 year 117 T his way. Jura led them into the tunnels, 15 of them young teenagers who'd trained for a year or two. In another world, they'd be school-going teenagers, but here they were warriors, rangers, mages, druids, or knights, ready to face monsters to the death. This way, one of the young mages asked. He held up his staff, and the crystal glowed in the darkness of the tunnel. It was one of the many root tunnels that led to the Valley of the Unrotten. They'd never been there, after all. Access to this area was restricted to the heroes, Jura, Laufen, Cavio, and a few others of the new priesthood who escorted the dead bodies to their burial grounds in the valley. Yes, Jura pointed. They walked past a bunch of beetle guards. They stood, a little surprised to see the unmoving beetles. Your promotion awaits. Come, the 15 nodded. They knew this was it, the moment many had been waiting for. They saw the faint light at the end of the tunnel, and they soon stood at the entrance of the Valley of the Unrotten. The valley now was home to very few people, so giant attendant trees, many of them on fire scattered throughout the valley, were the main source of light. There was still one small stairwell at the top, above my main tree. The valley glowed with the orange fire. The trees here survived mainly on the nutrition and energy I fed them. Herbs and flowers were everywhere, And then there was the small stream of black fires, the suppressed energies of the demonic corruption. The excess corrupting energy gathered here to be processed by my main body and the trees. Their path was made of wood, hardened from the roots that covered everywhere and flanked by wooden statues. I made them as practice. My surplus wooden weapons and the large anti-demon bolts were also used as fencing, since I had little place to store them. They soon passed a field of olives, fruits, and a mix of other crops I had cultivated in small quantities, remnants of the earlier era when the survivors still lived in the valley. The old buildings looked like they'd seen some years. And ghosts, soul harvesters and nightmare harvesters. Here in the valley, where they were closest to me, they were easily visible to anyone with the slightest affinity to magic. They resembled giant shrouds and they floated everywhere. Some of them felt fear. Haunted forest. Jura tapped them on their backs. Don't embarrass yourself. Ian's watching. A test for the young Valthorns to receive their familiars. In many ways, this was actually a ritual more than an actual test, walking to the Valley of the Unrotten to see the origins of their institution. A beetle would occasionally run across their backs, and they would turn, startled, the rangers especially with their bow and arrows. Eventually, they arrived at where Cavio gave his briefing in a small, round area flanked by tall trees, with a small tree of prayer in the middle. There was also a pedestal where they could stand to see my main tree. Well, we're here. Stand on the pedestal and receive your familiar. A ritual. It was a silly thing. I could just as easily give them their familiar when they were sleeping in their rooms back in Freshka. But given easily, they would not know the weight and value of what was given, and they were young, impressionable teens. A part of me felt it was important that the weight of the responsibility was made clear. So, a ritual it was. A walk to the Valley of the Unrotten to see where the survivors lived and meet the protector of the valley. How could one receive the familiar without ever knowing what gave you your familiar? The 15 teens broke down in different ways when they received their familiar contracts. They'd never been here. One cup appeared for all 15 of them, and each of the tall trees that flanked the tree of prayers revealed a pod. Time to drink, Jura instructed. Finish it and enter into the pods. Tree sap, mystical dreams, dream tutor. A dream was just a dream, or it could be more. For these 15 young teens who'd accepted their familiar contract, I'd given them a dream of what the familiars could do, like a tutorial. At the same time, it was also a message. Familiars had served many masters over the century. Many had died with their familiars, and I felt it was important to drill into them the fact that when it came to familiars, though useful, it ultimately was up to them to make the full use of them. Again, with power came responsibility. But also, with responsibility came power. After about 3 hours in the pod, they all emerged a little dazed, and Jura led them back to Freshka. I wondered about my methods. It was probably a little too big brother. What I did with dreams maybe in another world would reek of a government re-education camp. After the kids were back in Freshka, Ivan asked Jura, how'd they take it? They're quiet. I think they'll be okay. Jura nodded. It had been a long day. He had a large cold tea mixed with a bit of lemon and ginger for refreshment. I wish I could be there. Ivan sighed. My form restricts me no further than 10 feet out of that door. Again, heroes were unique like that. Eris's ability to split her body into multiple nursery trees was special to her class, and Ivan too could split her body into each of the training trees she was in. Right now, she could have 3 training trees. Just talk to them when you see them. I think they all need a bit of sleep after what they've seen. Ivan frowned with her wooden form. She'd been their trainer for some time now, and she was about level 40 as a training tree. Naturally, she cared for her students. I hope Ian didn't give them the dreams of brutal warfare. Of all the kinds of dreams I could give a person, the dreams of the brutality of war were apparently the scariest. It was the dream where they were placed in a massive battlefield and everyone around them was killed and mutilated in different ways, and all they could do was run, flee, feel pain, and scream. I think he didn't. They didn't look that horrified. I see, Yvonne said, but she was not convinced. The new Valthorns were recruited from all over the Freshlands, from all of the small villages and towns to the few growing cities. Politics was messy, and Freshka was like the federal government squabbling with the cities and towns that functioned like municipal and state governments. Cavio, the elected chief, had the difficult task of managing the loose federation, and he had to frequently rely on the strength of the beetles to make his point. Fighting eventually broke out between two cities. To the refugees, I was but a distant, faraway image. In the minds of the city's quasi-independent rulers, they did not believe I would impose my authority until I did. 100,000 beetles descended on the two cities, along with the Valtrians' men. The size and massive show of force meant the two cities surrendered quickly, and those responsible were quickly captured. Both leaders and those we found to be involved were publicly judged in accordance with the founding constitution of Freshka. Defiance against their delegated authority was death. A root spear through the heart, gruesome but a statement. It was a statement I had to make. I had already foreseen my power to be challenged every few years as the people did not believe what they did not see. This was my experience from New Frika. The law was meaningless until enforced. In the medieval times, order was established through force and fear. So, for a time, Cavio found his job as the chief mediator of the various segments easier. It was a job Jura did not want to do because he saw how different the scale of things was. It was a difficult task for one person, so it had to change. It was ironic, I supposed, when I remembered Frika itself suffering because their king then demanded a draft and was punished for not complying. And now, I did what the king's men did. I could only hope that I meted out these punishments justly, instead of randomly like the soldiers of Sala. Soon, the Freshkan Council had to be expanded into something resembling a parliamentary or congressional system. Each city and district would send a representative, and those representatives together would elect a segment leader, for a total of 15 segment leaders, one for each segment. All of the segment leaders were given an audience with me. Again, a ritual. Just as how monarchs of my world had coronation ceremonies, or how religious orders had complex conclaves, I saw it fit to drill the weight of my authority, and that these men were delegates, that the constitution of this land had its weight and power derived from me, and it was important to cement the thought in their minds that their position represented a delegation of power. My power. Perhaps I was a bit too power crazy. The thought of going crazy with power stirred in my mind for a moment. But this was a world of power and conflict, a world where higher-leveled people would not hesitate to have their way, and sometimes I thought maybe all this power was too much for one person. Then I recalled their stupid conflicts, and all my concerns faded away. Not everything from our world could be transplanted over, not when the balance of power was so whacked. The 15 were brought to the Valley of the Unrotten, and unlike the young Valthorns, I gave them a different drink. I gave them visions of the past, the lives I'd taken, the foes I'd slain, the destruction of the valleys in the hand of the demons, the burning of Frika, the corruption of the demons, the haunting screams of the dead, wars. The 15 came out holding their feelings in. Cavio escorted them back to Freshka where a comfortable inn awaited, but a message was made and these representatives now understood their place. You will outlive him, Lausanne. Laufen held her daughter's hand one day as they sat in a cafe in Freshka. I know, it is something I thought of and you need not counsel me otherwise. I didn't mean to, not when your wedding is tomorrow. I outlived your dad too, even though we were both elves, Laufen said. She sipped on a cup of coffee, a newly imported delicacy. Our long lives mean little when the world is so cruel to us. Few survive till their hundreds like Grandma Cashern. I never met her. You have, but you were just a baby. Laufen smiled, and she tapped her daughter's smooth palm. A human might think these two were good friends, or perhaps sisters, since elven aging slowed down dramatically once one reached adulthood. Maybe, except an elf would notice the faint lines around the eyes or the aging colors of her hair. Are you ready for tomorrow? Yeah. I already went through one. I don't think our Ionic wedding is going to be more challenging than the Hawa-styled ceremony. For Lausanne, she held two ceremonies, one a Hawa-styled one in accordance with the Eastern Gaia temple's traditions on the Eastern continent. It was meant for her husband's extended family, and the need to travel from one continent to another meant it took a whole year to get both of her events sorted out. Good. The next day, a ceremony was held at the Freshka's Valtrian prayer courtyard. It was an entirely new city, so we had space. I, together with some of the surviving priests, had designed this large park-in-the-temple-style courtyard, where there were multiple tree of prayers, so different ceremonies could be held simultaneously. It was also where I designated one of my many tree eyes, so here, the trees took on different colors every season. I remembered the verdant flower patches of home, the colors of fall and spring and winter, and had it recreated with the local plants. So it was a lovely place, a wedding in a garden but still in a temple. An earthling may vaguely tell the influences of Asian gardens and temples, and even the vast courtyards of many historical sites in the West. Lausanne and her husband stood before a tree of prayer with light pink leaves. It was a garden of many colors. The couple wore ceremonial dresses and shirts. A ritual for a wedding. In a world of systems, rituals were also a means of communicating with the system. Weddings, burials, all acted to inform the system of change in status. For married couples, it was not unusual for them to receive a temporary blessing immediately after the wedding. There was a small pedestal, and on it were two small pieces of wood. It was smooth, except for one part where it had a thorn, and they both pricked their fingers on it. A drop of blood on both pieces of wood. The wood absorbed the blood and was made into a necklace with a bit of magic, and the two would exchange necklaces. Wooden necklaces of the two's blood. It was a relatively new process adapted from the practices of nearby nations. After all, ancient traditions were oft forgotten, so new ones must take their place. Jura said quietly from one generation to the next. Doesn't that only happen when Lausanne actually has a baby? Laufen grinned. She was clearly happy to see her daughter find a husband. Well, are you pressuring them? Jura smiled. Maybe not in the next few years. That's a yes. Well, in elven terms, a few years was very short. So eager to see a grandchild. Laufen grinned. There was another event that happened during the year, and one with greater geopolitical impact on the continent. The great dissolution of Harris's empire into the 7 queenly states of his 7 wives. Harris had set up a teleportation beacon, and all of his wives and children came to Freshka. He used the tremendous funds he had at his disposal to construct a vast veranda on the outskirts of Freshka, where a treaty would be signed. The Treaty of Freshka. If it was up to me, I'd totally call it Treaty of Freshka, but oh well. Maybe a future treaty would enjoy that treatment. Harris declared the royal capital his personal imperial holdings, and essentially delegated the management of his empire into 7 parts, each under one of his wives, turning them into queens, and then his now 30 children each princes or princesses of their own regions. Armies, budgets, artifacts, and magical items were all divided into 7 parts, and any undividable parts were to be held by him personally. Of course, this wouldn't be ideal. But Myri was right. It was better that the separation lines be drawn now rather than later. At least he lived to mediate any conflict. The signing was held. Everyone was present, even neighboring royalty. A big party was held, and the emperor himself, Harris, gave a long speech explaining that he had hoped for a peaceful transition of power to the 7 wives and their children. Jasmine, my spy-in-chief, quickly made me listen in to some of the politicians and some of the royals. It's insanity, no. Has the emperor gone mad to break up his own empire this way? The other nations will surely take the chance to bite. It's a hero's naivety, perhaps, another delegate explained. Heroes have made very strange choices in the past. It seems Emperor Harris is no different. Still, this is a wonderful opportunity for us. Which queen do you think will be easier to convince? I reckon we should speak to each of the young princes and princesses who are eager to show off their chops. We could give them some winning chips but trap them into our influence. Trade and wealth is the way forward, with the emperor's summons still around to maintain peace. Though Harris was unable to depart for long, his army of summons still roamed his empire. No nation was foolish enough to fight the summoned armies of the hero. Their strength in combat was legendary. A long-term investment at least, until the next Demon King. A tough decision, honestly, the delegate said. These dissolved 7 queendoms will surely fight the moment the emperor falls in battle with the next Demon King. But then, if he cannot leave this place, surely the Demon King will come here. A look of horror was on the other delegate's face. Oh, that would be bad. We may not be able to retain our investment if the next Demon King targets this continent. Perhaps that is a question we should ask the emperor, what his plans are for the next Demon King. So as Harris socialized with the rest of his children and wives, one of them asked, "Your Majesty, what's your plan for the next Demon King? With your condition, would you lead the fight with the next Demon King?" Harris smiled. "Well, though our condition generally requires us to remain close to Ian's healing powers, I foresee it's not a problem for the 3 of us to fight the next Demon King. With a set of teleportation beacons, we could fight the Demon King and then be back. We are also working on an alternative should that day come, but it is not something I can reveal." If there was a metaphorical moment when everyone was taking notes, that was it. I could sense a flood of magical messages outward, and I was damn sure Harris and Myrie could, too. They were heroes and they had innate magical sense, but he just smiled and let it happen. Eventually, the ceremony ended, an empire officially broken up. Harris let everyone choose whether they wanted to enjoy the comforts of Freshka or whether they wanted to go back. All of them went back, and surely Harris himself predicted a torrent of planning and politicking. That night he met Myrie for a drink. "You left early. I didn't want to steal your thunder. It was your event, Harris. No need for 2 heroes in the same event." "Heh, I still tire of such politics even when I have levels for it." "You lasted the whole day." "I'd say your levels did their job," Myrie smiled. "How does it feel, a weight off your shoulders?" "A bit. At the same time, I fear I may have laid the foundations for a civil war. You could use this time to make more magical enchantments such that if war ever breaks out, the magical enchantments will stop it. You know there are magics that do that. It's inevitable." "Indeed. Ever regret sticking your thing into so many places?" "Sometimes." Harris sighed, and he got drunk on herbal liqueur that night. "All the time, you mean?" Myrie laughed. 35-year 118 Myrie's condition deteriorated despite my best efforts to heal her. A part of me felt conflicted about it. If she died, I got a Titan soul. If she didn't, well, there'd be one more hero to fight the Demon King. "I'm going to die, aren't I?" she asked. "Why is she deteriorating?" Harris asked. It didn't make sense to him, and it didn't make sense to me either, but somehow she just deteriorated like a sudden relapse. I spent months looking into her body, and I kept trying to suppress the Demon King's curse, but it was weird. It was able to break through whatever my means of suppression and create new curses. "If she deteriorates, you might too," I told Harris. "I'm trying, but I don't know why it behaves this way." "It hurts," Myrie said while she sobbed. The pain she felt was intense, and it was throughout her body. She described it like she was being roasted alive. Some days Mayuri was absolutely delirious and she just kept screaming, shouting, and struggling as the pain possessed her. "Can't you sedate her or something?" Harris said, upset at his screaming, semi-conscious friend. Really? Do I have permission?" Mayuri herself shouted. "Yes, do it, just knock me out." She was a hero. Status effect resistance was the norm for heroes above level 100. My attempted sleep drug wasn't strong enough to have any effect. "Not working, I need to overcome your natural hero resistance." "How?" she screamed, she yelled. "I tried more things, injected sleeping pills, didn't work." "I don't get it," Jared, who was also around, said. "Why doesn't it work?" "Maybe she must want to sleep herself," Harris said. "I mean, her body must let Ian's drug do its thing." "Oh, you mean like my alcoholism," Jared said. "Mayuri, try to disable or suppress your hero status. You can do that by thinking about your hero class and then think about turning it off." Harris glared at Jared. "You can do that." I don't recommend it to everyone," Jared shrugged. Mayuri's screaming was blocked by the panel. "Is that a good idea?" I asked. "It's entirely possible her hero class is what's helping to delay and suppress the demonic curse." The two heroes nodded. "True. Didn't consider that." Mayuri continued to scream for days, my attempts at suppressing her pain or putting her to sleep not working. But she really needed sleep, yet her body's pain didn't let her. "This is just cruel," Harris said. "I never imagined our hero's resistance to status ailments would sabotage us in this way." It was really this cliff effect, where the hero's resistance of status ailments did not prevent a demon king's curse, and yet it prevented all attempts of suppressing the symptoms of the curse. "It's partly your level." I remembered being able to put Mila to sleep, but then she was a lot lower level at that time. "What?" "The effects of the hero's natural resistance to afflictions are correlated to the level. The higher your level, the stronger your natural resistance." "She can't give away her levels. We need her for the Demon King," Harris complained. Jared just stared at his fellow hero. "Is her life more important or is the Demon King more important?" Jared asked. "No, that's not what I meant." "It sounded quite like what I think you meant." "Now's not the time to argue. Let me see what I can do to put her out of her misery. Get me the strongest painkillers and sleeping potions and items in the world. My own sleeping and pain suppression abilities are not strong enough, but together with the world's best items, maybe I can still do something." The two heroes did so. Mainly Jared, since he was free to travel. Harris's condition had to be monitored. His condition may suddenly deteriorate too. They acted quickly, and within days I had all kinds of strange medicines and ointments from all over the world. Such was the power of heroes to mobilize their immense financial resources. And we attempted to use each and every one of those ointments. Apparently, the sleep status, unless internally done, was viewed as a status ailment. Surely there was a way to trigger sleep, even if her body was in pain. The body naturally slept. That was a fact, and the hero system didn't intervene with that. Yet all these inbound influences that attempted to put her to sleep did not work. So logically, if I could somehow fake the system to think that I was natural, wouldn't that work? I was a tree with a nature domain. If I couldn't do it, who else could? Days of struggling, weeks. There were days when the pain somehow became more tolerable, when the demonic curse somehow subsided. Perhaps it was the alignment of the stars, but I could totally relate to Mayuri's pain. After all, I too went through something quite similar. If she could somehow gain levels to be level 150, would heroes gain a domain too? Wouldn't that mean they'd become even more overpowered if they got their heroic divine blessings and a domain? I tried all my healing and sleep skills, from suspended animation to mystical dreams, to even trying to use hibernate on her, but nothing worked. The heroes tried using their own heroic energy to help suppress the demonic curse, but somehow it just made it worse, so they had to stop. They cursed and wondered how the Demon King managed to create a curse of this strength and persistence. They left again and went to look for other kinds of cures. Jared, it seemed, tried to go visit other healers and spirits. Lilies, are you familiar with demonic curses? No. How? I mean, was there a way for a doctor to reach to the soul and just turn off the hero class for a while, like general anesthesia or something? Are you then familiar with how to disable a class, temporarily? Lilies paused. They replied to me a week later. The system has the power. Well, no shit, the system gave us the power of levels. Pretty damn sure it had the power to remove it too. How do I acquire it? Such power is beyond mortals. Well, thank you for telling me nothing. I'd have to find some other way. Myri would have days where the pain subsided and I would do extensive tests. Some days the demonic curse just shrank by itself. Its behavior was erratic and annoying. I didn't understand why a curse didn't behave consistently. So I wondered whether it was outside interference, like maybe something was remotely controlling the curse. Could I form a magical barrier? I had shield abilities, but did they work with demonic curses? Entanglements. I mean, I guessed if the hero's magical transmission towers were somehow intertwined with each other without any obvious connection, that did suggest that a curse that was intertwined magically to something else was possible. So I tried just that. Layers on layers of magical barriers. It did nothing. Maybe the type of barriers wasn't right. She yelled and screamed every now and then. It reminded me of a mental ward, where some people just couldn't control their own mental state and frequently descended into shouting fits. Was this one of those? Frustrated, I took Myri to the soul forge within my body. I wanted to try to use my soul forge powers to temporarily suspend the effects of her hero class. Maybe I could then put her to sleep. So with the power of the soul forge, I examined her body again. At first everything seemed the same. Her soul spring was there. There were two massive vases that poured sparkling star mana into her spring. The spring was massive, and there were large chunks of it that resembled white marble. The curse was there too. Right next to the spring was a massive, swirling black pool of stuff. The swirling curse was fenced up by little bushes, which I thought was the result of my various healing abilities. What powered this curse? I used my soul forge as I did before to try and suppress the curse, but it did nothing. It was already fenced up. Was it something else? There was nothing else in here in this inner body of hers, all except the spring. So I went back to my earlier idea. Could I turn off the hero ability temporarily? To do so, I attempted to reach for the spring and nothing happened. With the power of the soul forge, I pushed at the spring itself. It creaked but didn't do much. Then I pulled. In a way, the entire spring was made of blocks, kind of like large Lego bricks stacked on one another to form a spring. Each of them represented a skill or some class. It was then I saw it briefly. A small black thing. Something hidden in between the blocks. Then the blocks pulled themselves back together, kind of like magnets snapping back once you let go. There's something in your soul spring. I told Myri, Harris, and Jared the bad news. I don't know when it got in there, but I'm guessing it's the cause of your pain. They didn't understand the concept of a soul spring, of course. It probably felt like a young child listening to a doctor going about medical jargons. So I had to explain in detail what I was doing and what I saw. They got it rather quickly. One of them described it like, "Oh, it's like Naruto. That Shikigami thing that pulled out the snake guy's soul and chopped his arms off." So even if he had arms, he didn't have arms, right? Yes, cool. So now we know that in her soul, that's something that's living inside the central key part of her soul. That central part is tied to all our levels, our mana and stuff, right? Yes. What if we give you more power? You can't move it with your power, but you have two heroes here, me and Harris. We're both heroes who have star mana, and star mana's like crazy juice. Could it work? Jared asked. I thought about it for a moment, and I supposed it was worth trying. The star mana didn't do much in suppressing the curse because, well, it was already suppressed. That made sense in many ways now. We were targeting the wrong source. I don't know, but it is worth trying. I will need both of you in the pods. I wrapped their bodies with many vines and branches, simply because star mana was immensely powerful, and I was not sure regular vines by themselves could draw their mana. Then I started the Soul Forge again and telepathically gave them the signal to start the star mana transfer. The overwhelming quantities of star mana. These heroes easily had 100 times of my star mana each. As it flooded through my body and into the Soul Forge, I had to quickly increase the quantity of vines, so much so it essentially wrapped them up entirely. Then, with their star mana and all my power, I pulled at Mayuri's soul spring again. It felt amazing. I felt like I was working with a small hammer before this, and now I was given a massive excavator. So much power. I pulled, and indeed the soul spring started to come apart. Piece by piece was dismantled, and then I saw it. A large, entirely black piece of rock, rotten and festering right in the soul spring itself. When it got here, I had no idea, but with their power, I pulled it out. Mayuri was in intense quantities of pain. Pulling apart one's soul spring was like ripping through one's very core. I sensed all her readings and measurements shoot through the roof, and if she could scream, she would have screamed and fainted. I flooded her with all the sleep powers I had. Mystical dreams, psychedelic dreams, suspended animation, tree sap sleep, everything. I threw everything into her body, hoping it worked this time. And it did. The soul spring was broken, so the hero class could not play its part. I then added more pain relief and pain suppression tree saps. She quickly calmed down and entered into sleep. A black piece of rock stood before me. It oozed a blackish liquid. What in the fuck was this thing? My inspection just went. I decided to just destroy it then. I hit it with all my borrowed might. A massive root. It cracked and broke and turned to small black ash. Then it disappeared. Mayuri's soul spring was still broken. I had to start repairing it. My star mana's running out, the two heroes telepathically communicated. I used too much to destroy that thing. Is Mayuri alive? Yes, but let me do some basic repairs. I tried to put her soul spring back together. I could move the lesser pieces, those that did not look like white marble, but the hero pieces, I couldn't budge them at all unless I had their star mana. My mana's out, Harris said. Fine, let's stop here. The two heroes came out, absolutely exhausted. I've never had so much star mana used up except when we fought the Demon King. It was only expected, wasn't it? Altering one's soul was such a difficult thing, especially a hero's soul. Mayuri was in the longest, deepest sleep in a long time. She was in a dream. I could sense it. A long, long dream. I thought I detected that she cried at parts. The two heroes needed a few days to replenish their star mana before we could get back to repairing Mayuri's soul spring. I had in the meantime done all the other pieces, and with each piece her condition recovered. But throughout these few days she just slept and dreamed. The heroes said that their star mana used to refill a lot faster. When they fought the first Demon King, all they needed was a 4-hour nap and they were good to fight again. These days, a few days was the minimum. They claim it was the downgraded blessings. We got to work, and again, with their star mana, I finally managed to put everything back together without that one piece that rotted. Done. I jolted Mayuri out of her dreams. When she woke up, she screamed briefly, then cried for an hour. Then she gave Harris and Jared both a hug. Mayuri, are you all right? No. What, it didn't work? Whatever you all did, it worked. I'm not in pain anymore, Mayuri said, but I'm not all right, not anymore. What do you mean? I saw home. Home, Earth, Mayuri said. I dreamed of Earth, but it was so real, so vivid. I was back in school again, friends, our family. I could remember all their names and faces again. Jared and Harris looked at each other. We've known for a while that the gods suppress our memories of home, but during that long sleep, all I dreamed of was home. Ian, what did you do? I put you into a dream state, but I have little input on what actually happens other than the type of dreams. I gave you a pleasant one, Myri bowed briefly. Thank you, Ian. I needed that reminder of home. Harris, Gerard, I want to go home. The two men didn't know what to say. I've had enough of playing here. 30 years we lived here, fought this stupid war of the gods. I want to go home now. What could they even say to that? How could they even go home? How could I even go home? Myri, I'm not going to kill myself, but if I'm heavily injured in the next battle, don't save me, Myri said. I had enough. I want to go home. Myri. Harris, you had your fun. Don't you miss your parents? I saw them in my dreams. They were there. The gods told us if we died, we'll be back where we started. I've had enough, Harris. It's time to wake up from this silly game. She looked at the two dumbstruck men. I'm going to need some time. Yes, the two answered and quickly gave her space. Myri was alone and physically she was fine. She sat on a chair inside my secret hideout and spoke. Ian, was that real? I gave you dreams, but I don't know exactly what was in them. Can you give me more of those dreams? I don't know whether your hero power will interfere with it. She paused, and then she asked me a question I never expected. Can you take my hero powers away? If I give them to you willingly, is that something you can take away? The answer was yes, of course. It was entirely possible to give away one's levels and skills. It had happened before so many years ago. Yes. I see, she said. Harris probably wants me to fight with him the next time, but I'm tired of this artificial life. I miss my parents. I miss home. I miss being normal again. I hate this hero thing now. Things may not be well back home. It doesn't matter, Myri sobbed. I didn't realize how sad it is to never dream of my parents or my siblings all these years, that we've somehow accepted and rolled with this new role of ours as heroes so freaking easily. It's just fucked up, so fucked up, and all I want to do is quit this game. It's not a game. Well, who knew? It might well be, with how they've been toying with our feelings and emotions, Myri said. The worst thing is I didn't even know until you disabled my hero class. I never even realized how weird it is for us to just roll with it and forget so many important things about our world. I didn't say much. I just gave her some tea, and now that she was not in pain, there was no reason to lock her up in here. Her curse still remained, though, and that was something even with the hero star mana I still couldn't solve. Maybe not yet. She rested for quite a long time alone. Ian, I have a favor to ask. Yes. When it's time for me to die, can you take my levels away? I can't do that. Levels must be given away freely. I can give you my levels now. Or can I make it into a magical contract such that you take my levels the moment I die? Why not give it to Harris or Gerard? They don't realize it, Ian. Maybe Gerard knows, but he is drinking away his worries. Maybe he knows and doesn't want to admit it. It's a kind of suffering to continue this game, knowing that our old life, our real family, is all waiting for me over there on the other side. Giving them levels just prolongs their suffering. It'll help them. It's a twisted kindness that heroes die frequently. Imagine never being able to die and being stuck in this world. If you realize that your loved ones are still there, at this point, well, if she wanted to give it to me, I'll give it to you. But then again, I couldn't use it. If I remembered correctly, levels surrendered were converted to experience seeds. It just went into my growing pool of experience seeds. But sure, that day I gained a level. I thought it was when I used the hero star mana to crush that black thing. You gained a level. Level 156, Skill. Natural Mana Overwhelming upgraded. Skill. Soul Forge upgraded. Improved control and abilities over Soul Forge functions. I was really slow at gaining levels. The last time I gained levels was 5 years ago. That was slow, right? 36 year 119D. During the past few years, I'd been studying runes and formations. It had been something on my mind since I saw those mages do it, and with the hero's financial resources, I had a lot to read and study. Of course, I couldn't read. So the task was left to some poor Valtrian Order magic student whose job was to come to the Valley of the Unrotten and read the book out loud. Kind of like Audible, but only a lot more boring because the subject matter was runic formations, magical theory, and stuff like that. This, of course, served multiple functions. It was a means of education for these students. Reading out loud was a good way of learning and committing to memory. 2. It helped me. 3. I got to have a sense of how these young children were. After all, their behavior was quite clear when they were asked to read a book alone in a strange and scary place. I didn't get a skill, sadly, but that was fine. I developed an understanding of the magical formations, and I began experimenting on them, mainly in some corner of my growing domain that wasn't inhabited. I had a few things I wanted to do, one of which was to use formations as a source of mana on a large scale. Instead of using mana, you could create formations that did the reverse of generating mana, like some kind of mana-gathering facility. There were smaller-scale variants, but I was quite inspired by the former hero Astra's ability to apparently channel mana from various sources to create a super hex bomb, no matter how he did it. Mayuri had been particularly cooperative, and she was very amused with the children reading books in the often uninhabited valley. Tree spirits sure have strange ways of doing things. She helped with the mana-gathering formations. I had the impression trees are able to do this quite naturally. As in, trees gather mana naturally, do they not? Yes, Mayuri, after the earlier set of outbursts stabilized. I suspected it was the effects of her hero class now restored. It suppressed those emotions, but it's a slow process and I'm hoping to speed it up. Why? Why not? A massive defensive array required mana. A lot of it. It took many iterations, but eventually we succeeded in producing an array of runes and structures able to produce more mana than it used. It had to be big too, so it wasn't something you could hide. But that meant I could channel more of this mana to fight off the demonic energy and expand even more. Gerard returned in the latter half of the year with a fragment, the third piece that was given away. I scanned it, and sadly it was still an incomplete image. Demons, dragons, combat, a lot of combat. Earth cracked and so did the skies. It was still incomplete. There were pieces out there, but how did we find it? Grand Mind Tree has blocked attempted influence. Ah, again. The frozen tree was very willing to share, Gerard explained. It told me that it would like to meet you someday. Likewise. A frozen tree spirit. That was extremely fascinating. This frozen tree lived in a frozen lake in the far north, in an uninhabited island that was almost completely frozen over. Home to ice giants, monsters, and all that, the frozen tree was the overlord of that island and had kept the island free of demons for millennia. I wondered what other tree spirits thought of this entire situation. Surely they didn't just accept it like lilies. Or they all did because that was how trees were. Nature was what it was, and they just accepted it. Was going against the rules of the world a thing that trees didn't do? Domain and Grand Mind Tree has blocked attempted divine action. I took that as a yes. It seemed that trees really did not attempt to break the cycle, even if they were long-lived and could see things with the benefit of history. Surely, this systematic demonic destruction was not acceptable since it was way more than just regular constructive destruction. And yet they did nothing. Why? I didn't get it. Gods had to be the gods. Meddling gods. You've gained a level. You are now level 157. Skill, natural mana overwhelming upgraded. Why was the same skill getting upgraded over and over again? And I still didn't get why I gained a level from it. The constant expansion of my territory and also the influx of more refugees meant the population had increased significantly. Outside of my research, I spent more time, together with Jasmine, watching over the multiple towns and cities that had popped up. It was a very big area, and for the most part, Cavio and the new Council of Representatives all dealt with me directly. The focus was on the next Demon King and our preparations, readying ourselves for the coming wars. The heroes also worked on making more anti-demon weapons, more armors, and more sets. Weapons. Yay. Over the years, I'd managed to equip a 200-strong group with a full set of anti-demon armor, and I hoped to grow this force to 500 strong. Of this group, about 50 were now at least level 40. Once they hit level 60 to 70, they should be able to handle a demon walker without my assistance. They gained this level by hunting naturally spawning monsters and made regular trips into the Rotedlands to fight the hybrid spawns. In a world where the Rotedlands was like a large dungeon, the level of the residents should be high, else it was jarring, even with protection like my army of beetles. But then, if their levels went up, that made them more dangerous to me, didn't it? I was not too worried about high-level merchants or craftsmen, but then, warriors, I had to get them on my side. Anyway, we regularly deployed soldiers and recruits into the Rotedlands to fight monsters. That way, the soldiers and recruits who worked for me gained levels and prepared for the real demonic attacks. Was this what rulers did? I mean, I didn't really actively do it, but it must be trying to do this whole play each faction against each other shtick, balancing levels so that all the factions never got too powerful and they continued to obey me. Too fucking time-consuming. I mean, I was on this train of thought as news of civil war broke out in Harris's now-fractured kingdom. I mean, the man was still alive, and already they were fighting. Children fighting each other. It must suck to be a father and watch your children fight. I suppose it was like a typical family drama where a wealthy tycoon passed away and the kids squabbled over the riches. In fact, it absolutely drove him into depression of some kind. Well, I was not sure whether it was actually depression, but it made him feel very, very sad. So much so that Myri was the one comforting him. What should I do? Harris was sad. Already, some of his sons and daughters came to talk to him and asked him to stop it. But he gave away his rights to those lands, and some of his more ambitious children were taking the chance to do something. "Stop him, father," a boy said to Harris. "He's attacking one of us." But the truth was everyone was provoking each other, and Harris had his own network of informants that seemed to suggest none of his children were entirely innocent. If he wanted to lay down the law, he would have to do it to everyone. And yet he was but one person. He was not surprised if even those who served him were already taking sides in the conflict. "You can do two things," Myri said to a sad Harris. "Stop it and enter into a loop of constantly interfering, and eventually when you do die they will still continue the fight that they've postponed, or do nothing. They have land and territory now. Let them fight each other over it. Let them prove themselves by blood and war. That's so cruel. It's always been this way. Territorial disputes are as old as nations themselves, and the right to rule is one protected by might and magic, not by name or heritage." Harris regretted breaking his country up then. He knew he would just be kicking the can down the road until the day he died, and they'd fight it out anyway. But at least he wouldn't be alive to see it. So, as much as he knew it was a stupid thing to do, he started leaving frequently to stop the fighting with his summoned army. There was no way he could let it continue, even if it did lead to a constant, vicious cycle. A cruel fate. Myri said as much as she watched her friend feel like shit. "You know, that's partly why I didn't want to have children. After I discovered what happened to so many heroes and their families, I just felt really sad. I don't think I could ever watch my children drift apart and start doing that. Conflict is eternal, but perhaps so is reconciliation." I used more and more runes and formations to gather more mana and added runic formations to the Valley of the Unrotten. Mana meant territory, and I was pretty damned good with using mana to push back against the demons. More mana, more mana, more runes, more mana. Eventually, I made a formation large enough to trigger a notification that I wasn't quite expecting. Soul Forge. Yellow unlocked. Artificial Souls level cap increased to level 60. All artificial souls now have yellow option unlocked. Class/skill/experience seed merging unlocked. Ability to merge souls and classes and multiple class seeds and experience seeds together. Class/skill/experience seed upgrade unlocked. Able to upgrade classes, skills, and experience seeds to superior forms. Ooh. Looked like I was one step further and closer to make myself an army of super elites. Yellow Soul Forge from just using a massive array and formation to gather mana. Who would have thought of that? That meant soul forges actually just required different types or origins of mana, not necessarily unique or special magical ley lines. But wait, if I got enough star mana, could I have soul forge, star? I mean, theoretically possible, perhaps. What overpowered ability would I have? Or what about demonic mana? Could enough demonic mana power some kind of soul forge too? So I began to explore both aspects of these mana, experimenting more on the hybrid demonic trees. I hoped to unlock a better understanding of the demon's mana at least somehow, even if it didn't lead to a soul forge. At the same time, I started the whole class seed upgrade and merging process. Essentially, class seeds were upgraded when one added essence, mana, and materials. Combining them increased their strength and power, and fusing multiple class seeds created special ones. It was a bit like crossbreeding, splicing and grafting different trees together to create something different at the end. I began rather conservatively, like fusing multiple ranger and druid class seeds together, which formed the mountain druid class. Or multiple druid classes were fused together, and then obtained the great druid class. The ratio was like 10 normal classes to form one single better class, and I kept at it. I had a lot of class seeds and essences accumulated over the years, and I'd finally found a place to fuse them all. 20 knight classes made one single grand knight class, and 10 warrior and soldiers made a war master. It was honestly extremely enjoyable, and I felt like a cook when I fused all the different classes together. Adding essences to it also did some strange things. Iron and mineral essences fused to a knight eventually created a steel knight class. But there was a limitation. Not all of these evolved classes could be further fused. I was still trying to find what could be fused. Eventually, one of the few twice-evolved classes I discovered was 30 Great Druid, classes fused into a single Lord of the Forest class, and 50 Grand Knight classes fused into a Knight Master. I was eager to test it out, so I selected one young, promising 13-year-old Valthorn. His name was Faris, and he'd been living in one of the outer sections of the Freshlands before he was recruited to join the Valthorns 3 years ago. He'd been training with Ivan for a while, and in 3 years he was already a level 30 druid, a regular druid class. I gave a great druid class seed to Ivan. You want to give this to him? Yes. Are you sure? Why not? I mean, this is a rare class, right? Ivan didn't know I unlocked the class fusion ability. Let's keep it that way. Yes, I believe it is time I stop hoarding these things and grant them. So Ivan did, in fact, give it to Faris. There was a small ceremony, something like a small award ceremony in school where the principal would then give out certificates, only he received a small seed. This, young Faris, is a gift from Ian himself, a fruit that will grant you the class Great Druid. Everyone in the room clapped. Faris didn't waste much time and chomped down on the fruit. I observed him that entire day, and I watched his soul change slightly as the new class merged with his own. After one night's sleep, he found himself with increased mastery over his druidic abilities. Domain and Grand Mind Tree blocked passive influence from a great druid. I supposed I should be more careful with giving out classes relating to control over trees. I thought that was a passive. Faris and Jura came to me for an audience the next day. He was still a young boy in the end, even though he did have a good class. Children, so young. Ian, I bring the one that you've granted the seed. Greetings, Faris. I spoke mentally, and already I could sense some pressure pushing back. Domain and Grand Mind Tree blocked passive influence. I believe you may be unknowingly using some passive abilities, young Faris. Faris flustered, and he seemingly nodded. I'm sorry. Then I felt the pressure lift. Did druids have these abilities all this while? Was this how they attempted to control trees? He was still but a young child. Good, how do you like your reward? It's quite amazing, Ian. Upgrading my class to a great druid at my age is unheard of anywhere in the world. All my skills are stronger now. Good. It is a gift and a reward, and with it responsibility and expectation that you will do more and better for us. Our land remains heavily damaged, and we need people like you to help heal it. Faris nodded. He was very agreeable and impressionable. At that moment, I wondered whether I'd made a mistake in giving him such powers, the same way the gods gave their powers to young teenagers. One of the foolish things about people was that, well, they seemed to forget that trees in the forests had eyes. So Jasmine and my artificial souls alerted me to the presence of some cultists. It was common. A land newly reclaimed and filled with people, where law enforcement was still not yet secure, and where leaders were still vying for power and position among themselves. Some would inevitably turn to magic and occasionally blood magic. So in the depth of the unnamed woods, a group of 35 men and women were gathered. One of them was an old noble from the nearby city who migrated to the Freshlands and settled there. They had with them about 15 slaves. The slaves all looked extremely afraid. "Should we save the slaves, master?" Jasmine asked. There were beetles and spiders who could easily intercept. Wait, I'd wanted to see this for a long time now. Blood magic. I was sorry, slaves, but I believed the benefit I gained from learning how blood magic worked would allow me to save more lives in the future. 30 men formed a circle, and with a quick cut, one of the slaves was killed. His body splattered in the middle of a strange formation. They chanted, and I could see the soul very clearly torn apart by the blood magic. They did so repeatedly with all the slaves. I watched with all my sensors, magical and not, blood magic being executed right before my eyes. I saw their magic rip the soul out of the slaves and fuse them together. Oh wow! It really was a kind of soul fusion. But it was incomplete. I saw the core of their souls break free and the remnant, the outer souls of the slaves, stitched together by their rough blood magic. Incomplete, irregular and messy, but it was strong, just like how my artificial souls were without a soul core. From this alone I could easily see that their blood magic was essentially using the outer part of the souls and fused together into this mess. After a chant or so, the blood magic compressed the tangled, fused souls into a small reddish drop on a plate. The noble took it, and he drank it. Instantly, I saw his body's energy levels spike up. This was quite like using blood magic to strengthen himself, and his features quickly turned younger. Ah, youth. Interesting. The ritual was done. I thought I had an idea why the hex could be reversed gradually via those negative emotions. No more reason to leave them alive, most of them. Well, capture the 2 chief ritual masters alive. There were 2 of them that led the ritual, and I had plans for some good old interrogation. An army of beetles and spiders descended on them. The noble was strong, his strength amplified by the blood magic. So it still took me a few hits of serpentine root strike, and an army of beetles quickly slaughtered the rest of them. Hex. It was essentially an unstable fusion of the outer souls, which was why it leaked so much negative energy. And because this negative energy was contagious, it caused others close to it to also suffer hex poisoning. Walking into a field of hex was like being infected with depression that killed you from within. A rot in the soul caused by exposure to unstable fusion of soul fragments. 37-year 120 I gave away a grand night class to a promising young student. She was fit, But with the Grand Knight class, she became fit and unnaturally strong. She had a skill that strengthened all the armor that she wore, and she turned into quite a monster to fight. These upgraded classes, Ian, how did you get them? Ivan was extremely curious. At the same level, an upgraded class was at least 30% stronger. Perhaps this was the comparison between a lord and a king, or a king and an emperor. I collected them, which was partly true. Through all the souls of the dead, I'd been accumulating so many class seeds that I'd lost track of all of them. I'd also been growing class tree plants that produced more class seeds of the rarer classes, like Dark Knight. I mean, would 30 Dark Knights give me a Dark Paladin? You know, this news spreads out, many are going to come calling. Fruits that can grant an upgraded class are unheard of in the world. Even kings may grant royal variants, but those are nothing like true upgraded classes. And, well, theft for one. We'll need to prepare for that, as there will be thieves who want to steal your stockpile of upgraded class seeds. Let them try. It was all inside me. How would they steal? Perhaps these thieves had some kind of skill then. Wait, that did sound possible. A thief with a skill able to take from one's presumed safe pockets sounded exactly like what a high-tier thief should have. Jasmine, can you increase your surveillance for thieves? Master, we've located many thieves. Already? Oh, it had been a year since I gave away my great druid class. Most are petty criminals, but some appear highly skilled. Thieves. Should I just kill them? Meanwhile, the captured blood ritualists were forced to do my bidding, mainly to conduct more blood rituals, using criminals that were on death row. I had to learn a bit more about blood magic. There were some fundamental similarities between my soul forge and blood magic, and I intended to learn more of it. The blood ritualists cooperated and used the criminals to cast all sorts of blood rituals, such as strengthening rituals and summoning rituals. Of course, after over 50 rituals, they leveled up, and I thought they were close to level 60. Then they got overconfident and started to attack me with the summoned creatures. Each ritual made them stronger, but I, too, gained a deeper understanding of blood magic. I had a large army and now more elites. I deployed my new Grand Knight and Great Druid, together with an army of beetles. The two ritualists didn't stand much of a chance. They honestly should. V used blood magic to cast some kind of warp teleportation, but perhaps that had too much risk. Blood magic was inherently unstable. It was power derived from the stitching of the outer souls together in accordance with ancient writings. Those writings guided the ritualists, bound the fragments of the soul together into a shape, and each shape then created a specific effect. Some of these shapes were actually benign, and hence they empowered their hosts. Still, they were inherently unstable soul fragments, so over time they decayed and created problems for the host. It was like cancer, really. The two overconfident ritualists were captured again. This time their punishment was death, and I gave them a punishment that I gave a long time ago, death by deconstruction in a biolab. I received blood mage class seeds. I wondered whether I could somehow get hero class seeds. Myri. Yes, Ian. Would you ever be willing to give away your hero class? I asked her one day as she rested in one of the courtyards of Freshka. She had slowly dismantled her business and sold it to various merchants eager to take over her clothing chain. Yes, she had a headache after she said it. The hero class is pretty much the god's remote control button. It's a Trojan horse in our body. It was quite predictable, and to some extent, Myri got better at figuring out what triggered the headache. It was always something about heroes and gods. She took a while to collect herself, and she continued. I mean, I would give it away, but I can't. The system doesn't let me do it. I just tried to do it just now. Really. Yet it allows you to trade your hero levels for other levels. Yeah. I could theoretically trade away all my hero levels for something else and then give you all those levels, but it sounds like you are interested in the hero class itself, Ian. Well, that's right. I mean the hero. class itself was what was incredibly fascinating. Like, was there a way I could trace it backward to the source, i.e. the gods? Did the gods actually have a physical location in this world? Like, was there a magical heaven somewhere where they gazed on this world? Perhaps they were like players looking at us through the screen. Have you not considered it, giving away all your hero levels so that you can remove their influence? I did think about it. But I didn't do it because I wanted to still help Harris and Gerard. I doubt the gods would just let all three of us trade all our hero classes away. Pretty sure there's like a limit or something. Made sense that the gods would put in a failsafe like that. They already went ahead to actively mind control and mind wipe these heroes. Why wouldn't they put restrictions? Tending to flowers, great druid, the young lady said. She was in full armor and had two large swords on each side and a long wooden anti-demon spear at the back. Edna, the Grand Knight, was only 16, as I am often compelled to do, yes. Has Ian summoned you recently? No, why? It's well, I have had offers from nearby kingdoms to defect to serve them. Faris paused. If it's a good offer, it is worth considering, though the term defection is a bit too strong. Oh, Edna sat on a rock in the flower garden. Explain. I believe Ian may be open to us acting as his mercenaries. Mercenaries? Edna frowned. That's quite against the very nature of my class as a Grand Knight. I spoke to some observers, Principal Ivan and Master Jura, and they agreed that Ian may be willing to consider stationing us in those other kingdoms. Willing to consider doesn't mean he will. Ian's willingness, of course, has a price. A good enough reward, he would definitely consider it. I believe if the kingdoms may offer something rare and unique from the ancient pasts, Ian may well be swayed into it. At least Principal Ivan strongly thinks so. I highly doubt he is willing to give any of us away. Not give, stationed. We are still loyal to him and we act as his agents. Our services to those other kingdoms are similar to those of an adventurer. We would obviously abstain if those conflicts meant we would end up fighting each other. So you have been similarly approached. Edna smirked. Of course, Faris said. When the kingdoms, or even the Houghton Council, first gave me the offers, I quickly notified Valthorn leadership. Master Jura's advice then was to ignore it, as if these kingdoms truly are desperate, they would offer far greater rewards than what they offered now. Edna shook her head. That really makes it sound mercenary. I wouldn't do so. It was Faris's turn to laugh. If so, it's best you stay put. I doubt the principles of these other kingdoms would be better than ours. But a part of my class is enhanced by serving a king. There are knight-specific abilities for people like myself. If there's anyone who can make a king, it's probably our great Ian. I didn't have a king class, though. Wait, did Roma have the prince class? Yes, but it's still level 2, Roma said quietly when Jura approached him. Why do you ask, Master Jura? Ian asked, not me. Ah, Roma's an adult like Lausanne. Unlike Lausanne, his focus had always been more academic and magical in nature, and now, having survived, he was mostly an administrator for merchant companies. It was almost like someone who's a prince relegated to an office boy, though he certainly didn't seem any bit bothered by that sort of reality. Well, if anyone's asking, I'm honestly not interested in the whole prince thing. I'd even give the class away if I could. I'm honestly not sure why I even still have the class. Sala's still around in some form, so the title remains. Well, I wanted the prince class, and so Jura asked. So, since you do not want the class, would you consider giving it away? That is impossible. Ian may have the ability to take it away from you. Ivan objected strongly. It's your heritage. The hell with it, Mom. I'm not interested in being caught in stupid political games that this faraway kingdom of Sala would probably have. I have no relationship with Sala. I never lived there. I don't know anyone there, and honestly, I may well be a lifetime citizen of Freshka. I don't know my father either, and honestly, this class isn't worth it. Well, turned out, I couldn't take it away, simply because his level as a prince was far too low. He needed to have at least 10 to 20 levels in Prince for me to actually take it away from him. Help on this matter came from a very odd party. "I'm a king," Harris said, back from his many peacekeeping duties. He had to come back frequently, but still, the civil war went on. His wives, now all queen mothers in their own right, squabbled over territory. There were days he felt sad. His wives truly adored and loved him, and that part wasn't a lie. But his harem was held together by him, and him alone. With him giving up his right over the entire kingdom, each queen had to protect her own children. Some of his children were more ambitious, and so fighting broke out. He had no right to imprison his children now that they were legally king and prince regents of their own country. He could only reprimand them as a father. "If you want my class, you honestly can take it. It's useless now. I'm probably going to declare my capital city independent and let what's left of the Council of Ministers decide where to go." "You just sound incredibly sad." Mayuri tapped him. "What do you say, let's go out with a bang. Let's end this farce with the next Demon King." The two heroes plotted their plans for the next Demon King. Indeed, they intended to win, but they also intended to die. Harris was able to give me a few levels of his king class, but no more than 20% of it. But strangely, in my hands, the king class was unusable. I mean, I had a king class seed, but I couldn't give it or use it on anyone. The class king cannot be used. Could I change it such that I could use it? So with my soul forge, yellow, I tried to experiment on the king class seed, and well, after injecting my own energy into it, it changed. The king class seed transformed into a unique class seed, the anointed king, Ian's executor. Oh, that was quite corny, wasn't it? But that was so StarCraft. Executor. Maybe I could create a hierarch like Artani's. I had a dilemma now. I have a special class seed, and I wasn't quite sure who to give it to. I didn't want to give it to the heroes because they had no ties with the valley and me. Ultimately, they were under the influence of the gods, and I wouldn't want them to be king. The first person I had in mind was Jura. He served me loyally over the years and had demonstrated all the necessary skills of war. He shot it down. "No, Ian, me a king. There's no way I can do it. I prefer to just teach." Lausanne, perhaps. But she was happily traveling with her husband. Laufen, she shook her head. She was happy tending to young children at Ares's childcare centers and didn't want the stress or the duties of a king. So I reluctantly put this class aside, but I had my fellow artificial souls pay attention to the young Valthorns. Perhaps of these young ones, some of them would show promise, and of them one that I could elevate to a king. 6 more years to the Demon King. If we're lucky, 7. 6. "I want it to come sooner," Mayuri said. She was really quite eager to return home, so when I told her about the entire soul contract and how it worked with Ivan, she immediately rejected it. To her, a soul contract extended her misery in this world by 1,000 years. She didn't want any of that. She missed home, and she wanted to go home. The idea of suicide didn't quite work for her, so she was in this odd situation, perhaps quite like a Norse warrior seeking Valhalla through glorious battle with the Demon King, because little else could kill her. Her curse had remained relatively stable since my last operation, and I still continued my experiments. I suspected there must be something that bound the curse to the demons, because I didn't understand why it fluctuated at odd times. A fluctuation may be internal or external, and after all my abilities, I was rather certain I ruled out the internal factors. So that left the fluctuations in the curse down to 2 possible external factors, the gods or the demons. The curse was a matter of the soul, and something I wondered was, what if a hero was sacrificed in a blood ritual? Or could blood magic's ability to interact with the outer soul be used to fix the curse? Harris, of course, hated the idea. Blood magic should be outlawed. It's a gruesome ability that shouldn't even exist in this world. Unjay, the world's pretty gruesome. I mean, you gained experience by killing stuff. Wasn't that gruesome? How's blood magic different? It was just the way of killing, wasn't it? I'd concede that the only thing different was that blood magic reached into a person's soul and ripped it out, and perhaps that was a kind of desecration of the sanctity of the soul. Again, only if one believed that the soul was sacred. A mortal belief, really. For someone like myself who now had a good understanding of the soul, it certainly didn't feel sacred. In fact, I felt a bit of desensitization that came from knowledge that a person's inner soul could always reincarnate, and death was but the departure of the inner soul from a physical vessel. If so, in this cycle of death and reincarnation, it was just a convoluted version of swapping one car for another or stopping one game and starting another new game. So, why should outer souls or lives be sacred? If anything should be sacred, it was that moment in space and time. Space-time was sacred because death took it away, and each period of time was unique, and what happened in that space was unique. So death robbed away one's ability to experience each unique segment of space-time. Anyway, back to the blood magic. I certainly wanted to use my blood mage, class seeds, and I wanted to use them differently. All the previous blood mages had quite warped perspectives and were up to no good, so I was going to try to train a good blood mage. There must be something in their magic that was worth learning. Jura, Lawfen, and Ivan were horrified at the idea of training young blood mages. No, no, no. Our existing trainees generally gain their levels and experience against monsters and hybrids. Blood mages require blood sacrifice, and that means people. No. Something like that. Didn't make much sense, though. What was wrong with using those about to die anyway? 38-year 121 MY own curse flared up. I wasn't sure why, but if it could happen to the heroes, it certainly could happen to me. Thankfully, Root of Life helped suppress it, but it felt like one of those days when I woke up on the wrong side of the bed and had to nurse a migraine the entire day. It was really one of those days. And well, it was one of those years. I had a few rebellions to crush, a few invasions to defeat, a surge in monsters and creatures from the Rotted Lands, but there were some good parts. I sent 3 of the ancient tree shards to lilies. Strangely, they actually agreed to give an enchantment should I ever ask for it. They had some powers over death. They gave me a brief origin story of their powers of death, because they took death ceremonies to another level. In the lake of Lilliput City, any and every death was brought back to be submerged in the lake in a tradition almost a millennium old. Lilies had developed a method of gaining experience from the bodies of the dead. Beneath the lake's murky waters were floating roots and vines that consumed the corpses of the dead. They had somehow developed a skill that allowed them to collect experience from the dead. I got experience seeds, but they got experience and levels. I wondered if it was a function of their different species. When we were small and few, we lived in this lake where the dead were thrown away. The dead fed us, strengthened us, class, experience, levels. Perhaps so many years ago did Indra set me off on this path of being a soul spirit tree by requesting a familiar. Had I received experience in a different way, would my evolution have been different? I'm afraid not. Jura shook his head. Ian has a rather poor opinion of the Houghton Council after his encounters with your people a few decades ago. Could you talk to it and convince it otherwise? The council has changed a lot over the 20 years. Surely it's unfair for the tree spirit to pin the blame on this generation for the sins of the previous generation. The Houghton Council had sent a decent-sized delegation to Freshka after the news of the great druid class being gifted to Faris. It took them some time, but here they were. Many wanted the class, of course. Some of these druids had been regular druids for decades and saw the upgraded class as a chance to break through their stagnant lives. Jura shrugged. Trees have long memories. I suggest you come back in, say, 50 years. I thought that wasn't true. It was just that we trees perceive time differently, so those memories felt quite fresh to me. It took more time for me to forget a grudge, even though it felt just as long or the same to me. No, great druid, to a child. The druid shouted at Jura. Even the entire Houghton Council, only 2 druids have that class. Jura frowned. Perhaps Ian sees something in the child, and I don't recall druids ever challenging the wisdom of the tree spirits. Domain and Grand Mind Tree has blocked attempted influence. And Ian has just said that he is annoyed at your attempt to use your power. The druid frowned. A few other druids looked unhappy, and they stomped off. Jasmine helped to monitor them, but then a bunch of them were spotted sneaking into the Valthorn's offices and buildings. The tree spirit may have hidden some of the class-granting fruits in the premises. We should sneak in and try to find it. They managed to bribe a Valthorn employee to reveal where valuable items were hidden in the Valtrian Order's premises. So they snuck in. But wouldn't they hide it in its main tree itself? Another Houghton druid asked. At this point, I thought no one ever revealed to the druids that I had line of sight of the entire valley. Wouldn't anyone be able to figure it out? Do you want a chance to find a great druid class or not? They snuck into the premises and then got a shock when they saw the valuables store only had money. It's just storing money. That was because all the weapons and other items had all been given to the Valthorns, and they were responsible for caring for their own goods. Seriously, the concept of a store was not really valid when Jasmine and the other artificial minds could pretty much track all movement of these items almost all the time. Distributing them minimized any risk of theft, and since the valley itself was under heavy surveillance, it wasn't hard to find who took what, especially if it was of value. Money, on the other hand, was rather worthless to me, so its security was left to the Valtrian Council. You know it won't be there. Edna appeared behind the druids. There was a group of other Valthorn knights with her. The fruits of a special class only appear when Ian itself decides it is so. The Houghton druids turned and summoned animals to fight. They were outnumbered, honestly. There were knights everywhere. The knights overwhelmed the druids, and those who surrendered were arrested and thrown into a prison. Time for Freshka to hold them ransom for some rewards from the Houghton Council. I had the impression they were on the decline, though, so I wondered what they were willing to cough up. Later on, I awarded 2 more Valthorn initiates with special classes, one a mountain druid and another a ranger master. To some extent, a part of me began to enjoy the chaos that these advanced classes caused. I'm rather surprised that you have so many unique classes, Ian. I've been hoarding them for some time. There was some truth to it, but I also had an orchard of class seed growing trees in the Valley of the Unrotten, and it helped that I gathered class seeds, skill seeds, and experience seeds when people died. Everywhere, as long as it was within the range of my soul harvesters, essence, class seed, and skill seeds continued to come in. So I always had materials to fuse into bigger or upgraded seeds. Master, we need upgrades too, Horns reminded. Their level cap had increased to level 60, but as previously, their upgrades required materials and gems. I decided to upgrade Trevor and Dimitri first, since they'd been supporting me for so long, and they were both at their level cap anyway. After that, I upgraded Horns and Jura's bamboo. The yellow-type upgrades generally granted my artificial souls to choose a class specialization, so in Trevor and Dimitri's case, they both gained administrator-type skills. Horns gained general-type skills to control my large army of beetles. I also created more artificial minds, placing them subordinate to Trevor, Dimitri, and Jasmine to oversee my vast empire. I already had Acacia, Brutus, and Cypress from earlier, but since Trevor could now hit level 60, I elevated him to be pretty much my chief of artificial souls. Dimitri was his deputy. I felt that my artificial souls or minds were like extremely good AI. They were extremely competent at monitoring and administration, but they were constrained on creation and scope, and only improved by the new Soul Forge colors. The level cap also meant that they would never be able to really fight at the level I needed, simply because enemies like the demonic walkers needed a force around level 80. Thinking about it, they were probably an organization's field managers and middle managers. Somewhere in a quiet corner of my vast kingdom, I also had a secret experiment. This was far from the rest of the inhabited area, away from Jura or Freshka. I created a tree and infused it with blood, a lot of blood. My roots were able to transport liquids, so I stocked and absorbed the blood from the sick, the dead, or the dying, and then infused a tree with all the blood. Though the elves didn't agree on my experimenting with blood mages, I could very much do it myself. So, a tree. I did so secretly, and eventually I received a notification. Unique tree, the bleeding tree created. I was swept with a sickening feeling like nausea. Grand Mind Tree blocked attempted influence from unknown source. Then I felt better. I needed to further upgrade the Grand Mind Tree. Then I had my beetles secretly smuggle criminals to that location. It wasn't hard. After all, through the entire Freshlands, all these vassal states had criminals of various kinds. I supposed I was doing some mental gymnastics when I justified my process that these criminals were on death row anyway. So I may as well test some basic blood magic with their bodies. Conceptually, runes were a kind of rituals. Blood magic, too, was a ritual. I myself and my entire network of trees was pretty much a massive magical array. I tried to use my roots to cast a blood ritual. It failed. I tried again. It failed. By the time I was done with the 50 or so criminals, I had failed all my attempted blood magic. Why did I fail? Was it because I used a bleeding tree? I was frustrated, but I got a skill. Skill upgraded. Magic Lab's blood magic sensor unlocked. So later that year, I spotted another bunch of blood mages. The world was filled with blood mages, very much a legacy of the hexbomb era, when the knowledge of how to cast a hexbomb was widely distributed to so many kingdoms and countries. Once again, I let them use their blood magic, but with my new blood magic sensors, I thought I began to understand it a bit more. Blood magic essentially used their own soul as a chip in order to hack into the souls of those sacrificed. Each use of blood magic weakened their own soul and made them even more susceptible to the corruption of blood magic and the strange voices from beyond. It was like taking a part of themselves, making that into a consumable nail. So the insanity and curse that came with all high-level blood mages was an inherent outcome of their use of such abilities. That insanity was also mixed into the very fabric of the loosely knitted outer soul fragments. Maybe it was like using a diamond to cut another diamond because they didn't have enough power for its alternatives. Have you never found who was spreading the hex bombs? I asked the heroes one day. Find them. No one's going to reveal themselves as a blood mage. In truth, it should be possible to find them since their souls would clearly be damaged. Each use was like leaving gunpowder residue on their soul, but then one would have to be able to spot it. I would be able to spot it. All I needed to do was put them under my biolab, and it'd be clear as day. Curse. Weakened soul from blood magic. That was what appeared in the few captured blood mages. Their soul spring was clearly tainted, the spring itself cracked, and the waters in their spring were a muddy brown. Based on all this, I was confident in my assessment. Hex was essentially a radioactive decaying outer soul fragment stitched together with blood magic. The decay was how the outer souls untangled the stitching and decay into normal matter. 39-year 122, I did another controversial series of tests. I hauled a bunch of death row criminals to my soul forge and attempted a clean version of the outer soul stitching. If blood magic was incomplete work, then could I, the master of 4 colors of the soul forge, perform a complete version? I failed at first. I failed my first 10 tests, and in doing so, close to 500 criminals were killed. That's hell of a gruesome way to die, the heroes said. But it's painless. The overwhelming energies of my soul forge instantly kills them and liquefies them. It was true. The amount of mana used to attempt clean soul fusion was absolutely insane, so much so that when I used it, everyone in the entire Freshlands could feel the mana flickering in the air. Each time, I had a better understanding of the process. "Ian, where do you get these ideas?" the heroes asked, unaware that I'd been watching and experimenting on the blood mages. "Dreams. Trees can dream. Why not? You don't have brains. Are brains necessary for dreams?" Anyway, it was key to separate the inner soul and the outer soul as smoothly and cleanly as possible. After separation, the inner soul core was released so that it could proceed with its reincarnation, and what was left was a floating magical plasma blob of outer soul fragments. Next, I used my overwhelming mana to forcefully compress the outer soul fragments together. The first few times, I didn't control my mana properly, so the outer soul fragments leaked out and then it just dissipated. Then, as the soul fragments fused together, it finally turned into a small, solid object. You've created a soul-strengthening seed. Consuming the soul-strengthening seed will increase the level capacity of one individual. Needs to be combined with an herb of sufficient quality. What? I thought. I expected something far more powerful than just a soul-strengthening seed. But then the level capacity seemed to suggest that each individual had a cap, and I had just discovered the item that broke the cap, and I knew exactly the person to give it to. Jura. I fused the soul-strengthening seed with a high-quality 5-year-old ginseng from my ginseng trees. "Eat this." He did, and he felt like his entire body burned for the rest of the day. "Ian, what are you feeding me? Why do I feel like every part of me is breaking?" Well, a good day later, he woke up and felt much stronger and healthier, as if he was younger by a few decades. "Ian, I have a blessing, and I gained 7 levels in Warlord overnight." "Oh, soul blessed. Did the soul-strengthening seed give levels, or were those like overflow levels that were not affected because he was capped at around level 80? The only way to prove it, of course, was to make more and give it to someone else that was not stuck at the cap. It was a little disappointing, though. I had hoped to create something comparable to, say, a fusion power plant, but I supposed a level-breaking ability was not bad either. That meant Lausanne could also break past level 80 if she wanted, but I thought she was still happily adventuring in the world. "I want to talk about Ian," Harris said to Jared and Myri. They were gathered in a room in one of the lodges in Freshka. "You know he's listening, right?" Jared looked at Harris like an alien. "Ian's presence permeates the entirety of this region. This entire region is a police surveillance state. We agreed on this. No talking about tree spirits anywhere near them. All of us have his familiars. Who knows if they're eavesdropping on us?" "I know, but I think I don't mind if he listens," Harris said. "I just wanted to say that he seems to be very intimately familiar with our world's thought processes, almost as if he knows what we know." Evidence. "Remember how Jura described our wooden arms as power armor?" Harris promptly showcased his wooden limbs made from familiar. I was still unable to fix the 2 lost parts due to the effects of the curse, but at least it wouldn't get worse. So what? There are so many little references here and there that he understands. I believe he knows about Earth. Look, I can posit a few theories of how he knows about us. 1, he's old and he met a lot of us Earthers. 2, he has the power to create and alter dreams. By extension, he must have some access to our memories such that he can create those dreams. 3, his soul harvesters harvest the souls of the dead, and each time he gains something from the dead. If those dead include Earthers, it is no surprise that he knows what we know, Myri said. Harris froze, and after thinking for a long time, he said, "You're right. I probably didn't think it through. We have 4 years left till the next Demon King." We're in no condition to fight it, Mayuri said. Though she wasn't dead, she was weakened by the curse. If I must admit, we must be prepared to lose and die. Gerard nodded. So let's do what Astra did, kill ourselves and bomb it to death. No, Mayuri said. You saw what the system did to him. It made us hate him. Well, if we want to go out with a bang, I can't think of a better way. Mayuri stopped. Bang, maybe we could make ourselves into a living bomb, like that manga. This old dude fought the Ant King, but as a failsafe planted a nuke into his heart. We could try that. They all got a headache at the same time, but Gerard had already prepared cups filled with some herbal liquor. They all took a sip. Damned system meddling with our minds. It's a good idea, but who can make a bomb that powerful? Ian's been experimenting with souls. We could ask him to try it. Maybe he can do something about it. Harris looked confused and bewildered. I cannot believe that both of you are suggesting to make yourself into some kind of suicide bomber. It's not suicide bombing, it's a contingency, Gerard said. I wouldn't do it, Harris frowned. If the Demon King lives, it'll still kill you. You know it can and will look for us. You felt it. We're just like the ring bearer. The Demon King can see us one way or another. The higher levels we are, the brighter we are to him, Mayuri said. It's better for us to knock it out. Harris had been still busy quelling the conflict among his many sons and daughters, so the idea of dying to the Demon King really didn't sit well with him. So what are your alternatives, Emperor Harris? You know you can't outrun it and you cannot move your children's kingdoms. Do them a favor, buy them some time, and knock out the Demon King when you die. If the Demon King lives and comes for you, your children's kingdoms will be in ruins anyway. Harris was silent. Gerard looked at Mayuri. Well, if anything, both of us will find a way to make us self-destruct if we die. It's honestly a pretty fitting way to end our lives, and ironic, too. We all died in a car crash. Now we get to die with a Michael Bay-style explosion. Why can't we summon the next generation of heroes? Harris said. There must be a way I can trade powers for the right to summon more heroes. Then he had a massive headache, so much so that it looked like he was having fits. Gerard and Mayuri quickly fed him some herbal liquor. Wow, that's some intense mental attack. Harris took a while to recover and then said, I mean, it takes power to summon heroes, right? But can we summon heroes, or perhaps aid the gods in summoning heroes? That way I don't have to die. I don't mind surrendering my blessings or my levels as cost. That's really a rather good idea. Gerard nodded. But where do we even start? How do we even commune and discuss this with the gods? 40-year 123s in sea time immemorial, man searched for means to make themselves more powerful. That was true then, and that was true now. Even nature itself was forever locked in an arms race, as species evolved for an advantage and other species evolved in response to that advantage. War and evolution were tied together in many ways. This is the latest generation of wood-formed weapons. I showed my latest upgraded versions of the wooden spears to Jura and the selected Valthorns. I had given out 2 more upgraded classes, 1 Grand Knight and 1 Spearmaster. It was a small group, less than 10. Is its effectiveness against demons improved? Slightly. I had spent a lot of time analyzing the crystal matrices and had managed to copy a little of its effects, but to replicate it wholesale was still beyond me for now. Every iteration was slightly better, slightly more powerful. Sad to think that my wood forming was used in this way. I should have made statues instead. One of the wooden spears shrank and the attendees jumped. Wow. It's now expandable. That way it's easier to move around. I copied the idea from one of the hero's star mana-withdrawable swords. In hindsight, I should have made something like this way earlier. It was essentially just a magical lightsaber, but with wood. Not exactly difficult to make a seed-like thing that released a spear and later on retracted it. Nature already had many similar mechanisms. In a way, it was also partly pocket space, similar to my secret hideout. It'll be tuned to all of you. Tuned. Yes, with runes. The gem inserts have runes, so add a drop of blood to it and it'll recognize you as its owner. Again, not an original idea. Some heroes had invented star mana weapons that only recognized people who had their blood, essentially as a means of preserving power for their descendants. The heroes have this. Well, no, they had better ones. Ah, Edna said, examining her new lance and shield. As a knight, she got some mount-specific boosts, and so there was some new wooden protective gear for her mount. Seems like I'll have to fight demons soon. It's not hard. The rule is simple. Focus on your target and don't stray too far outside Ian's suppression aura, Jura explained. He was now level 90. Ian's suppression aura should be everywhere, Faris said as he too examined his wooden staff and armor. There were not many weapons I could make for Faris because he was a ranged and support hero. I agreed. But sadly, my suppression aura was weaker as I went further. This means Ian puts the odds of the heroes winning the next battle at close to 0, doesn't it? Our spearmaster asked. Jura paused. It would be so. It's not exactly uncommon for heroes to die to the Demon King. Their recent string of victories is quite abnormal and has happened no more than 5 times in the past few hundred years. And so the peace of Harrison ends, Faris said. An era of relative peace named after the most visible of the hero kings, Harris. It seems our upgraded classes have not been given out for no reason. Are you afraid, great Druid? Edna smiled. Should I not be? Worry when the time comes, Jura spoke. For now, practice and keep gaining levels. Certainly, Edna nodded. Ian, are there any restrictions of use for these items? No, try them out on the hybrids. I recall a large group has been spotted. Gladly. Those with the upgraded classes and Jura went for it. I believed they would succeed. Maybe even Jura himself would be sufficient with his recently acquired strength. On the home front, the heroes had been experimenting with new kinds of spells. They wanted to make themselves into a bomb just like the Demon King. I couldn't help them. I mean, I didn't have the ability to give them that kind of power. Trees didn't blow up. Except for hybrid trees, but that was an outlier. So they had to speak to others, and Jared had been traveling everywhere. Harris, too, had to frequently intervene in his family conflicts. It was just lucky that his curse did not flare up when he was temporarily away. Ian, Myrie said when the two heroes were away. What's it like being a tree? I didn't answer. It was more like I didn't even know where to begin describing it. Sorry, must be offensive. I suppose it's the equivalent of you asking me what's it like being a hero, Myrie said. I asked because, well, I'm an alcoholic and tea addict now. Rumors are swirling about that the heroes would not survive the next one. Of my curse and Harris's, she looked wistful. What do you think of this idea, the hero bomb? It wasn't the first time she asked. I said it was a wise decision. It's a good one, it's pragmatic, Myrie paused. I hoped you'd not give me the same answer. Tell me it's wrong. It's wrong. Myrie laughed and then cried. Fuck it. Jared's running around in a wild goose chase. I don't think there's any mage who knows how to make themselves into a walking nuke, even if it's a damned good idea. Keep cursing. Yeah, I should probably stop wallowing in my misery. Myrie stood. Here's an idea. Write runes inside my soul. Can you do that? There must be a nuclear rune somewhere. Invent one. Runes work on physical objects. Well, in honesty, I'd never tried. I wasn't aware whether runes could be written in the soul realm, but then the soul spring did have rune-like inscriptions and patterns. Says who? No one. Then can you try writing runes in the soul spring? I wasn't sure if that was possible, but certainly worth trying. Try it on me, don't let Harris or Jared know. Why not? I had the impression Jared was open to the idea of nuclearizing themselves. Fine, don't let Harris know. I wondered then if it was possible to write a rune or blood ritual into the soul spring, such that it triggered a hex bomb-like event. Was this how we could assure victory, by making heroes into nukes? It was pragmatic, certainly. Sensible, even. But I got Myrie and Harris's point that there was something quite wrong with it. How was it different from a kamikaze attack, or in the case of a soldier charging into the firing range, preparing to die? I couldn't quite answer that, but no matter. I poked into Myrie's soul spring again, and this time I used my feelers to attempt to write runes in her soul spring. It didn't work, not on the rocks of the soul spring, but I could write runes on the water or the ground around her spring. But then the waters from her soul spring quickly washed the rune away. It was actually possible. I was amazed. If one could find a way to make the rune stick, then it was possible to have a soul that was covered in runes, or at least outside of the soul spring. What? Does that mean you can make me a nuke? No, not just that. Could I use runes to suppress her curse even further? But how and where did I start? There were two main hurdles. One, there was a need to find something that made lasting runes in the soul area around the soul spring. Two, what runes should I use and what were their long-term effects on a person? That was, of course, something to research. Criminals existed in every society. Each of the segments of the Freshlands administered its own set of rules and justice, and this was something we, as the federal entity, did not generally participate in. It was a federal-state relationship, though, simply because I didn't want to be bothered by the minutiae, and I was also not interested in micromanaging people. I'd rather focus on trees, gardens, and stuff. One area in which I did make orders was that every large town and segment had gazetted gardens and parks and long strips of tree-flanked roads. This was something the Federal Freshlands Authority, headquartered in Freshka, gazetted and required of all of its cities. A small requirement, really, since I'd handle the creation of trees and parks. The towns just had to leave the space and path for it. That was on top of the protected forests and jungles. In a way, it was almost possible to imagine the Federal Freshlands Authority like the National Park Service on extreme steroids, to the point that it was the main authority. The Valthorns, rangers, were just a militarized version of the park rangers, and since they were militarized, they did also catch criminals, which was useful. Rumors had been swirling about that criminals caught were subjected to my experiments. That the Ian of Freshka was outwardly a benevolent deity, but it treated its criminals as materials for gruesome experiments. I was rather amused by it, because it was true. Serious criminals were used for my soul-related experiments, for blood magic, for creating the soul-strengthening seed. After all, the legal terminology used to describe the punishment for serious crimes was subject to Ian's mercy. I didn't know who came up with that. I suspected one clever lawyer or justice of peace, but yes, it was a phrase that had begun to strike fear into everyone. No one subjected to Ian's mercy had ever returned. How could they, with their souls ripped out of their bodies and turned into living experiments? Still, criminals persisted, and many of these states had added a layer beneath that punishment. Their citizens demanded something less frightening. Most involved life imprisonment. Criminals were quite fun, actually, and I received some rather interesting criminal classes. I even fused them to create more powerful criminal classes, like Bandit Lord or Master Thief. As I thought of this, Jura had just finished capturing a runaway murderer, punishment for multiple murders, Ian's mercy. I felt like that was such an evil euphemism. It was like saying walk the plank instead of jumping off the ship. The criminal was tied up and loaded into a beetle with a cage. A cage beetle. There were hundreds of these beetles traveling between all the various segments of the Freshlands, collecting all these criminals and ferrying them here. To me, for my experiments. A logistical network of high-sec criminals set up to feed my need for materials, coordinated by my artificial minds. All right, that's 3. Jura locked the criminals inside. They wailed and screamed. Let me out, please, counsel, I beg you, not Ian's mercy. The federal law is clear. Multiple murders and domestic crimes put you under federal jurisdiction. Ian has every right to claim you. Please no. Such exchanges were common. Why was it that bad? Kings sentenced criminals to death all the time. Usually an executioner with a massive axe would do the dirty job. Jura shrugged. You may consider your appeal before Ian himself. None succeeded. The very fact that my artificial minds had assessed them as targets meant they'd passed the preset thresholds. A fellow Valthorn just gulped and looked at Jura. Every year they collected about 1,000 or so criminals. It was on a steady decline, as more and more criminals learned not to cross that threshold. Not much, when the entire Freshlands region was now home to some 4 million people spread across the 15 segments and the 50 cities, 300 towns, and 5,000 or so villages within it. The Freshlands were massive, now that I had recovered close to 10% of what was the entire Rottedlands. Time needed for a beetle to travel from one end to another without rest took a full 7 days. Freshka itself now was home to about 150,000, being the federal capital and administrative seat of the Freshlands Representative Council. They'd been changing the names every now and then. Little matters that I left to Cavio and the representatives. Oh, the Ian of the Freshlands. My attention was drawn to a voice that called out to me. Jasmine was quick to prompt me to look. It was one of the nobles of the outer cities. He was alone and he called out to me. If you can hear me, please talk to me. Father, have you gone insane? His son was behind him. He was a lot younger, in his teens. No, the noble said. Jasmine quickly gave me his brief. He was a level 31 noble and he was the ruler of this city. It was a mid-sized city on the northern edges of the Freshlands and mainly worked with mining and farming from the recovered lands. Then why are you talking like that? I got a skill, young foolish son of mine, and that skill tells me Ian knows I'm talking to him. Really? What skill is that? The teenage son asked. Territorial awareness. It's common for kings to have a version of it, but it seems I got lucky and somehow obtained this. So you're testing it out by shouting and calling out to Ian, our faraway supposed benefactor. The noble smacked the young teenager. Watch your words. At this point I supposed I should respond, so I telepathically spoke to both of them. Yes, nobleman, you called. A vine emerged from the ground and crawled in through the window. The teenager looked deathly pale. The nobleman instantly prostrated himself before the vine. Greetings, Ian. So it is true, those rumors of Ian's ever-presence in the Freshlands. Had it not been true, indeed, it is just that us, those on the fringes, do not feel your presence. Have the Valthorns not sent their men to deal with the hybrids? Ah, I was wasting my time. Is there anything serious? No, I just wanted to test my skill. Ah, I sometimes wondered whether my presence and surveillance was a good thing. I floated in my soul realm and watched the souls drift in. There were about 150,000 souls in my soul realm, all awaiting reincarnation or whatever awaited their next step. When they were ready, they would shed their outer shells, and only the inner core would move on to inhabit whatever the gods had planned. I wondered whether there was a standard process to it. I recalled Mozart, the being that reincarnated me, referring to himself as the administrator of this entire process. To think, since that day, I now played a part in the same process that they administered, a cog in the big machine. I once described the soul as a car and a driver, the driver as the inner core, the car as the outer core. But maybe it was also more accurate to imagine their bodies as the car, their clothes and look as their outer core, and their physical body as the inner core. One could change their outer soul shells, just as how Mila and Alexis adopted new classes and new skills. The outer soul was, after all, just a frame and the skills that were attached to that frame. Now that I had 4 colors, my ability to interact with these floating souls improved. Some of them were in need of repairs. In a way, this entire realm was my body, and there were segments where these damaged souls were repaired. There were a lot of memories, of their families, of life in this world. I had chosen to just ignore these flashbacks. In a way, I was just behaving like a soulless office administrator, putting a stamp on their documents before sending them on their way. I didn't want to care about their life story. It was too much. In fact, the more I learned of their life story, it just made me feel worse because here I was as a soul tree. It was like that meme from the Maku movies. I guided others to a treasure I could not possess. And here I saw memories of a life had and lost that I could not obtain. Are you a soul tree too, Lilies? Do you have a soul realm? Yes, but we accept only the souls of those thrown into the lake. Ah, what do you do with their memories? Nothing. I paused. Yeah, me too. Maybe it was right that I didn't go through their memories. Did they deserve at least that bit of dignity? I recalled that Lily's was rather aloof about this whole arrangement, that they looked at it all from the angle of an overarching ecosystem, that the death of one was but a necessity. Was I becoming like that, desensitized to death? Now that my domain and grand mind tree were able to block outside influences, was this really me that had transformed into this jaded tree? I'm afraid of what I'm becoming. I didn't know why I said that to Lily's, but at that point, I really didn't have anyone else to turn to for advice on life as a tree. I had become desensitized. When I thought about it, some of my choices were not my best. Even when I tried making better choices, it didn't always turn out better. Lily's didn't reply for a whole week, then one day they just responded. We are many things, some forced onto us by the gods, some a reaction or as a response. We think and we act, or we don't think and act, a reaction nonetheless. What we become is a path on a confusing road. Our faces are many, even if you are just one. Fear not what you've become, because this world demands monsters of all kinds to do what we must. How? Where? I didn't know. Grand Mind Tree had blocked outside influence from fellow trees. Override. Grand Mind Tree has temporarily allowed outside influence. I felt a sense of comfort. My fellow forests. Our now vast network of trees that stretched the entirety of the freshlands. The land had been damaged by the demons, but we'd brought it back from the dead. The land was hurt, but we could fix it. Must I become one with the rest of the forests? Our fates were tied together. These trees depended on me, and as it was, I too depended on them. Do you lean on your fellow trees? I supposed as a crutch. Maybe Lily's didn't need it because they were born this way. But I was human, and my mind still had the lingering structure and processes of a human. It was a lot. Certainly. Numbers are strength. Lean on them, but let them not be your crutches. I felt like it was. The two of them sparred. Jura was quicker. Edna was still about level 60, though she had an upgraded class. Jura's warlord class was pretty much an upgraded class too, though a common one. But as a Grand Knight, she had a unique set of skills. It was the whole debacle of the fused classes, such as Warlord versus specialist classes, such as Grand Knight and Great Druid. The other Valthorns watched, Yvonne too. Jura's gotten a lot stronger. He somehow broke through his level cap. It was a secret, of course. No one knew how he broke through the level cap, just that it happened. But Yvonne was no fool, and she quickly concluded that I did something. After all, it wasn't the first time I tried to help Jura break through the level cap. She was also smart enough not to publicly say it. Faris was level 50 plus. His leveling was a little slower as somehow he didn't gain levels as frequently from battling hybrids or demons. If he wanted, his ability to influence trees was quite strong. Luckily, he couldn't get past my defenses. I wondered if the Lord of the Forest could, so I decided to just destroy that seed instead. If I wanted it again, I could just merge 30 Great Druid seeds, but keeping it lying around was a risk I didn't want to take. 41 year 124 he Demon Kings coming closer, and the weakening barriers somehow strengthened the hybrids. Then we spotted the demonic portals and out came the champions. Ah shit, here we go again. Champions, Walker-class demons, or more like walkers, were champion-class demons. The Rotedlands occasionally spawned champion-class monsters, but they were quite passive, usually just roaming around where they spawned. But a return of the champions meant the Demon King wasn't far. So, are you guys ready for the next one? The three heroes were in their 50s now. They came 40 years ago, and this would be their fifth Demon King, although they didn't have to fight the second one thanks to Astra's bomb. No, we haven't fixed the fundamental weakness that we do not have a healer. I couldn't fill their role. I was not a battlefield healer. I was like that hospital back in town that they rushed back to. And we do have a gap in damage output. We could recruit Jura, Jared suggested. I sparred with him a few times, and I think he's about 20% of our level, maybe less. No, I was quick to smack that down. I wasn't going to send my best man to his death, but that was an interesting estimate. The heroes were around level 130 to 140, and yet a level 90 Jura was only 20% of their strength. That meant the growth at the higher levels was higher in terms of stats. Oh, I guessed it. But Ian, you should train an archmage that can reach level 150. Easier said than done. I'd used so many experience gaining and training related abilities on my elite Valthorns, and Edna was only level 62, which was just a little bit faster than how long it took Lausanne to get there. I reckon the speed was due to experience, and also an abundance of hybrid demons for Edna and her batch to fight as real combat experience. Anyway, Jura led my elite squad of Valthorns to one of the champions. They would attempt to fight one, with one of my giant attendant trees nearby as aura and support. I wouldn't let them die, of course, but I wanted to see how my new elite squad stood against a champion. Could they do it? Anyway, this was a good time to watch. The demon champion wasn't an exotic shape or form. Instead, it took the form of a massive winged demon with horns. A typical demonic look. Jura stood. Well, it's more intimidating than I expected. It was a group of 10, Jura at about level 92, Edna at level 62, Faris at level 55, and the rest about level 40 to 50. The gap was honestly big, but most of them had upgraded classes which put them above the strength of their level. Fear Ward, morale boost. The Grand Knight used her skills. Well, Jura nodded, and he too had received upgraded familiars. Aura demonic suppression. All right. It's 10 on 1. Ian's watching, and he needs to know whether we can take it. There were swarms of beetles around to ensure that their 10-on-1 fight was not interrupted. They fought hard, and they were still inadequate. Mainly, everyone else other than Jura. Even Edna's shields and abilities were not at a level strong enough to parry the demon champion's attacks until she switched to the anti-demon weapons. I supposed I cheated, because I had these hero fragments which just made me intensely overpowered against demons. Still, they won. But I had to use a block or two. Conclusion, all of them needed to be around level 70 for the fight against the demon champion to be a certainty. They also needed a far stronger damage dealer and live healer. A druid was not a pure healer, not like someone with the healer class was. I had some healer class seeds, and I wanted to create a pure high-tier healer. It was not just healers. I wanted high-tier mages too, and high-tier rune masters as well, to do the things I wanted. Meanwhile, the heroes were getting ready. There was 2 years left, and already the continents faced the demonic attacks. It seemed that this time the demons would be concentrated on our continent, because most of the demonic rifts had been detected here. Based on the heroes' network of informants all over the country, this Demon King was shaping up to be another conventional Demon King. Was that a good thing? We should be expecting hellhounds soon. Ah, that was nostalgic. I had a woodhound from back then. And the Demon Knights and their elites. So what should we prepare? Edna asked. Anti-fire magic. The conventional Demon King is heavy on fire, axes, and overwhelming force, Jura advised. What have you learned from our combat with the champion? We need to be stronger and our team composition can be better. Edna shrugged. I have a few anti-demon skills as Grand Knight, but not enough. I've been rather useless throughout the entire battle. Faris frowned. My vines are not strong enough to damage the demon champion at all. My summons are quite useless too. In truth, a druid and a fire demon were a very bad matchup. The only reason I personally had any use was because my fragments made me overpowered. Stronger skills. All of them agreed they needed stronger skills, but I wondered how I could give them some of my anti-demon properties, other than through my weapons and items. If only they could get some of my passives. Hero weapons. The gear we have here is as close to hero weapons as we can get, Jura explained. Well, I did have many sets of weapons I made with Harris and gang, but I kept that for now, mainly because after this generation of heroes, I may not get the chance to interact with the next batch, so I should keep this generation's weapons as a rare item. It ultimately comes down to levels, and I agree with Faris. Faris should therefore be stationed in the back. I will request Ian for the Grand Knights to be deployed. Later on, the Freshlands Federal Authority and the representative of the segment states had gathered for a military briefing. The topic was obviously the Demon King. For these representatives, this was their chance to extract maximum benefit from the federal authority. The states had all appointed their own generals and military commanders, but as enshrined in the Constitution of our Federation, and with my blessings, the beetles would be deployed to defend all the segments against the demons. The Valthorns, of course, had to join the battle as the elite force. The heroes, too, had deployed their summoned units to fight demons beyond the borders of the Freshlands. Jared was frequently away to tackle the demon champions that appeared. He, a high-leveled hero, could handle the demon champions easily. I was wary of another Rotedland-style event, so I increased the number of giant attendant trees in the distant regions, forming a ring. The idea was that if something like the Rotedlands happened again, the giant trees could last a bit longer and give me ample warning to prepare. The last round, the Demon King was on another continent, so I too somehow felt safe. It was totally a flaw in my thought process, but yeah, there was an urgency to this matter. I had reinforced the root walls on all the borders and had begun stockpiling my tuberous storage. If needed, I'd have to release large quantities of mana at one go to offset the pressure from a Rotedland-style corruption bomb. I also added another of trees and root walls around Freshka and the valley, for a total of 3 layers. One at the borders, one around the Freshkin region, and one around the valley of the Unrotten. If a bomb blew up, I'd be able to buy 2 to 3 hours for a response. I had made a basic strategy framework for a Demon King. 1. Survival up till the point the Demon King was slain. This meant constructing defenses, mobile populations, and armies to deal with the lesser demons. On this point, we had the beetles and a growing Valthorn elite, and each of the regions had their own armies, adventurers, and so on. 2. Supporting the heroes to slay the Demon King. The longer the Demon King was not slain, the more damage it could cause. So once the heroes appeared, they needed to be supported so they could get to the level needed as fast as possible. Sometimes this took 1 to 2 years, and during this time there was absolutely nothing that could stand in the Demon King's way. Maybe I could, but I wasn't sure, and I had no intention of taking that challenge on. Once the heroes were found, they should be groomed and properly armed. This, of course, was somewhat against my past practice of non-interference, but clearly it didn't work that well. 3. Surviving the aftermath. We'd seen from the past few Demon Kings that there was usually a death trigger and a post-recovery period. In some cases, it was a bomb, in some others a plague. We didn't know what this Demon King would bring, but walls, mana, a widely distributed force, and time would be needed. If it was a corruption bomb, root walls would be effective. If it was a nuke, the root walls would be destroyed, but they would reduce the fallout area. What if a magic interference ability happens again? Jura asked. We currently still have very little good alternatives to the messagey spell. That's the #1 risk, I think. A communication breakdown will damage our ability to mount a response. So I had Jura train and set up a system of runners and messengers. The Valthorns were a bit taken aback when I suggested having a system of locating and supporting the heroes. You want us to make items for the next generation of heroes? Harris and Myrie were both rather surprised by it. Yes, if you don't make it, you should leave something for the next generation of heroes. I'll keep it for you and give it to them, unless you don't trust me. This was a response to point 2, of course. How did we get the new heroes up to speed as fast as possible? No, just that's a good point. Why didn't we think of it? Harris said. Because there's no one we could trust that would ever give up a hero-class item to the heroes. Why would they even tell the new heroes who arrived a year or 2 after we died that there are items for them? Myrie answered on my behalf. It's a good idea, really. I just don't know why I didn't think of it too. But then we didn't have an eternal tree that we could trust. I mean, our lives are already in Ian's hands. What are some items? Try to make enough for 5 generations of heroes. If a hero could inherit the weapons of multiple generations of heroes, that may give them the leg up they needed, or make them too powerful. But the heroes were already too powerful. The fact that there was always a successor generation of Demon King in 10 years essentially kept them in check. If you want, you can also write a special journal or writing that can only be opened with star mana that you can leave for the next generation's hero to read. They nodded, and they spent months on it. They made items, wrote magical books, things, memories from one generation to be passed on to another. They all made things. Harris made shields that summoned shield soldiers. Myrie made lightning axes and staffs that also summoned lightning elementals and flying thunderbirds. Jared made multiple swords that also summoned magical gladiators. When they made items for others, like their descendants, they needed to be mindful that the items needed star mana to activate. So they had to ensure the items contained enough self-sufficient star mana such that their descendants who were born without them could still use the items. But when they made for future heroes, who would have star mana, they could pretty much go all out, since they didn't have to consider the star mana supply. So the power of the items contained, nigh unusable to anyone else because of its star mana requirements, was extremely high. Again, I didn't see why they couldn't have made it and stored it somewhere. No one could have used these items other than heroes anyway. At least, the full abilities of it. It was still limitedly useful in the hands of non-heroes because it was generally strong and all that stuff. And I had them stored. I will give one of each item to one hero of the next generation, so each generation will receive around 5 to 15 items. It was rather difficult for the heroes to make the same items, so what I would do, as discussed with the heroes, was let the next generation of heroes choose what they wanted. I'd become the tree of items, too. Secret hideout upgraded. Wood forming upgraded. 42-year 125 Demon King Gihwang has arrived. Teehee Demon King was early. At first nothing much seemed to have happened. The Demon King is here, but we don't know where it is. The heroes convened. You don't. I was rather surprised by this. It was on this continent, no damage, not a single sighting so far. But then isn't it destroying anything? I have no idea either. None of the heroes had any idea what was happening. Every Demon King in the past left a trail of destruction wherever it went, so this one being absolutely unseen was strange. Is it in the Rotedlands collecting its strength? The Rotedlands were vast, and I did recall some Demon Kings generally just lazed around doing nothing for a while. We looked with our summons. Nothing, Jared said. Then, was this Demon King invisible, or an assassin type? If so, I had ensured that everyone was on high alert. Ian thinks this Demon King's going to jump on us. Yes, likely to be an invisible or assassin type that would only pop up when it's really sure it's seen us. We can sense it, right? Gerard closed his eyes and attempted to use his heroic sense. And yet nothing. We should just travel together just in case an attack on the border. Demon champions, 3 of them, and an army of hybrid demons. I sent beetles to fight them, and then I allowed the demon champions closer. Once they were in the vicinity of my giant attendant trees, I unleashed a flurry of anti-demon skills and my hoarded pile of anti-demon bolts. They were tough. After all, the battle still occurred a distance away from my main tree, so the effects of my passives were weaker. But I eventually destroyed all 3 of them. You gained a level. Level 158. Skill obtained. Demon Slayer Pit creates a pit that significantly weakens demons trapped within. Attacks made within the pit all gain anti-demon properties. A stationary trap ability. What was the point? My thoughts were instantly interrupted by a surge in power. The heroes were fighting. The Demon King finally made its appearance. A large-winged demon, its scales so shiny they resembled polished chrome. It had large claws and its swipes made large gashes in the ground with every swipe. How and when did it appear at the outskirts? We can't let it fight here, Harris shouted as he dodged an energy attack. The ground cracked where it landed. I felt the pain of the ground and the trees damaged by it, and soon the area was already decimated. There's a city not far from here. Then we lead it into the rotted lens, Mayuri said, and she transformed into lightning itself, and all 3 heroes were sucked into a lightning sphere. The Demon King effortlessly followed. It was out to kill them. They didn't go too far. They managed to travel about 1 beetle day's journey into the rotted lens and bought some space between themselves and civilization. I could see it, because this entire area was filled with hybrid trees that I gained control over. I was relieved that even with the Demon King so near, I still had control. Should we cut it off, though? Trevor asked. The Demon King may use some kind of psychic attack. No, I wanted to watch the Demon King fight. Just prepare countermeasures. The heroes crashed in an uninhabited area far away, filled with hybrid demon trees. It was rocky terrain, filled with small mounds and hills and the explosive demon trees. The 3 heroes were all fully armed and they dodged. The Demon King wasn't about to let them talk, as the Demon King's massive claws created another scar in the ground. I felt it, the sudden extinguishing of lives, trees that often just got destroyed in every single combat. The heroes used attacks I'd never seen before. Beams of starlight, slashes that had energies of the star mana. Bright, white-colored energy slashes. The Demon King and the heroes traded blows, and dozens of demon champions appeared as well. The Demon King summoned them to annoy the heroes because in this star mana form they could destroy the demon champions with a single skill. Yet the Demon King stood strong and took hits like it didn't hurt. But it probably did because Gerard managed to cut away one of its 6 silvery wings. Each time they traded blows, some trees got crushed or destroyed. It reminded me of the saying, when elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. But the heroes were too weak. Mayuri's performance was dragging them down, and Harris, too, was slower. My curse is acting up, Mayuri winced in pain. The curse, long suppressed by my magic, was aggravated by the overuse of star mana and her physical exertion. The Demon King didn't let them have a break, either. Barrage after barrage. They may not have noticed that I'd been gradually replenishing the vegetation so that I could maintain my vision over the event. Harris took a hit, his armor crushed by the sheer force of the Demon King's silvery claws, a silver demon. The other 2 heroes unleashed an attack similar to a mini-nuke. They tried to put some distance between the Demon King and Harris. Harris was first to die. The Demon King just tanked the attacks and lost one of his remaining 5 wings, but he got into distance and with his claws grabbed onto Harris. The Demon King caught him and crushed him. Harris has died. You received a fragment. But Harris had prepared for this eventuality, and his body exploded into a mist of blood. The blood mist then transformed into multiple sharp, spear-like shapes. Those blood spears then smashed into the Demon King's body. It pierced through multiple parts of the Demon King's body with tremendous force. An attack made of the hero's blood surely was something else. The power of the attack stunned my magical sensors temporarily at this distance. It was honestly off the charts. Another set of the Demon King's wings were knocked out. The two heroes didn't flinch as they watched their friend die. They'd been through loss and they were still focused on the Demon King. The Demon King took damage, roared, and shot out beams of energy. Their tanker and defender were taken out, so they had to rely on a wide set of items, like their crystal matrices, which created massive wooden shields. Those items didn't hold up for very long. Each of the shields took 2 hits. Mayuri's curse acted up some more. But rather than retreat, she seemed to gain a boost of energy, and she threw herself at the Demon King. "Damn you!" she shouted, and she ran in with a staff of lightning. I felt all my magical sensors go nuts against them. She was drawing her soul into her attack. And the Demon King, already weakened by Harris's blood spear, had half of its head blown off by an intense purple lightning blast that contained all of her soul's power. Then Mayuri collapsed. "Mayuri has died. You received a fragment." Jared was the last. He stood alone against a silverish Demon King with 2 wings left, half of its head and body destroyed. Purple lightning seemed to constantly attack it from nowhere, a thunder and lightning curse. Each lightning strike seemed powered by the hero's soul. "Just you and me, buddy." Jared closed his eyes. "It's finally time for me to also return home. Wait for me, my friends." He, too, threw his entire soul into his gladiator's gladius. It shone with a bright blue light, its energy distorting the air. Its glow was so bright that it seemed like the sun itself appeared. Once again, all my magical sensors went insane. "I won't live through this anyway, but you are going down with me." Jared charged at the Demon King. The Demon King somehow roared, and I felt the world's demons all drained into it. Some of the hybrid trees were sucked up, and the Demon King's 2 claws glowed. Both of their attacks found their targets. Jared's gladius stabbed right in the Demon King's chest. It pierced through the blood-speared body. The Demon King's claws stabbed through Jared's stomach. "Die with me," Jared shouted. Drunken explosion. His body seemed to turn into an alcoholic mist, and it ignited all the naturally explosive hybrid trees together. There was a loud and massive boom. It set off a chain of hybrid tree explosions that destroyed everything within 100 miles and created a smog so thick that it lasted for 3 weeks. Demon King Gihuang has been destroyed. Jared has died. You received a fragment. You received 3 heroic souls. You can now create 3 titans. You currently possess enough energy to support 2 titans. You gained 10 levels. You are now level 168. Skill significantly upgraded. Wood forming skill significantly upgraded. Hybrid botany skill significantly upgraded. Constriction skill significantly upgraded. Subsidiary tree. Subsidiary tree limit increased on 300,000. Great attendant tree limit increased to 10,000. Skill significantly upgraded. Demonic suppression aura, you reached level 160. Domain ability, Ionic variation unlocked. Ionic classes and variants have been introduced to the world. Class users worldwide can now obtain Ionic variant classes such as Ionic Ranger, Ionic Knight, Ionic Priests, Ionic Druids, etc. You may also now upgrade a class to their Ionic variants. Ionic variants have slightly different skill sets and gain extra boosts when using Ionic items. Animals and monsters around Ian's valleys may also have Ionic variants. You've unlocked 2 unique classes. Each of these 2 classes can only be awarded to one person at a time. Eon's Demon Slayer. Class focused on demon slaying. Gains significant anti-demon slaying boost. able to remotely apply demonic suppression aura that's equal to Aeon's main body around itself. Aeon's field scientist, class focused on magic and research, unlocks a wide range of lab-related and soul-related skills, can instantly set up teleportation beacons between a field lab and the magic labs within Aeon's secret hideout. I gained 10 levels. Holy cow! And it wasn't over. There was a string of messages and notifications that came from Mayuri and the other heroes. Mayuri has bequeathed 30 experience seeds. Mayuri has bequeathed 10 lightning mage class seeds. Mayuri has bequeathed 20 mage class seeds. Gerard has bequeathed 22 experience seeds. Gerard has bequeathed 15 brewmaster class seeds. Harris has bequeathed 10 king class seeds. King class seeds absorbed into anointed king class seed. Harris has bequeathed 10 master trader class seeds. Harris has bequeathed 10 inquisitor class seeds. Inquisitor modified to Ionic Inquisitor class seeds. Harris has bequeathed 25 experience seeds. Where did I start? 43 year 125 continued. LL3 heroes died in their fight. They'd managed to kill the Demon King, but they fell with it. Harris's broken empire immediately devolved into war. War was declared the day the news arrived in their cities. He must be sad if he knew that the truce he brokered didn't even last a day after his death. It was a common thing and had happened throughout history. After the heroes died, whatever they built tended to fall apart. If I die, the Freshlands will collapse too. I realized in a way this empire I had right now was almost the same. Certainly, Jura said. As it is, the safety of the entire valley is backed by your prowess. Without you, nothing much else holds the valley together, other than a shared area. And we've seen them happy to slay each other. Conflict is eternal, Yvonne said as she trained a new bunch of children. But so is progress. Train and we get better. Progress in level terms or progress in a society. Also, I could create titans. That meant I could choose to power up that dormant walker I had, but those were not the only choices I had. For the Titan souls, the system gave a few options. Giant tree serpent Nidus, a massive serpent, able to use earth and wood magic. Starts at level 70. Gains powers to summon all sorts of serpents and poisons. Master of poisons and has the ability to brew multiple types of potent poisons and cures. Able to grant poison immunity. Giant storm bird, a massive bird with powers of wind, water, and thunder. Gains power to summon eagles and hawks. Eagles and hawks can carry goods and people. Has power to grant wind mage and flight ability to those worthy. Can control the local weather and improve irrigation. Starts at level 70. Fusion with Jura's bamboo to form a Titan-class summon. Starts at level 80. Takes the form of a massive wall of thorns. As a summon, it has high burst type output. Transferable and also significantly improves its host's strength and base stats. Host of the Titan summon will not age. Fusion with horns. Starts at level 80. Transforms horns into a Goliath king beetle that's able to use earth magic and various other protective and offensive abilities. Goliath king beetle can create royal war beetles. Also produces very high quality beetle silk. Royal war beetles can improve crop output in the area. Fusion with a giant attendant tree creates a Warmaster Treant. Starts at level 70. High toughness and use of wood magic. Warmaster Treant is able to create lesser treants to assist in combat and other duties. Also produces high-quality teas and fruits. Fusion with Grand Mind Tree creates the Tree Over Mind. Starts at level 75. Massive psychic magical abilities. Expands secured telepathic communication to the entire continent. Unlocks mind-reading ability for anyone within the local valley, which allows limited mind reading of any targeted person in the local area. Also unlocks psychic mental attacks and the power to send nightmares and dreams to anyone in the local valley. Psychic attacks do not work on demons. And lastly, activate the Walker. Fusion with Walker Corpse. Creates the walking tree city. Starts at level 75. Has the ability to produce wood warriors and also simultaneously control them. Limited to 5,000 wood warriors at any point, and wood warriors cannot travel far from walking tree city. Has ability to use long-range projectile attacks. Also carries a mobile healing spring and accommodation on its body able to accommodate and feed up to 1,000 people. Produces fruits and vegetables on its back, too. I was quite struck by analysis paralysis, and I had no real urgency to select one since, well, I had 3 of them and I could keep them until I noticed what I really wanted. I mean, I had 3 Titan souls and I could support 2 of them. In truth, I wanted all of them. And from my experience with this system, it was likely that I'd unlock even more choices as I went along or just became aware of them. So there may be merit to choose the next option later when I had more choices. I mean, all of the Titan choices were good, one way or another. What do you think, Lilies? I shared the news of the Titan souls to Lilies. I wasn't sure why I did it, but I wanted to tell someone, so I told Lilies and Jura. Jura was too stunned and didn't quite know what to advise me. To him, this was the realm of gods, and he wouldn't be able to choose. Which was strange, but maybe he just couldn't bear with the weight of the choice. Any choice is a good choice. No preferences. Number choose and live with it. No, I was not going to do that, or maybe I should. I didn't know. I wondered what kind of choices Lilies would have gotten if they were in my place. Maybe something over death or something like a city, since that was what they had power over. Lilies, if you made an item for the heroes, what would you make? It didn't reply to me. I mean, I asked that question because the heroes were making items for the few next generations, and I wondered what was a good item I would give. I mean, could we cheat this system in some way? A sword that accumulated power as it passed through the hands of each and every hero, eventually reaching the point that it could kill the Demon King outright. I mean, that was like an anime plot, but magically and system-wise that was possible, right? A weapon that kept gaining levels. A weapon to slay all the demons. I had that idea a while ago to fuse an artificial soul into a sword or spear, but that didn't really make a weapon that much stronger. A weapon made by the hero, formed from star mana, was still stronger, partly because artificial souls on their own weren't that strong. But if I could make a Titan soul version of a living, growing weapon, wouldn't it eventually reach a point where it could slay the Demon King? The heroes are dead, Yvonne announced to the group a few days after it happened. Valthorns were mostly quiet. For them, these young ones, they'd lived their entire lives with Harris, Myery, and Gerard as the surviving heroes. To some extent, this was Pax Harrison, a period of relative peace thanks to the quick destruction of the Demon King by the heroes. This era had finally ended. What now, Principal? They asked. Nothing. It was just an announcement that all of you should know. For us, we go on as usual. We prepare for the next Demon King and the next. Edna looked at Faris. Well, our worries were for nothing. What, you wanted to face the Demon King? Did power get to your head? Faris rolled his eyes. Since their last battle with the Demon Champions, they'd been constantly gaining levels, and now Edna and Faris were both in the early level 70s. No. Another 10 years of relative peace. 8. Data collected suggests that the 2 years before the Demon King arrives is filled with demonic attacks. Minor attacks, nothing we can't handle. Especially now that there are 3 of us Grand Knights, Edna said. I hear from Master Jura that he may be considering a second Great Druid, too. With all this strength, I think we can handle a Demon Champion or 2. Really? Faris seemed worried. Who do you think? Edna smiled back. Come on, don't play coy with me, you know the answer. I don't, I swear. Edna just walked. Hey, you two seemed happy. The Spearmaster Lovis poked in. Are we having a gathering of the upgraded classes soon? Ish, Edna frowned. From what I could see, all of them were still somehow around 70–80% of Lausanne's full strength. Lausanne had the special familiar, the possession of the devoted, and that alone made her stronger, even if she had just regular classes. But the possession of the devoted had strange, unwritten conditions, and I had not been able to award them to anyone yet. As the young batch of upgraded class Valthorns talked, Jura and Ivan just looked at each other. "What do you think of this batch?" "They're good," Ivan said. "At their level, stronger than me." "Well, you used to be stronger than me," Jura smiled. "Used to be, not anymore. On that topic, tell me, how did Ian break through your cap?" "Well, something that won't help anyone. I think only he can do it. It's something soul-related." Ivan shrugged. The Valtrian Order's staff strength had increased to about 15,000, with 12,000 in Freshka itself, and the remaining 3,000 in the various city-states. They acted as our representatives, recruiters, and caretakers. The Valtrian Order's two main wings, the military wing and the social wing, were meant to be mutually reinforcing. The social and health wing, in addition to its social support services, was also a means of funneling young children with nothing much to lose to the Valtrian Order's ways. It worked well, and the local rulers recognized it, so they often set up competing institutions in order to divert talent away from me. The social wing, in addition to regular orphanages, also included funeral parlors, hospitals, childcare facilities, some schools, and some food stores. Then the Valtrian Order started getting notified of it. I could feel them. They were scattered throughout Freshka, at first 10, then 20, then 100. It was like I instinctively knew where they were. My class, it changed when I woke up. "It's now Yonic Ranger," a ranger said to his colleagues on the walls of Freshka. He was not the first, but many others started getting similar notifications. "What does it do?" "Not everyone got it. Some did." "I don't know," the ranger said. He was still coming to terms with his changed class. Those whose class changed generally were a bit more spiritual, and they tended to either pray to some kind of tablet or regularly visit the temples and other social sites that I had. Some were familiar faces. I'd seen them at my tree of prayers. They would be healthier, and as long as they were near to me and my network of trees, they would be stronger. Their defensive moves were upgraded too, and they would gain some advantages when fighting demons. A few priests who regularly performed rituals, funerals, and births gained Priest of Ian. As a priest, they gained the power to grant protection of the valley, a temporary blessing that granted them energy from the valley. Faris, too, woke up one day and he was Ionic Great Druid. "You didn't get an upgrade, Edna." "No, I suddenly feel inadequate about it." Edna frowned. Indeed, Jasmine and my artificial minds were quick to theorize that all those who got the Ionic classes were, to some extent, believers. Perhaps not to the degree of a god, but as a local deity. And now that belief had manifested itself as a class. There was a small uproar, too, among the priests. "Ian has ascended and has gained power to grant unique classes. This is proof of divinity," they shouted and claimed. I cringed. Sure, now I could grant special classes, but divine. There was a massive spectrum to the gods, surely. "Congratulations are in order," Lily spoke suddenly, abruptly. We lived for centuries and it's been a while since we sensed a new deity. What level are you?" It didn't answer. Maybe asking their levels was like asking a woman's age. It was probably offensive. "Sorry. We feel your energy stretching throughout the fabric of the world." "What?" "Beware of the others. They now know you exist." I didn't know what they meant for a moment. But then I soon got a rather quick notification from my network of informants. "The Church of Nera has declared Ian as a heretic and a demon. Accordingly, the Valtrian Order and the Freshlands are monsters that must be exterminated. The Temple of Gaia has formally cut all ties with the Freshlands. Woot. We do not recognize and will not do business with anyone who professes to be a believer of Ian. The Church of Ava has declared Ian of the Freshlands as an enemy of the religion. The Church of Hawa has declared Ian of Freshka and the Freshlands as a heretic and enemy of the faith." It came suddenly, but 4 churches suddenly declaring me as a heretic. And just as quickly, I had an uprising in my own realm. All this while there had been believers of all these other faiths coexisting with us, but now these temples and religious organizations pretty much declared outright war on me. I felt a sense of anger and fear. What could they throw at me? Did their gods suddenly realize that I'd stepped closer to the realm of the gods and now considered me an enemy? If this was going to be a conventional war like with the other lesser kingdoms, I would crush them. Ian, Jura said, a large council present. The 4 temples have declared you a heretic. Many of our own have decided to emigrate. There will be a slaughter and there will be war. The temples have vast armies that they can summon, resources that they can put together. And yet they still depend on heroes to defend them from the demons. In our broken continent, the hold of the temples was weak. There was little faith in these temples when they'd seen so much damage. But the faith of the believers was stronger where the temple institutions were strong. So if there were enemies, they would likely come from the other continents. How many? My artificial minds got to work quickly. Across the entire Freshlands, not that bad. 10% of our population may leave. Not that bad at all. 10% was small. Perhaps the issue of faith meant little when their safety was constantly threatened. Among the nobles and leaders, though, it's about 30%. I had to do something. I couldn't fight a war without leaders. So I turned to Jura and the representatives. After the fall of the demons, my power has grown. My most recent powers involve the introduction of Ionic variant classes into the world. A silence among those present. Even among some of you, I can sense the presence of an Ionic class. One of the present representatives was an Ionic warrior, and so this provoked the temples in retaliation. They fear your rise, Ian, one of the representatives said. This is a mark of a jealous god. Not uncommon. The Crusades of the Northern Frost was one such war. The representatives discussed the matter among themselves. A tree's roots will break through rock and stone if it must. If they dare to step foot in my valley, I shall break them, I declared. I was high level. Surely I could hold my lands against some Templars. The representatives nodded and they all went out. The Freshlands federal authority would prepare for war. I had things to think about. From the declaration and the consistent timing, I concluded that this must be a divine message. Else, why did 4 temples act in unison to denounce me? The gods, or whatever they were in limited contact with the temples, and at the same time their ability to see or perceive the world was probably limited. Somehow, when my domain ability added new classes to the world that made them aware of my presence. So would the temples summon heroes to counter me? That would be a very interesting data point. Or were the gods tied in that they were unable to summon heroes? I thought they couldn't. If they could summon heroes to destroy me directly, they would have done so. There was no need for the temples to publicly declare war on me. So the declaration of war must mean the gods had limited tools when dealing with non-demonic matters. At best, they would request the heroes to attack me when the next demon king arrived in the future, but that was still some time away. In short, I could expect the forces these temples would muster would be conventional in nature. Nothing extraordinary. About a month after the declaration, I'd heard of various crusading forces preparing for an invasion. It took time for them to form a coalition after all. The temples' own standing armies were generally small, and they called on a network of believer states to donate forces for their cause. Per our network, we're looking at about 1 to 2 million soldiers in total across the 4 temples' armies, but in actual fact it'd be less, simply because not all kingdoms would give the full amount requested by the temples. At this point, it was a good thing to ask. So, where was this same army when the Demon King was rampaging throughout the world? Defending their home cities. Stupid. Politics was stupid. At this point, a part of me wanted to smack some sense into them like, hey, I've been protecting the world from demons and this was what I got. "Ian, we detected a spy approaching. He's moving quickly," one of my Ionic Rangers commented. "He must have believed that he would not be found. Intercept him." My Ionic Rangers attacked and he dodged. "Wait," he shouted. "I want to speak to Ian. I bring an important message from the Church of Ava. If it is war, you have war." The spy shook his head. "It's more complicated than that." The spy was led to an area with a large tree of prayer. "Speak," I telepathically said. "Edna and a few knights were there, just in case." "May I have some privacy?" the spy said. "The things I say must be only for Ian." "No," I said. The spy sighed, but then he took out a small pendant. Instantly, I felt a kind of holy energy and Edna's sword moved in. "What are you doing?" "This is Ava's pendant of truth, one of the 5 sacred treasures of the Church of Ava and proof that I speak for Ava." Edna's sword closed in. The spy's finger gently touched the tip, pushing it aside slightly. "Ava has no intention of going to war with Ian, but the other 3 temples have received divine messages to some degree. Ava, our patron god, has decreed that a war is declared as a formality, but no hostilities will break out. Breaking of trade routes does not count for hostilities." One of the rangers shouted. "Some concessions must be made to keep up the charade," the spy said, "but we will not send anyone of significant skill or power for this endeavor. This war is a silly thing with demons at the border." "What do the temples want?" I asked. "I do not know, but Ava was clear this is a fake war, an act." "Well, an act of war then. But there will be real wars with the other 3. I felt sad, especially with the Temple of Gaia. I recalled being housed in a Temple of Gaia. It must have been destroyed by the Rottidlans. It didn't have to be a war, no. Was this the part of my life where I was going to play tower defense against a wave of attackers from across the sea? 44 Interlude circa year 125. Immediately after the time the Demon King died, Teehee Captain said we'll reach Port Kilos soon. One of Lausanne's party mates announced the news to the group of 10. They were adventurers, the Playing Swords, and they'd been sailing for a good 5 weeks from Port Anger of the southern continent to Port Kilos on the southernmost edge of the eastern continent. The oceans were vast. It took a month from one place to another, sometimes 3 months should the weather be exceptionally bad, or some of the large monster fishes created hostile patches. There'd been times when a sea serpent made a whirlpool large enough that trade was disrupted for years across the straits. Port Kilos, the southern fortress, home to one of the largest Ava temples and seat of Grandmaster Enka, one of Grand Triumvirs of Ava. Its walls were made 830 years ago by the summoned hero, Don Mex, and one of the strongest hero-enchanted walls in the world. Still, on the southern part, there was a large hole, a crater from a demonic supercannon blast, a relic of the era of Demon King Sabnok. There was also a memorial there to remember the 17,000 who died from that explosion. The ship was finally ready to dock. "All right," Lausanne nodded. She wore a deep green jacket and she had 3 wooden spears on her back. "So what in the world happened in a month?" The party and many other passengers disembarked. The crew and the docksmen started unloading cargo, too. But they quickly picked up something that felt different. There were far more soldiers and Templars. Ava had Templars, but the Templars rarely left their training grounds except during the Demon Wars. "The Demon King has fallen. The 3 heroes died." They got the news, and Lausanne just nodded. "That's good," she thought. A Templar approached them. Normally it would just be a regular port official that did visitor screening. "Name, which party?" "I'm Artie of the Playing Swords," a man in his early 40s answered. He quickly showed his many Adventurer Guild badges. "Lausanne's husband." It was funny because Lausanne was more of a spear user. Swords were pretty low on her list of proficiencies, but the party had a lot of sword users. Each kingdom recognized their own adventurers differently, so most parties obtained multiple certifications. "All right," the Templar nodded. "Cleared. The temples are off limits, however." "Off limits?" one of the party members asked. She was the party's healer and she was a priestess warrior. That meant she actually had a holy enchanted sword, albeit a lesser one. Is it open for the clergy? The Templar looked at the healer. Clergy may access the outer temples. Central temples off limits to everyone. The Triumvir is receiving a divine message. The priestess warrior's jaw dropped. A divine message. The Templar nodded and signaled them to move along. Lausanne walked next to the priestess. Lexi, what's a divine message? The gods, they sometimes send a divine message. Only those who have the right levels and skills can receive it. But the messages usually need a long time to be received, sometimes months, so the high priests would enter into solitary confinement, often with only a skeleton crew to support them. Why do they want to receive it? Usually it comes with some kind of divine blessings, and almost all priests level up quite a bit after receiving a divine message. Really? Lausanne just nodded. Artie patted his wife on the back. All right, let's get to our inn. We'll check out what quests we have tomorrow. They woke up the next day to sounds of marching men, an army. What's happening? Artie asked the innkeeper. It was about time for breakfast anyway. Not sure, but the central temples have been closed for 3 weeks already. I don't recall something like this happening in a long time. Lexi nibbled on a piece of meat. That usually means the divine message is quite long. Usually. Have you ever received a divine message, Lexi? Lausanne asked, curious. No, it's a gift for the select few, those chosen by the gods as their voice. For mere mortals like us, we never get a chance. Lausanne nodded. Artie came back with a few files. All right, the guild's got some typical hunting missions and some demon extermination missions. I think the jobs seem relatively easy, so we can split up into 2 groups. Lausanne will lead the demon hunting mission. The usual split. She nodded. That usual split meant Lausanne, 2 swordsmen and 1 mage. Their team was usually smaller, simply because Lausanne, at level 80, due to her unique history, massively outleveled everyone else in the party. Everyone else was around level 40 to level 55. Artie himself was only a level 52 sword fighter. They spent the whole morning going through the quest dossiers, but then a group of 10 heavily armed Templars marched into the inn. We're looking for the playing swords, one Templar captain said, and Artie nodded. Yes, we are the playing swords. Per our records, is Lausanne Searwind of the Greenspears present? The Templar asked. Lausanne stood. Yes, that would be me. The Templar nodded. All right, Lady Searwind, I'm afraid we need you to come with us. The rest of you can stay here. Artie panicked. Wait, she's my wife. Is everything all right? The Templar paused. His brain was probably processing the information. I'm afraid the Triumvir only ordered for her. The rest of you, please wait here. Will she be all right? Artie asked again, noticing that the Templar didn't answer his question. Lausanne smiled. I'll be fine. Honestly, what could they do? Lausanne had the best chance of escape. She did have her warden. The Templar escorted her to the core temples. They didn't attempt to restrain her, so Lausanne assumed it had not been a crime. At least, not yet. She did not take her wood spears along. Her 3 wood spears were with her party, but still, if she needed a weapon, Warden was more than able to create a few. The core temples were large, ancient buildings, built during the era of the hero's descendants. Don Mex was summoned by Ava, at least, according to Ava scriptures. Who knew how the scriptures had changed over the hundreds of years? Regardless, it was still imposing and grand, and Lausanne nodded. She felt a pressure pressing down on her, but it was a lot lighter than Ian's haunted forests. The Templars guided her to one corner building that resembled a small keep. It was the Templars' headquarters. She noted the armored guards throughout the building, as the Templar captain led up the stairs to a higher floor. Eventually she arrived at a large room with glass windows that had a beautiful vantage of the ports and the bay of Port Kilos. Greetings, you must be Lausanne, a middle-aged man said. He sat on a large, beautifully decorated seat, and he was flanked by a few high-ranking Templars. She nodded and vaguely sensed some kind of skill. Warden has applied magic suppression aura. Skill effects cancelled. Lausanne just smiled. It wasn't the first time someone had tried to use a skill on her. Warden, a special familiar, was unique in many ways. It was like having a mini Ian around with many of Ian's abilities to a lesser degree. The man's head jerked a little. He'd probably noticed his skill was cancelled in the presence of an aura. Well, I should have known it wouldn't be so easy. All right, let me just give you a brief explanation of why you are here and why you should cooperate. Lausanne didn't respond. Our records say you originated from the Freshlands and were born in New Frika. You lived there until 16 or 17 years ago. Technically, I was born in Frika, Lausanne corrected. All right. So you confirm you lived there until 16 to 17 years ago? Yes. Lausanne didn't see where this was going. So, what do you know about Ian? Lausanne paused. She didn't like talking about Ian simply because, well, most people didn't understand what it was like to live with a massive demigod whose energies just permeated her world. She grew up under his care, and to everyone else, that was an alien concept. In fact, she spent a few years adjusting to the reality that her experience was extremely unique. What do you want to know? His powers, his weaknesses. Lausanne had a gut feeling it wasn't going to be good. Honestly, I don't know of his weaknesses. Maybe Demon King's. The questioning Templar's eyebrows moved. His powers, he can summon beetles, create walls of trees and roots, and attack with root strikes. He also has a lot of healing abilities, like he healed my uncle's dismembered arm. He also has massive shield abilities. Lausanne honestly didn't know the full breadth of Ian's abilities. How far can he attack? Lausanne shook her head. I don't know. What's the furthest? Lausanne paused. Everywhere in the valley, that puts it at 60 to 80 miles, maybe even 100. Honestly, Lausanne didn't know either. She was not aware of Ian's battle with the faraway walker nearer to Lilliput City. These questions actually made her wonder how much she knew about Ian, because she realized that she couldn't give a definite answer for most of it. The Templar's eyes widened and he quickly jotted that down. The middle-aged Templar flipped through his notes and a book. What is this about really? Lausanne asked. There will be war, milady, a Templar answered, with Ian as a false deity. False deity? She didn't like the sound of that at all. To her, he was a deity and guardian spirit in every way. She stared at the Templar. On what grounds? Our God decreed so, the Templar said. From what I understand, so will Hawa, Gaia, and Nera. Lausanne paused. She wasn't sure how to take the news. Was this war? Were all these people going to march on the Freshlands against Ian? Were they insane? Had they not seen the thousands of beetles he had? As far as she could remember, Ian's supply of beetles seemed almost limitless. Sure, a high-leveled individual could kill hundreds if not thousands of beetles, but exhaustion eventually sank in. They needed to sleep, eat, pee, and poo. Ian could just repeatedly throw beetles at them until he finally won. He was a tree. Roots could break stones, and he was not afraid of taking forever to do it. She wanted to speak. No, she was quite tempted to just shout. But the Templar said, we're rather confident. We are even authorized to use hero items. Lausanne paused. Hero items. She thought about it for a moment, and she recalled the hero-made wooden armor that Uncle Jura had. She remembered it quite vividly. If they could deploy hero items, Ian had them too. She knew for a fact that hero items were weaker in the hands of regular folks, and Ian had way more mana to power the hero items than the temples. Had these Templars lost their minds? Emperor Harris made so many hero items for Ian. Did they know about that? She felt conflicted. Tree would probably tell her to not say a word. He was fond of pulling off little surprises like that. Maybe he'd even use tunnels and sappers like he did so many years ago. Am I under arrest? Lausanne asked. She was relatively sure they wouldn't be able to hurt her. Even now, she was confident in defeating everyone in the room. Oh, the Templars flipped through some notes. Yes. I'm afraid we have to keep you under house arrest for a while. The higher-ranked Templars walked toward her and she shook her head. "It's all right, I won't resist." The Templars led her to another area of the core temple grounds and she was given a small but comfortable room. "A maid will attend to you, but during this time I'm afraid you have to be here. We cannot have you leaking our troop movements to the Freshlands." Lausanne shrugged. She sat and she processed her feelings. She believed Ian would be fine. No, she knew they would be fine. Only someone with a hero's power could stand up to Ian. All these cities struggled to even contain a demon walker. That was why they resorted to hex bombs. They'd have to bring out their hidden big guns to even have a chance. "Are you all right?" Artie came. The Templars strangely allowed her husband to visit her and even gave him the option to stay with her during her house arrest. "I heard the gist of it from the Templars. I'm perfectly fine." Lausanne nodded. "We'll just have to stay here for quite a while. The team can go on with their missions. In fact, you can join them if you want to." Lausanne winked. Being confined for a few years, what was new? She was confined in a valley for 20 years before and had to fight hybrid demons every other day. This wasn't a big deal. In fact, this was pretty much a staycation. "Do I need to warn anyone?" "Nope." Lausanne shook her head. "I don't want my mother to know." Her husband sat next to her and gave her a hug. "All right. Go with the team. Pretty sure they need you more than me. I'm just going to be trapped in this building for a while, nothing particularly dangerous, really." He paused and he looked rather conflicted. Eventually he nodded. "We'll probably drop the demon-hunting missions without you around." Lausanne shrugged. "Give yourself some credit, dear. I'm sure you can handle them. Go, don't waste your time trapped here with me." Artie gave her another hug. She gave him a knowing look, the "I can break out any time" look. He smiled. "All right. Good." He left later that day, and Lausanne spent some time exploring her new prison. It was a simple bedroom, and she looked into the mirror. Her hair was short now. She had it cut a few years ago after she found it rather annoying during combat. Short hair didn't get tangled so often, especially when they were in close combat situations. A Templar came in. "Milady, your presence is requested by the Grandmaster." "Oh, Grandmaster Enka." Now that was a person she'd never met. He was famously reclusive and refused to meet. And now she had the chance to meet him. They met in a small, cozy tea room. There were 4 sofa chairs with plush cushions, and the Grandmaster was known to be an old man and had maintained control over the Ava temples for almost half a century. His hair was entirely white, yet his body was in no way frail. In fact, his body looked as fit and muscular as any of the Templars. From a distance, one may think he was no older than 40. He gestured to the sofa opposite his, and Lausanne sat. A few servants served them tea and cookies. "I was told ladies like tea and cookies. Have some. They are the best in the region." Lausanne smiled and took a tea. She sipped it. It was a kind of flower tea, a rose and chrysanthemum mixture. It had good balance and a bit of light, fluffy sweetness. The aftertaste was very gentle and didn't stay long on the tongue. "It is a good tea." Grandmaster Enka nodded. "Good. You must be surprised by these sudden developments, but I'll be direct. I've received a divine message from our patron god, and well, it certainly is complicated." Lausanne just smiled. She vaguely sensed a skill again, and she pushed back at it. It wasn't a problem to push it back. She was, for all that it was worth, an Ionic weapon master with a total level of 80. She was originally a swordswoman, but after she increased her use of spears and bows, her class fused together. The Grandmaster was perhaps of a similar level. The Grandmaster chased everyone out of the room with a wave, and he activated another kind of skill. "What I say here is for your ears only. We don't want war with Ian, but we must be seen as doing war with Ian," Grandmaster Enka said. "The other 3 temples do want war, but Ava's more interested in just being seen as participating." Lausanne frowned. Why was he telling her this? What was the point? There was nothing she could do. "Are you able to communicate with Ian?" "My scouts and past reports claim that communicating with Ian is a perilous affair. Many suffer nightmares from being around him." Lausanne wondered again. She had to ask. That statement was borderline absurd. Why, there's no such thing as a pretend war. The world's certainly not a safe playground where people can play fight. Anyone else will tell you that you are bullshitting and trying to lie to me. Indeed, that's my dilemma. It's a difficult message, one that I had not told anyone yet. How do I tell others that my God wants me to send these men to their deaths with no actual intention of victory? For what? Then, Lausanne didn't get it. Why am I here? Can you communicate with Ian? Yes, but not here, only back in the valley. My informants told me that you have an extensive history with Ian. So can we find a way to communicate with him? Any, how should I say this, pointers? Lausanne frowned. Be frank and honest. Tell him what your God said, word for word if possible. I believe Ian may understand your God's intentions far better than we do. In my experience, we cannot understand the thoughts of a tree spirit, so the best tip I know is you can only say what you want and see how he responds. Grandmaster Enka nodded and visibly relaxed. Indeed, us mere mortals cannot truly fathom the thoughts of greater beings. In honesty, this war is a futile endeavor. If Ian is really a semi-divine being, we mortals have no way of truly harming such a being. Perhaps only heroes and ancient monsters stand a chance. Lausanne leaned forward. That was an upsetting thing to hear. Then why? The gods have a wish. We, their humble servants, must try our best to fulfill it, lest we lose our classes and suffer a divine retribution. A curse. The closer one steps to the gods, the more we are bound by their whims, Enka said. Even if it seems as if the task is futile, we must believe in the gods that they will bless us and that we play our supposed role in their larger, unfathomable plans. So even if it seems like suicide or stupid, you will do it because it's part of the gods' plan, Lausanne asked. She couldn't help it. Yes. We must put aside our disagreements and carry out our God's will. Lausanne felt tormented, and she stared at the Grandmaster. He seemed every bit the wise and smart man, and yet something like this came from him. Were the gods all like this? Now she felt like she should send a message home and ask Ian to be merciful. She thought of the heroes again, and she remembered how they too seemed like they were pawns of their gods despite their incredible power. How they were constantly, subtly influenced by the gods. She sighed. And because of this foolish endeavor, I'll remain under house arrest. I'm afraid, yes, milady. Though I can tell our walls honestly cannot hold you back should you ever wish to escape. Their eyes met, and she felt it was they who were imprisoned. 45-year 126T, the first wave of attackers was just plain conventional armies. Wasn't hard to scare them away with an equally massive display of force. I had a lot of beetles, and my beetles were strong. In a straight fight, I'd win. When the first wave knocked on our doorsteps, those who wanted to leave had already left, or at least most of them. There were some that stayed back, and I suspected they were in cahoots with the temples. Jasmine and my artificial minds were actively monitoring them. I didn't arrest them immediately, because I wanted to know what they knew. It may be a good idea to find out how deep their network was. So for now, I'd play along, let them win some small victories, and catch all of them in a single swoop. It was like dangling a lure to catch a prey. There was a general consensus among the populace that I knew what they were doing, but that didn't seem to have stopped those that sympathized or supported the other 4 temples from plotting. Most plots were rather simple, really. Find a way to cause damage to me, or find a way to convince people to change sides, or expose some kind of strategic advantage. It also relied on a great deal of trust, that those who plotted could trust those who assisted them. So it wasn't entirely difficult to cause the whole thing to collapse once a bit of fake news and intelligence were added to the mix. Were they willing to act on intelligence that may be fake? There are skills that help that, such as discern truth, Yvonne said. Apparently, plotters had some means of verifying facts. That said, kings and rulers had counterplot skills, too, such as discern loyalty or unravel plots, or some rather cutely named ones like monkey wrench, which apparently caused the forces of chaos to mess things up. Of course, I wondered whether there were abilities that therefore interfered with my ability to observe them. I believed there were. After all, I'd seen the heroes do something like that, like a silence bubble or something. There were largely three groups, one of Gaya and Hawa, one of Ava, and another one was a ragtag bunch. The last temple apparently was more straightforward and did not believe in plots. I didn't believe it, though. I suspected this was some kind of false information. Some operated in a typical military function. They focused on gathering information about my military forces, and well, Domain has blocked attempted espionage skill. Yeah, that happened multiple times during this month. It seemed that Domain also interfered with a wide variety of skill types, especially those that came from afar. Domain has blocked attempted scrying. The temples sent many waves, and throughout my borders, those kingdoms and nations had been forced to let the crusading armies pass. It wasn't a choice for them. Should we just let them march through our neighbors? The council gathered. It was more of a war council now, with the representatives across the Freshlands sending their generals and leaders. There were many who were now my sympathizers. As I was a divine-tier being, the nobles and rulers of the various segments and cities had a clear choice. Side with the temples or side with me and earn some of my divine favor. For the local nobles, it was actually quite a clear choice that I could bring more to the table. Unless Ian permits us marching an army of beetles into our neighbors' lands. Most of our neighbors were economically intertwined with us, so they were in a difficult position. They were mostly smaller nation-states or kingdoms, and they did not have a large standing army. Nothing that could stand up to a 300,000-strong crusading army. I paused and wondered what the objective of this army was. Did all of these 300,000 really share the goals that the gods and temples leadership decided? They probably didn't know the true extent of my reach, and so I'd extended subsidiary trees in all directions, even through the lands of these other neighboring kingdoms. I also made subsidiary trees all the way to the port city where most of the crusading forces landed. Most people did not notice trees by the roadside. The port city's packed. It was not the only port to receive the crusading army. These forces were coming through 5 to 6 different port cities and would converge along the way to me. In a way, if I wanted to spring a surprise attack, the best time was when they were still here. There was a lot of idle chatter. A sense that the enemy was still really far away. I still can't believe I sailed across the ocean just to fight a tree, some of the soldiers said. Can't they just send a woodcutter and chop the tree down? I'm sure the temple thought of it. It's not just any tree. It's a tree that attained the cursed power of the evil gods. An evil tree god, really? Some of the soldiers seemed baffled by it. I mean, all I've heard of the Freshlands is that this evil tree god has been shielding them from the demons, and suddenly they tell me this magic tree is now evil. Shush, don't let the Templars hear that. Aw, fuck them. I'm just here for the money. I'm just here because the big boss says so. The soldiers didn't seem like they all believed in their cause all that much. It was a shame that wars, being what they were, meant we would cross paths and they would die. From my observation, the composition of the crusading army was roughly similar to a typical army, 90% regulars with soldiers or warrior classes, and 10% unique. It was the 10% I needed to pay attention to for any unusual skills or classes. It had been some time since I had a large-scale fight with other humans. Council. I spoke to the War Council. Reach out to all the neighboring kingdoms and ask for an alliance. If they want to side with the temples, we will declare war and we will invade. If they join us, I will offer them protection. The council did as they were told, and surprisingly quite a few of the kingdoms agreed to form an alliance. They instantly rejected the Crusades' demand for freedom of entry, and I populated the allied kingdoms with my subsidiary trees. Fools, these temples. I had 500,000 beetles I could use in combat, and they regenerated in about 3 to 4 months. But I needed to get their effectiveness up. They'd been traditionally geared against monsters and demons, but since I was facing a large-scale war, I needed to have additional advantages and perks. Horns. Yes, Master. What sort of anti-army or anti-Templar research do we have? Trevor and Dimitri popped in. We have numerous potential research. We can deploy poison-laced beetles. I want assassin beetles, I said. I want beetles that are able to hunt down their elites. All right, we'll get the research started. Horns made a fist pump. It would take a few months, so I just dragged the battle on. Meanwhile, a few smaller skirmishes broke out. I had not deployed most of my own abilities yet. It was better to keep some of my powers hidden. The less they knew about me, the more mistakes they would make. The Valthorns needed some pep talk before every battle, though. They were trained to fight demons and hybrids, so an all-out war against other humans, elves, and sentient races still needed some mindset change, even if I had included it in their training regime. If it wasn't for Jura, I'd have a lot more to worry about. I also had to make sure that the enemy didn't level up too much, especially survivors. Survivors may often return far stronger, and since they survived a fight with beetles, they would gain anti-beetle skills. It was really a case of just killing everyone. I wondered whether there were anti-human or anti-elf skills. There are, Jura said. Such accursed skills exist. This crusade, I felt, was going to drag on for a while. The temples could keep reinforcing the ports. If I wanted to cut them off, I must march on the port itself. If I could hold onto the ports, the temples would have to take a long detour. There are 6 ports that are on the side of the temples. Honestly, I think a few of them will fold if we manage to capture 1 or 2 of the port cities. Their loyalty to the faraway temples is tenuous at best. I see. So again, I was a tree. I could fight wars differently. The enemy, from what I'd seen so far, had not been able to detect subsidiary trees, or at least they didn't display that they were able to. If I wanted to end it, I'd have to swiftly capture all 6 port cities in one go. They had some defenses, but nothing too big. And I already had trees all the way into the city. Now, I just needed to make sure I had trees in all 6 cities, and I could spring a sudden surprise attack. Therefore, I called on the council and changed the tactics. I wasn't sure whether any of the council leaked information to these crusaders, perhaps unwillingly or unknowingly, so I didn't disclose the full plan. The strategy, simply put, was to delay the crusaders as long as possible. I told them that I would have a way to decisively win, a special weapon. This was partly true. I could deploy my Titan souls against this crusading army, but I felt that was a waste. I wanted to drag it on because I needed the time to design and research special beetles, assassin and anti-human beetles that could fight effectively in cities, not just open areas. Spiders, too. I had the web spiders, and I figured spiders would operate a lot more effectively in the city area, so I increased research on poisonous spiders, and I created a few more artificial souls for horns. 5 beetles and 5 spiders. My new insect army commanders. Now that I'd leveled up to level 168 and had trees that stretched the entire Freshlands, my artificial souls limit was quite high. Sure, I could field a large quantity of these sentient assistants, but they were still no match for elites. They would take a few months at least to reach the mid-level 20s to 30s, and before that, their combat strength was mediocre. And so, the plan was on the way. Tunnels were made into all the 6 port cities, and a lot of subsidiary trees were created. I'd also created giant attendant trees in the forested locations nearby, and used my camouflage ability to hide them. I would unleash at least 70,000 to 100,000 beetles on each of the 6 cities in one go, effectively cutting off their supply lines. Then smaller attack forces would strike at the crusading army. Because the crusading army was so large, they were led by multiple generals and lords. It was also a logistical challenge. So the army was split into two large groups of about 250,000 each, and a few smaller, 10,000 to 20,000 contingents. It was entirely dependent on imported supplies and resources, so a targeted attack on its supplies would thin out the force rather quickly. A few of the generals had the ability to create food supply or army skill, reduce hunger or some variation of it, but the power had a size limit, so a large portion would be outside the effect of the skill and would therefore desert the army. But for now, smaller skirmishes. It wasn't time yet. Timing was everything. "I'm getting a little frustrated," Edna complained after a skirmish with the Crusaders. It was trench warfare, really. I'd reinforce a large segment with walls and the Crusaders would march on it. They'd fight a bit, but they usually didn't make much progress. Me too. I wish I can just charge out there. You'll die, though. I know. There were about 80,000 soldiers on the other side. They were bombarding the walls with rocks and magic, but wooden shields and barriers meant those bombardments weren't making a dent. There was also a thick web of thorns and human-eating plants. They'd even been using fireballs and all, trying to make a dent at the walls, but with a giant attendant tree at the back, they could take a few hits. "This is just a boring stalemate," Edna frowned. "Ian wants it that way," Faris said, "and I think the enemy knows it. We should just charge in." The enemy seemed to forget that even grass could have ears, and there were roots that could just peek out of the ground just a little bit, right below the commander's camp. "This is a waste of time. The general said we should hold." "What for?" "The general's giving the enemy too much credit. Other than that massive wall, we outnumber the enemy force by 5 to 1, and we have 1,000 elites of at least level 30. Why send us here if we are just playing this waiting game?" The commander was a young man, eager, anxious, and wanting to prove himself. He walked a bit and a thorn gently pricked his leg. A little bit of sap to stimulate his hormones and testosterone. A hormone-filled mistake here and there. "I command our force to charge in." His body flared up hot, anger, frustration. The sap merely pushed him off the cliff. "Commander," the general said. The assistant and captains tried to say otherwise. "I am the commander here, and I say we charge." They charged into a wall of thorns and maneater plants, while Ionic rangers and archers rained death. They quickly realized the folly of their attack and retreated, but that mistake cost them 10,000 lives and none of the defenders. Meanwhile, at another front, I was told to expect large beetle armies. The general was in a large camp, flanked by his advisors. And in all of our intelligence, we've only seen beetle armies no larger than 30,000. Whatever it is, our enemy is hiding its strength and wants a long-drawn war. "Does that mean it wants to test our supply lines?" a strategist asked. "A long war becomes a test of logistics and resourcing." The general nodded. "That makes a lot of sense. Our enemy, as a heretic tree on the very edges of divinity, must have tremendous powers over plants and growth. It must be confident that it can continuously feed its population, so it is not afraid of a long siege. My beetles were just mostly doing hit-and-runs on smaller forces, so it wants to draw it out until the temple decides it's no longer worth it. It expects the temples to pull their funding and supplies," a strategist concluded. "A swift attack might be just what it's not prepared for," the general said. "But it's rather clear that we can't mount a swift attack either." It was a big piece of land, and even with the general's skills, it was probably too much. "We should do a precision strike then, a group of elites right at the center of the enemy." The general of the coalition of crusaders pondered the idea. "I have ancient records to suggest that it won't work. Written by one General Akbar, it's probably a trap. Ancient, 40 years was ancient. It's our best chance. Not if we use our heroic artifacts." Now my ears perked up. The temple has not authorized use of the heroic artifacts. If the temple wants us to slay this heretical evil tree, then we should be allowed to use our heroic items. A heroic weapon can destroy that wall easy. Ooh, I'd be on the receiving end of a heroic grade item. Now that was something worth testing out. I was a level 168 tree. Could I survive a hit from a hero grade item? Then we must send a request, the general said. Outline our observations, insist that a quick victory is ideal, and demand authorization for our hero-grade items. The temples had a lot of hero-grade items left by previous heroes, or perhaps just claimed by the temple. People like Harris and Myrie even donated some items to the temples, too, for political reasons. So the temples, over the years and decades, accumulated a decent stockpile of hero items. Of course, they couldn't make full use of it, but because they were hero items, they should still pack a strong punch. Well, bring it on. 46 year 127, activating the hero item, the holy cannon of Alantara, the Templars shouted. The hero item itself was a small item, but to power it, they had to build a massive array of crystals and mana storage items. The array was 10 times larger than the hero item itself, and that single use broke most of the crystals. The cannon was really just a small, shotgun-shaped item. Probably one of the heroes was a gunner or something when they made it. The item glowed and whoosh, a huge blast of energy shot out toward the walls. I activated 5 Steelwood Barrier. Was this power stronger than the demonic super cannon's long-range attacks? It easily tore through my 5 barriers and then defensive shields that were already there. Then that entire section of reinforced wall exploded. Wow, I was impressed. The hero's item really made my wall look like cardboard. So in short, the demon's attacks had previously failed to break through my defenses because of my innate anti-demonic properties. Against the hero's items, I was blocking it entirely based on stats and levels, and on that front it was still not enough. Did this mean if Harris or Myrie tried to kill me, they could have succeeded? From this incident alone, I thought the answer was yes. They could. They really could. So I decided I needed insurance of some kind. Like the grass that regularly regrew after fires scorched the lands, like the plants of the floodplains that respawned after every flood, I decided to extend my roots deep underground, as deep as I possibly could. Then I put my tree heart there. Even if they chopped off my entire tree, as long as my tree heart survived deep underground, I believed I could survive. I also added a big batch of tuberous storage around my tree heart like a seed. I had the nutrients and energy from the storage potatoes to respawn should I need to. They won't be using that for a while, Edna said. But we don't know what else they will use, Farah said as the Crusaders charged at the hole. The forces quickly retreated to the next defensive point. The temples have a lot of inherited items. But each use is a waste. Edna frowned. Why didn't they use such items against the demons? I'm sure they did. They just have a lot of them. Maybe since the heroes were around, they didn't see why they needed to use it unless they were really desperate. Since the strategy for this entire plan was to delay the enemy as long as possible, there were numerous layers of walls made. Jura came and mentioned his concern. Since the temples are willing to use heroic items, it's possible they may attempt to use an elite force armed with heroic items to attack you directly. I agree, of course. There were probably heroic-grade teleportation items or heroic-grade stealth items that they could use to attack me directly. The problem, of course, was that their users probably couldn't fully activate their abilities, which was why the most heroic items were defensive in nature, because they needed large magical formations and runes to channel power to the heroic items. Unless there were heroic-grade batteries, which made a lot of sense. They grow weary. A few more years will blink by and they will stop. Already, I responded to Lily's. I had hoped this war would last until the next Demon King. Mortals, they are not suited for long wars. They forget their grudges and pain far too easily. Conflict is but a temporary dance. True wars are long and last a few thousand years. Surely the older races would remember. Time is memory's archenemy. This is but a casual spar. It probably is. Lilies, again with odd commentaries. I didn't recall whether there were any long wars in this world, not anymore at least. Unless that war was invisible. Your long wars, is it the demons and the gods? Maybe. Maybe. That was a yes, damn it. The Crusaders advanced a little. My forces slowly moved into place. I'd had tunnels ready, and I'd secretly occupied various little forests near the port cities. Maybe they had a heroic item able to detect me. But still, I wanted to drag it out, see what exactly these temples were able to bring to the battlefield. This sucks, Edna complained. I don't like being forced to retreat. Her compatriots just rolled their eyes. The Crusaders revealed another hero-grade item, a large bow. They brought an army of mages along to create a runic formation on the ground, and they shot it again. This time, I used 10 steelwood barriers. It still tore through all of them, but at least it didn't cause my walls to explode. All it did was blast a big hole in the wall. So the magical number was around 10, or maybe 20. Unless you have a solution for the hero-grade items. Master, research on assassin beetles completed. We are working on the flying beetles now. Horns updated, and I quickly started transforming my beetles into their assassin forms. They were smaller, leaner, but with sharp limbs and spikes. They also had poison and could shoot out a poison horn. Great! Another piece to the puzzle. Eventually, the second layer of walls fell and the forces retreated. At this point, Jasmine quickly updated that morale was falling, and we needed a small victory to keep the stalemate going. So the temple used the holy cannon of Alantara again, this time at a fort. It blasted the fort's walls and a segment to smithereens. But it was a ruse. Using root tunnels, I had the army sneak around them and then, with my new assassin beetles, rushed in for the kill. I would seize the holy cannon of Alantara for myself. There would be no survivors, it was chaos. Perhaps a slaughter, too. 50,000 assassin beetles appeared from the ground, together with the Valthorns and the regular armies, a proper counterattack. The enemy died, and now I had the cannon. In the chaos, the commander was able to send a distress signal. This is the commander of the vanguard force. We're being attacked by new beetle types. The cannon is lost. The cannon is lost. A root strike dismembered him. The general was a day away and he got the message. New beetle types. I have an ominous feeling. Well, you should, General. You stretched your supply lines, spreading your men thinner, and when I strike, you won't be able to rush back and save your port cities. Letting the Crusaders push further in was an intentional plot to spread out their men and their elite forces. Even if it seemed like we were losing, only Jura was aware that something was up. When is Ian going to bring out his superweapon? The War Council asked. The new beetles, are those the superweapons? Jura nodded. I believe that's the first of the many weapons Ian plans to unleash. The next weapon was the spiders. I wanted assassin spiders to take control of the cities. The first time the enemy would see it would be when I attacked the cities. Jasmine noted that our morale quickly improved as we had secured the hero item. The general gathered his advisors. A priest was present, and he read out the statement. The temple has authorized use of more hero items. I looked like the temple was really going for it, but the fact that their ability to power the hero items relied on large arrays meant they were so obvious when they were about to be used. Could a small assassin group really sneak in with it? Unless they built the array on site or used an existing array. But I didn't want to drag it out too long. I had been observing them when they used the hero items, and now that I had claimed their hero item, I turned it against them. My mastery of runes meant I, too, could quickly set up an array and activated the holy cannon of Alantara against the enemy force. One blast drained all the runes and broke some of the stones and ground that channeled the power. The enemy retreated. That one attack killed probably a few thousand, and that wasn't even its full power. I decided to try channeling my existing star mana into it. The hero item drained all my star mana easily, and it was so greedy. After it used up all my star mana, it wanted more, and the item easily used up my normal mana too. Did the heroes always have so much star mana? How do they keep their weapons working? Master, based on my surveillance of the heroes, they have approximately 500,000 to 800,000 star mana each, Jasmine commented, pulling on her past records of conversations between Harris, Myrie, and Gerard. I had 300. No wonder the hero items just drained my star mana like I had nothing. They must be using at least 1,000 to 2,000 star mana to power the hero items each time. The weapon was now partially charged, and I used it on one of the crusading armies. The explosion was massive, far larger than what it was when powered by regular mana, and still it wiped a quarter of that army. Probably 10 to 20,000 just died instantly. The enemy panicked and then quickly retreated. I was sorry, but death was what it was. I even felt their souls enter my main tree. But I only regenerated star mana by a pitiful amount every day. That meant I couldn't even use the hero's item if I wanted to. My full 300 star mana took an entire 2 months to regenerate, so the weapon could be used once every 2 months to this level of strength. So it wasn't as if I could just use the cannon like a machine gun. Despite the enormous destruction caused by the hero cannon, I was fairly certain this wasn't its full strength. Also, the hero items used by the temples and all the various nobles were inferior to pure hero items, in the sense that they had been made to also work with regular mana. True hero items could only be operated with star mana and were useless to everyone else. Those pure star mana hero items were superior in output and strength. The army regained a bit of our lost ground, and we managed to retake the outermost walls of the Freshlands. How much longer till we research the next upgrade for the assassin beetles? A month, Master. The assassin beetles had not been revealed to our enemies yet. At least, I hoped that they were not detected. The tunnels and my bases next to the 6 port cities continued to expand. I'd researched tunneler beetles and had also commenced research on more types of spiders. The beetles made additional tunnels into the port cities, and I wondered whether the enemy realized it by now. I could tell some of them felt something, at least. The mayor of one of the port towns kept sending miners to dig the ground. He said he felt there was an infestation or something, but he wasn't sure. I had to order the beetles to hastily collapse the tunnels before they were detected. Surely, that mayor couldn't be the only one that possessed such skills. In fact, some of the military leaders we observed clearly had the skill, but they just didn't react to it. I can't shake off this feeling that we're all walking into a big trap, a commander said to a fellow captain. It's a feeling that's been nagging at me since I landed in this city. Seasickness. I feel like it's my skill. You've had it since the day you landed, and it's been a good 3 months since then. It was funny that one of the ways to beat such alarm skills was to keep scaring them until they stopped treating it seriously. Kind of like training one's body to ignore its daily morning alarm. If it's something, it should have happened. The other captain just shrugged. We're doing okay. The heretics are not making progress. That was just one of the many captains that was eventually lulled into a sense of complacency. For the rest of the year, there were smaller battles, but I was still waiting for more beetle upgrades. I wanted my conquest of the 6 port cities to be simultaneous and decisive. I wanted to break the Crusaders once and end it. Ian, there should be another 400,000 soldiers arriving on our continent, Cavio and the War Council reported. Ah, This was in addition to the 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers that were already deployed across the entire battlefront. I wondered why the war doctrine in this world still insisted on throwing numbers at an enemy at first, but eventually I got it. In terms of actual combat, sure, an army of high-leveled individuals could do way more damage than an army of lower-leveled conscripts, but I increasingly believed the temples were intentionally hoping that from a large pool of low-leveled individuals, some gems emerged. It was an interesting tactic. To sieve the gems from the scrap, they sent these large numbers to their possible deaths. The Freshlands' own defensive army was about 300,000 strong, conscripted from the massive population of the Freshlands. Yet that excluded my million-strong beetle and spider army. There were various smaller city-states that decided to side with me, and they volunteered in total, another 60,000 fighters. And so, they send more to their doom. They would outnumber us 3-1 once they land. I believe they may try a decisive strike once they land to minimize the load on their logistics, one of the hired generals advised. It was funny and rather strange to have generals on my side now, but I was not complaining. They would try this path, I believe. The general pointed to one of the entrances into the Freshlands, or force a way through this segment of the Rotted Lands. It was a large army and may end up in a lot of bloodshed, a situation I'd like to avoid if I could. I wondered whether I should pull my attack at the moment when they land or after. What was their supply situation? Was their food and accommodation going to arrive before the actual army of 400,000? Trevor tapped into the grand mind and quickly created a massive overview of the entire battlegrounds. He highlighted all the various supply positions. Master, should we intend to cripple and starve our opponents, we may be able to do so by attacking all these locations. A decisive strike before they land may force them to redirect. The logistics and supplies usually arrived before the army, so the right time to strike was when the 400,000 were still at sea, but their supplies and all had landed. That way, the coming army was forced to deal with a lack of supply. 800 ships, carrying 500 soldiers each. Large galleons of the 4 temples. I wondered whether my attacks worked in water. I thought the impact of my route strikes would probably be weakened by the water. How long before they arrive? In 2 weeks. There was a tiny window when the supply ships arrived just before the army itself. I paused and I thought, by all the odds it wasn't ideal. My fully researched assassin beetles were not ready, but if I wanted to cause the most damage, I had to take this window. Ready all the armies. There will be a strike in 6 to 8 days. All mobile units prepare for a long-range strike. That declaration made the entire War Council pause before Jura himself, invited as a translator mostly, asked on behalf of the War Council present, "Ian, repeat that please." "Ready all our forces. We will strike in 6 to 8 days. Valthorns will receive specific instructions." About 2,000 of my best Valthorn fighters gathered at a forward base near one of the outer walls. There were 3 giant attendant trees, and they flanked a tunnel that led underground. "Fing time," I announced telepathically, and the Valthorn stood to attention. Edna, Faris, and many other upgraded class holders were there. "All of you will be marching into the tunnels. You will be split into 6 groups, and your next orders will be given when you are there. Be prepared for urban combat and a siege, enemies expected to be high level and large numbers." The order given, they started to board the carrier beetles. The fastest beetles were selected, and they had supplies for a month. The beetles would carry them to their targeted destination in a week. The Valthorns chatted. "Are we attacking the nearby forts?" The Crusaders had set up numerous advance forts to hold their supplies. These were my targets, but it wouldn't be the Valthorns' target. I had intended these 2,000 Valthorns to coordinate the attack on the 6 port cities. These were my best and most loyal Valthorns. Most of them had Ionic variants, such as Ionic Rangers or Ionic Druids or Ionic Knights. The beetles would provide the numbers, but I needed the Valthorns as the secret sauce, with their higher levels and special skills. 2 days later, I had moved more beetles into various locations near the port cities. There were now 100,000 beetles and spiders at each of the port cities, waiting for the time. Root tunnels were made as close as possible, and as many subsidiary trees, added as I could, were in all the locations where I could place a tree without raising too many alarms. "Ian, what are we doing in 4 to 6 days?" the general asked. He'd noticed the Valthorns were gone. "The enemy clearly is behaving strangely, and some of the smaller battalions have attempted to attack our walls. Is there something that was leaked?" The enemy was nervous. Their generals and strategists all had some combat sense, and they knew something was happening. They just didn't know what, so some of them just attacked. There was an air of tension. "We're preparing for war." Is Ian revealing some superweapon? The Valthorns, what's their plan? What's the enemy up to? I decided to confuse them a little. "We will be striking at their fortified locations." The council thought this meant all the nearby forts, and they started to make plans with the resources available to them. I had given them use of 100,000 regular beetles to supplement the regular standing army. On the other side, I detected their discomfort. The generals and strategists all had skills, and so the Crusader generals all increased their scouting efforts, and since there was only 1 week left to the trap, I didn't hesitate to kill their scouts with a root strike or a poison. Ian's forces are able to kill our scouts this far away from the walls. They have an infiltration force, an assassination squad. They wondered and increased their guards. They truly were not experienced in fighting against a tree. They assumed my tactics to be similar to regular kingdoms. What's their force projection ability? The generals discussed at first the likelihood of a long-range strike from me. They noted it was possible, but they rated the risk as low, since they did not expect that I could field a war-significant number of combatants far away. This trap was something I could only pull off once. All these enemies would learn of my tactics, and they would be prepared after this. So if this trap succeeded, I must hold onto the port cities and deny the temples a chance to regain a landing zone. At least, they would have to land further away and march a lot further. Still, some of the more paranoid commanders reshaped their forces into defensive formations. The effects of skills were really interesting. Another 2 days and the supply ships started to land. Some soldiers too had landed, but the bulk of them had not arrived. The small group of soldiers started to set up new tentages and areas where the newly arrived soldiers would rest before joining the rest of their armies. Too bad they wouldn't find any place to rest. The Freshland Army cavalry was ready, and the Crusaders were clearly preparing for a cavalry charge. We spotted Freshland cavalries and archers massing behind the walls and cities. They may be preparing for a charge. If they want to strike at us before our reinforcement comes, then let them. In another day, most of the supply ships had arrived, and about 70,000 of the 400,000 additional soldiers had arrived. True, not all would come at the same time, but no matter. Already some of the soldiers had a bad feeling. I was sorry, but war was a cruel thing. The temples had decided to declare war, and peace was off the table. Perhaps I must display a decisive victory. Only then could a peace be negotiated. The Valthorns arrived at their designated locations underground. They'd been traveling in the root tunnels for an entire week. Where are we? They were mostly lost. Their sense of time and place was distorted in the tunnels. There were no markers for the day-night cycle. They'd lived with food pre-packed or those made by the Ionic Druids. They even had special fruits and drinks to help them tolerate the effects of traveling underground for long periods. The 2,000 Valthorns had split up in the underground tunnels to their respective targets. Each group gathered in a small clearing protected by the camouflage of subsidiary trees. Time to start my second briefing. Once you step out of these forests, you will be at the port cities of the Crusaders, our enemies. Rest well, because once night falls, we will attack the port cities. The Valthorns were nervous. With so few of us. No, the beetles and spiders will assist you by the tens and hundreds of thousands. They are hidden throughout the city and the land beneath you. You will join the battle once they start the attack. They nodded, and I let them soak in the information. I created a few wooden displays of the targeted port cities and where the weak points are, which they took their time to analyze. They had never participated in a siege before. The Valthorns chatted and planned, and I told them to rest well before nightfall. I gave them all a tree syrup filled with energy nutrients. They'd go into the attack with their full strength, whereas the enemy was exhausted from a full day's work. The moment of fighting finally came. The weather was pleasant in all 6 of the port cities, and the soldiers were all in various stages of sleep. Some were alert, for sure. I had decided to strike in the late evening, as my assassin beetles and poison web spiders benefited from the cover of night. I steeled myself and sent out the command to all my beetles and soldiers. Generals and commanders, it is time to strike. The first port was home to 200,000, but now it was temporarily home to an additional 50,000 soldiers. As the city itself didn't have enough accommodations, most of the newly arrived soldiers and their support team lived in makeshift housing outside the city itself. That meant they were always vulnerable to subterranean attacks since they didn't have fortified foundations. It began suddenly. Tentages and their temporary bases collapsed beneath them. Multiple, almost a few hundred, holes appeared at the same time, and the beetles rushed out. A well-timed root strike also caught one of the commanders by surprise, wounding him severely before a beetle finished him off. The soldiers, most feeling safe and comfortable this far away from the front lines, were suddenly jolted into panic. Some of them slept without their weapons. Many were not alert at all. The beetles took full advantage and attacked and killed the enemies by the hundreds and thousands. "Attack! We are under attack!" the commander shouted, but his voice was soon silenced by a spider that ran into his mouth. The port itself found its walls broken. Some of them had been magically reinforced, but I had found weak spots after the past few months of planning. There were already tunnels that allowed my spiders and beetles to enter the port city itself. After all, not every city had the luxury of master builders who made thick foundations. The soldiers scattered as loud explosions spread. The Valthorns, too, joined the battle. They rode beetles and rushed for the walls, and some appeared within the city itself. They focused on the higher-leveled ones who managed to react and fight. Assassin beetles were more than a match for the level 10 to 20 soldiers, but if the enemy soldiers were level 30 to 50, it would require the Valthorns to effectively disable them. A mage ran and tried to send a message, but an arrow went through his head. He collapsed. Yonic rangers and archers. The 50,000 soldiers quickly thinned to only 20,000 to 30,000 that fled, and the port city itself was flooded by beetles and spiders. As a statement, the beetles dug up one of the squares, and I made a giant attendant tree right in the middle of it. The giant tree emitted a healing aura and magic suppression aura, which made my beetles a lot more hardy. Then an explosion went off. "Master, a group of mages just activated a hero item." Right in the middle of the port city, it created a summoned giant fire elemental and started attacking the beetles. My beetles couldn't get to that group in time. Thankfully, with my giant attendant tree right in the city, it was rather easy to just launch constrict. My vines could take a bit of fire, and they could ensnare magical creatures since 50 years ago. They could even drain mana, so it was perfect for summoned fire elementals. The vines latched on, and gradually, The struggling fire elemental shrank until eventually it was extinguished. The mages cursed and fled. The magical item summoned more fire elementals, but I had a lot of vines and these fire elementals were pitiful. Had they been summoned with star mana, they may be worth taking seriously. Most cities had some military resistance, but nothing I couldn't really handle. Progressively, I captured more and more artifacts and treasures. They had higher level units too. A general here, a commander there. Some master swordsmen too, who cut through my army of assassin beetles like nothing. But as my beetles or the Valthorns distracted these masters, a vine would occasionally ensnare their legs, and they would find themselves weakened, poisoned. The beetles would then deliver the knockout punch. Once we got a strong foothold in the city, and my beetles had seized most of the key locations, I would telepathically speak to everyone in the city. Surrender, or we will kill you. The Valthorns, like Edna and Faris, would then help to coordinate and communicate with the captured and surrendered civilians. The port city fell by end of the day, civilians all under home quarantine as beetles patrolled the streets, and the enemy forces were all corralled into the squares. My main focus was ensuring that the port was no longer operational. I still didn't have flying beetles, but some of the jetties and docks were made of wood, so it was easy to destroy them. Whatever supplies they had were quickly hauled away by beetles. Even if they managed to dock at one of the jetties made of stone, they would immediately have to fight beetles and spiders. A similar chain of events repeated in all the other 5 port cities. All of these cities had magical defenses and high-level individuals, some more than others. In one city, the Valthorns had to deal with a group of master pyromancers, and in another, a group of expert axemen. Without healing aura and the element of surprise, the losses would have been a lot higher. The soldiers, as ragtag as they were quite good once they found their weapons. Most were around level 20, so they could go toe-to-toe with one beetle in a straight fight. Still, the element of surprise coordinated strikes at all 6 port cities, and multiple other supply locations easily overwhelmed their ability to respond properly. Some of the soldiers retreated. Skilled ones, too, they had the right instincts to respond correctly. But sometimes, even doing things perfectly led to failure. One of the port cities experienced constant combat till midnight, with long fights throughout the day. They had a few platoons of very well-trained soldiers at least level 30 to 50. For them, the Valthorns fought hard, and I had to frequently assist them with my vines to prevent any unnecessary Valthorn deaths. 2,000 elites meant only about 300 to 400 Valthorns per city. A small number of elites on my side, against whatever elites the temples had. I had to protect them. They were an investment into my future. I had vision and I had beetles. So the Valthorns would usually attack from an advantage. I would never let them be wastefully sacrificed. They were crucial to my longer-term plans. We were the trees, the anchor of the ecosystem, but the ecosystem must have other moving parts. I saw the Valthorns as a key part. Nearer to the various crusading armies, surgical strikes that targeted their supply chains popped up everywhere. It hit at their tents, destroyed their food. Spiders poisoned their water. For the Crusaders, this was their first brush with assassin beetles that popped out of the ground. The Crusaders had 2 large, 200,000-strong forces split across 2 campsites. We didn't attack them much, just little hit-and-run attacks. It was intentional. I had hoped that a portion might break off and try to rescue the port cities. I chewed through the smaller forces easily. For larger armies, the element of surprise was not as effective. If they could keep themselves calm and hold the entire force together, they'd survive. Their generals, startled awake by the sudden onslaught of messages and calls, actively tried to reassess the situation. All our port cities have been captured. The supplies have been stolen. It wasn't hard for beetles to haul away goods. That was part of their regular peacetime duties. We'll be out of food in a week with the ports out of commission. We must rush back to retake one of the ports. Furious discussions broke out. Some pushed to retreat to the ports and others recommended a push against Freshlands. The paths have been cut off. I was a tree. Terraforming terrain wasn't exactly difficult. I could easily add trees to a path and populate them with hostile vegetation. Then add beetles. Instant terrain difficulty +1. Trevor and my artificial minds had been planning for months on how to knock out all their transport routes overnight and leave only smaller, less useful paths. Even vast plains had tunnels collapsed in order to create a cliff. How? That was a word that gave me joy. I felt like a master strategist who finally revealed his trump card, and the generals were my victims. Monster trees. Monstry. That was a bad pun. In a period of about a week, the balance of power switched. Their entire logistics network and supply chain crippled. The general could probably beat the Freshlands force in a straight fight, but I would never fight them that way. I always wanted a subtle way. There was a saying, if one was to remove weeds, they must also remove the roots. I thought these ports were the roots. I was going to drag it out until they starved. And even if the general was a good one, a starving army still represented a significant weakness. No amount of skill would suppress widespread hunger. Maybe a level 100 general could, but I thought the enemy general was in their level 60s only. Meanwhile, the Freshlands army finally got their marching orders, and they soon encountered the deserters and those who fled from my army of beetles and spiders. No army was going to hold itself together when food and water ran out. Some segments of the two crusading forces broke off and marched toward the nearest city in hopes of securing some supplies. But morale dropped quickly as they encountered terrible, unforgiving terrain that was never there previously, and the two large armies fractured, as each force wanted to seek out their own sources of food. The generals, lords, and priests tried to hold the army together, but ultimately, they were a coalition army. The temples cobbled the force together from the armies of various kingdoms. There was never true unity or proper discipline. Once they fractured, it was a lot easier for the Freshlands army and my beetles to pick off the smaller forces. Many surrendered. Many soldiers did not have a personal stake in this conflict and were not blind zealots. Within a month from that day, both of the armies' leaders decided to surrender, while the 300,000 or so soldiers that were unable to dock had to forcefully redirect themselves to further ports with whatever little supply they carried. There, their crusade stopped. The first crusade against Ian had ended. I lost about 200,000 beetles from the 1 million deployed across the 6 cities and various smaller targets. Horns and my new artificial minds all leveled up quite significantly from the battles. You gained a level. You are level 169. Subsidiary trees limit increased to 1,500,000. Of course, this sudden upheaval made my war council angry, frustrated. Ian had planned to take the 6 port cities all along, the general said. We were the distraction from the main attack. And he didn't tell us because we might leak it to the temples, so Ian just let us drag the war out. Jura earned a bit of sounding, but Jura himself had very little knowledge of the actual plan, other than there was one. In fact, he knew of the plan to attack all 6 port cities at the same time I announced it to the Valthorns. A victory. But the crusade was not over, not yet. The temples remained formally at war, so this was pretty much just the first crusade. I made sure research continued into more types of beetles and spiders. I would want to add flying beetles and bomber beetles. I'd like to bomb the ships once they got in range of the shore. There was also the political complexity of assimilating the 6 port cities into the Freshlands administration, and the negotiations with the nations and kingdoms in between. Those that had chosen to side with the temples quickly switched sides when they watched the port cities fall. All of them also fortified their walls and reinforced their foundations to make it harder for tunneling. Politically, the 6 port cities were now a part of Freshka. I declared that since they declared war on me, I had, by the norms of this world, properly conquered the port cities. Something none of the kingdoms dared oppose, even if they privately mentioned their worries. Some of them got so paranoid that they chopped all the trees from their cities. Treeless cities. Enemies. I declared cities without trees as enemies of the Freshlands. The few small city-states that made such a decision surrendered in fear. All in, by the end of the year, we had conquered 6 port cities and 8 other kingdoms. Many expressed their regrets for siding with the temples. I had initially considered being more iron-fisted and considered executing their leaders, but decided to demand resources, gems, and various other treasures as compensation. Throughout the new kingdoms that now came under my influence or indirect control, I thought of expelling those who sided with the temples, but instead opted for a widespread conversion program. Like a forest reclaiming urban lands, I could convert them. I would try. Walalo. I was the priest from Age of Empires, converting enemy units. Most priests in this world were not specific to a god, though some did specialize, and in doing so gained special classes for that god. But in most part, the priests of the world were generally polytheistic, and it was a mishmash of the pantheon and whatever local animistic belief that existed in a particular location. It was this tolerance of various beliefs that allowed me to recruit some of my earlier batch of priests. The world had spirits, after all, and unlike home, the priests of this world acknowledged that each god had a focused scope, and at times, local spirits would reign over the wills of the gods. In a way, it was strange that the gods outright declared a crusade against me. Why? They'd shared the world with so many others, so what was wrong with just letting me rise? Why a crusade? Why send an army and so many lives to waste when there were demons to prepare for? Why? What was this insanity? It's my first time seeing the ocean, Edna said. She had lived inland. The Freshlands itself was landlocked. After all, the corruption bomb happened in the middle of the continent. Little did I imagine for my first time, I'd be part of a covert army conquering a port city. Fate is strange, Edna. A fellow Valthorn nodded. There were a few deaths. I couldn't save everyone, but a few deaths were still infinitely better than many. The losses on the opponent's side were far larger, and the beetles gathered the surrendered soldiers into groups. More of the regular army and cavalry had marched all the way from the Freshlands to reinforce the Valthorn strike team, including various local nobles and captains. They had a lot to do, like stripping the surrendered soldiers of all their weapons, briefings, taking over the military administration. There would also be officials from the Freshlands' federal authority. They had to set up offices to integrate these new cities into the Freshlands. Formally, the 6 cities were declared to be the Freshlands' 6 ports, and they would have a sub-authority known as the 6 Ports Administration. It made sense that all 6 ports were administered together, even if all 6 were previously independent states. Quite a few of the existing administration surrendered, and Cavio recommended that we assimilate them into the existing structure once they passed some loyalty test. A suggestion I agreed to. But a lot of new people had to be parachuted over. It was kind of like when a company forcefully acquired another company. Some of the employees would remain, but usually the heads of departments would change. There would be a lot of system changes and migrations. Laws and processes needed to be modified to comply with the new acquiring holding company. "You'll get sick of the ocean soon enough, Lady Edna," a soldier said. The Valthorns were a subnobility, so they were often referred to as Lady or Lord, even if they did not formally carry the title. Indeed, Edna nodded. She was in the southernmost port, but for now I'll enjoy it. There were wreckages to clean up and holes to patch up. Most of the civilians had private complaints about the new giant attendant tree that now dominated their city, but they soon accepted that they lost, and the tree was there to remind them that we would watch over them. The Valthorns would be stationed there for at least a few years as a peacekeeping force, with regular rotations back to the Freshlands. A long-range beetle transport service was set up, and the kingdoms in between happily gave permission. It wasn't as if they dared oppose me at this point. Most of the nation swayed with the wind and changed allegiances. Like new converts, they compensated for their foolish past by insulting their temples with vigor and vitriol. It was fine. Geopolitics was disgusting but ultimately necessary. There was no way I could populate the land without people, and people naturally gave rise to politics. After the battle, I created more artificial minds. I had to. My lands and dominion had increased so much more, and Jasmine and the existing artificial minds could not handle the monitoring of so many new citizens. I also didn't expel those who believed in the 4 warring temples. I only demanded that they did not support any war effort against me. But that required my artificial minds to observe so many of these cities and kingdoms. Intense monitoring and surveillance were required. Why not kill them? My artificial mind suggested. After all, we have killed so many. I didn't want to, though, but I felt comforted too. This was a part of nature. In nature, death was perpetual. Did we weep for the millions of ants who died in their wars with each other? Did the ant queens cry when the super ant colonies waged planetary warfare? No. Grand Mind Tree has blocked influence from trees. Override. Death on a personal level was a tragedy. But in the wars I fought, they were but a statistic. A number, a score at the end of the game. A tree in its life would create thousands, even millions of seeds, all potential lives. It did not weep when mortals ate the seeds. It was part of a greater calculation that some would survive, and as a whole we would all prosper and grow. Pain and death were but a step. Wait, this was too far. I was going too far. No. I paused and pulled myself together. Indeed, but they surrendered. As such, I must abide by the norms of those who surrendered, that they are not overly punished. I could not go too deep at that end. I would become a pest, a locust. A tree of nature must never let itself turn into plague that destabilize the ecology. But they may well go against you, master. I must mold the narrative correctly. I sought to change and prepare, but I must look to be constructive, not overly destructive. Even if I did use tools that were destructive. A risk, but a calculated one. Only by displaying mercy and the willingness to assimilate these people, these heathens that they once were, can we convince the world that we are here to stay. If one of every 2 converts to our cause, we are stronger as a whole. The risk is worth it. To build a stronger tree, we must sometimes accept some risks. The artificial minds mentally agreed. They would agree anyway. So we watch. 50 new artificial minds. My second grand mind tree would take 18 months to be completed. The various surrendering kingdoms gladly volunteered the materials for its construction. They didn't know, of course. I merely asked for the materials, and the losers gladly coughed it out. It would be long. Those who lost would nurse unhappy feelings. I only hoped that we picked them up before those unhappy feelings led to more war and conflict. The temple started a war, but I had no intention of letting this crusade last for centuries, even if I was very much suited for a long war. A swift victory, relatively. They will regroup. Lilies had not participated in the war. In fact, Lily's city didn't send soldiers out at all, even though their city was home to many followers of these temples. And we see that you will be ready. Ha, was that a pep talk from Lily's? If only it wasn't so. Achieving equilibrium usually requires conflict. So it is.